Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back here to the CCT. First game of the day. The best of threes are upon us once more, and it's quarterfinals to be checking things out here for Europe Series 16. Of course, joined with me are the wonderful, most illustrious of them all, of course, Anders and Neo Kai, to be bringing you guys the casting desk out here for the day. Anders, Neo, how are you feeling today? Ends, ecstatic?
Feeling very good. I think it's going to be actually kind of a banging start to the day. I think this Ents lineup is interesting. I mean, they always are with Ents. You know, I need to see some more ecstatic myself. So I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, sounds good. Neo?
I'm feeling pretty excited about this. I mean, for ecstatic, they've got a player that I've been touting for years on the side. Picked up recently, that is Syrah. I called him like 2020, I think it was, 2021. A guy called Syrah who was playing on Proserpia back then in a Blast qualifier, sort of a random team out of nowhere. He's climbed through the ranks. He's a very, very talented individual. So there's a lot to like in that team. Ents on the flip side as well. Me and Anders, we got to cast them winning their first kind of land trophy in years, but out in Elisa. A wild time for them. So we've got quite fond memories of Ents, and we like to keep it that way.
Hopefully we will. I mean, there's going to be a lot of fun things to look forward to into this best of three, but it's not the only one of the day. We've got a couple of extra that we have to see out here into the quarterfinals. But personally, I would say this one and maybe the Paravision versus Spirit Academy game are going to be the most exciting ones out here for the day. You guys are echoing that feeling, or are you looking for something different out here in the quarterfinals?
Good question. I mean, yeah, I would actually like to see Paravision play, but obviously the Spirit Academy, they've got especially one player that I haven't had a chance to cast yet, so I'm looking forward to that. I hope that I get a chance to see how that plays out.
I gotta agree. I'm really interested to see what Paravision can do, because at least they've been going through roster changes that are, some would say on paper, better. I think they're improvements of what we've kind of seen of Paravisions in the past. They've just sort of been, I think dwindling is probably the way to put it in this sort of sense. But for me, I got to cast this out already, and they were dreadful. So I'm actually really thinking that Spirit Academy might just waltz over that. I got to cast them against, I think it was you, Anders. I can't remember. Anyway, I got to cast them once. It was bad. I think it was in CCT, and it was just a dreadful, dreadful showing. So I'm not really sold on this team just yet. Kickett's calling looks very, very loose and not in a good way. Jame was the only kind of shining light in a way, and that always worries me, especially when Spirit Academy, for my books, have a lot of talent. Obviously, with Kaisuke, who's obviously this big name, but I think their caller, Robbo, is actually really solid too. Cypher puts up some good numbers. Mokujin as well is another name who's been putting up very, very solid stats too. So I think Paravision got their hands sort of full here with this matchup.
Yeah, I'm with you here, Neo. I got the casting too, and there's been a couple of extra Jame times than I think I would have expected out of Kicker's calling there. But, you know, it does happen. We get back to our own game, though, to our first best of three of the day. And it's from one IGL that's been having issues to one that's actually been looking a tad bit better out here with Ents, even though they didn't start the year off great up against Falcons. Glaive and his roster right now is going to have to work through with Miltsy instead of Xcax-Persky. There's been a last-minute change-up out here into the stand-ins, but Anders, talk me through Ents a little bit here. Who do we have to keep our eyes on? Who do you feel is going to have that sort of consistent performance to really save the day if things go bad for Ents?
Well, I mean, obviously, the boomer in me would have said something like, "Oh, Glaive's got the experience, like SDY as well." Like, I mean, I think right now when I've been seeing, and I think Neo, you even told me before, but like this A2 kid is super sick. So I'm gonna throw away the boomer side of myself and say, might be Nate2 who's going to be on the server battling it out with them up front there. I imagine he's going to be a big engine for ENCE if they're going to win this, especially with the stand-in that's really rough. Experience is good and all, and they're going to rely on that. So I think SDY, I don't know why he got overlooked so hard in the CIS scene. I still think he's a solid player, but young Nate2 seems to bring a lot to the table right now.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I mean, for me, Nate2 has been this sort of shining star. I was telling kind of Anders, I think he's the third best French player in the world currently. Yeah. I think, Zaiwu, Apex, and Nate2. I think that kid is that good. I think he's better than anybody on 3D Max. And I will kind of die on that hill a little bit. I genuinely think he could be playing in top level teams. And when he was doing this work in Mouse NXT, I was super impressed with what I saw from him. So this is someone for me that I've always been a big fan of, and I'm glad that he's getting this kind of time to shine just a little bit. I think for me, the only issue that I really have with ENCE is that occasionally Poddy can go missing, and for your AWPers to go missing, it's never a good sign. So I'm interested to see what they bring. Obviously, they got Milty standing in as well for Kaspersky. I haven't actually been able to catch too much of the ENCE Academy side for a long time now, so I really don't know what to expect out from him. I'm not too sure what he's going to look like, but this is a good opportunity to kind of prove yourself. It's a playoff level game, so it's decent opposition, as we see here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you are preaching to Acquire with Nate2, not necessarily the biggest one, but, Nate2 himself can be a really good player. Problem for me is usually his consistency. Like, he can either be at the top of the leaderboard or down right there at the middle. He's never towards the bottom, I get it. But, again, if you want to have that X factor in a team like ENCE, it depends really on the day. And up against Ecstatic, I mean, we're talking about a team that's looking for X factors on ENCE and people that can actually perform to their highest degrees, versus a team that, as of recent, has been actually performing all across the board just at a very high floor. They've been looking really good. TMB has been having some really nice calls, and some of the casters out here in the CC have been managing to take the piss a little bit out of me, because I have been glazing these guys up a little bit. Ecstatic have been looking really nice, and I've genuinely been surprised, by TMB in general, but by Syra joining in as well. You were talking about him, Neo, and for good reason as well, also coming through from that Mouse NXT roster alongside Nate2. It's a nice little friendly game between them, I guess, now being met up. And Neo, you can actually talk me through with this one. How do you feel about Ecstatic joining up at this best of 3?
Yeah, I like this team. I think there's actually a lot to like on paper. Analele, for me, is somebody that I've caught for a long time. I mean, TMB's been around and relatively solid. I think the only thing with TMB is calling seems quite solid, but at times his numbers aren't, which I think is a bit of an issue. Syrah, for me, has to come in as a sort of rifling star. I think we actually have to see him put up good numbers. And the thing is, he doesn't play star positions either. So it's going to be a little funky in terms of what to expect about how this team's going to run, because I think sometimes in terms of the firepower, the rifling core can fall a little flat, and Syrah is a sporting rifler, so you're not expecting him to sort of carry games on his back. But the way I always look at it, and this is definitely partly biased, as I think, it's one of those things where you find a player early and you just want them to go to tier 1, but I think if Syrah doesn't go tier 1, it's going to be an injustice at some point. So I think Ecstatic is a very good stepping stone. A lot of Danish talent have used Ecstatic as a stepping stone into tier 1, and I think it will be no different here for Syrah. So I'm expecting this side to be quite competitive. I know they've been putting up decent results and been playing relatively competitively, at least recently, despite there being obviously some kind of roster changes at the moment. So I'm excited to see what they can do, but ENCE is a massive test for them, and I don't know if they can overcome it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not going to be an easy one coming into it, especially with Christo not been looking as sharp as he once was up against Pody. That's going to be a fun head-to-head coming through as well. But Anders, we're going to be taking a look at the map, Vito. Anything you might want to see personally out here in this map, Vito? Something that perhaps we don't get to see a lot of?
I mean, you're obviously, you're baiting, tricking me into talking about Train all the time, and I every video right now I'm like, ooh, can we see Train in there? So obviously I'd be happy if it's in the mix somewhere. I feel like a lot of times now it ends up a third map, and then we don't ever get to it, and it's a bit disappointing. But the most standard pick these days really seems to be Ancient, and somehow Anubis always finds a way in there too. I don't really hate it. I think it's fine. They banned out Inferno, so that's kind of like my least favorite map currently in the pool. So no matter what, I'm pretty happy. A Dust 2 as a second map, that's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah,
pretty basic, pretty standard out here, and very kind of telegraphed coming through from both of these sides. And it's 100% win rate on Ancient, even though they only played it 3 times. With the amount of officials they've been going on and giving us for the past 3 months, that's kind of the best we'll get, sadly, out of them. And on Ecstatic's camp, they've been grinding out as much as they can. They've been attending every single event they've been invited to. So they've been a staple out here at the CCT. I was actually talking to you guys about this before we started up the pregame here, about how Ecstatic in the 8 months they've been together with this lineup have had around about 220 games played, 220 maps played, whereas ENCE also for 8 months now with this roster have only managed to find around about 70 to 75. So quality over quantity, we don't know yet. We'll find in the server, but Ancient does to train. We do get to see the train. There it is. It's going to be picked away on the decider. But I don't know, lads. Do you think we'll get there? Do you think we'll find their map?
I don't think so. I doubt we'll get there. You know, as much as I like the
Damn.
Ecstatic side, I'm actually pretty heavy on ENCE. And even with a stand-in, I actually like the puzzle pieces that they've got to work with. I think SDY, there's a lot of the heavy lifting in the side. I think he should be... I mean, for my money, he still is a tier 1 player, where Ecstatic, I think, you know, those guys would, you know, hold their hands up and admit that they are a tier 2 team. So SDY has to come in as a sort of number 1 player in the server, and I think he can just single-handedly take over games. Especially maps like Ancient, for example. They're quite puggy in their nature. They allow for individuals to be able to put up multi-kills. And I think this is just where he'll do a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of his best work. I do worry a tad about that Dust 2, just because ENCE have had some rough reps on it. But like we've already touched on, they haven't played a lot of Counter-Strike recently. They haven't been boot camping recently as well. So hopefully this is something that's been fixed.
Yeah, I mean, Anders, are you echoing the sentiment here with ENCE trying to take it to 0?
Damn, I don't know. I was gonna go with my Danish roots today, and try to predict a bit of an upset. I think it might be more fun, but you know what? We're gonna find out right now, it seems. So let's just get right into it. ENCE and Ecstatic. We are on Ancient to begin with. It's early morning Counter-Strike here in Europe, and we've got Ancient coming up first. And who doesn't love that? Who doesn't love a bit of Ancient in the morning? How are you now? How are you feeling? Good,
man. I mean, honestly, for me, I actually think that Ancient has become basically the most fun map in the pool. It's puggy, it's quick, it's at least one of those where it can be a little wild. Poor Milty, by the way, the stand-in being sent into the gauntlet that is Cave. Poor kid, he's like, right, die for the team here, and it didn't even get traded, so it was all for nothing.
Yeah, just fed to the dualies on the other side. They will get a kill, and Sierra's going to be taking down SDY, so suddenly it is a 2 versus 4, and things looking a bit tough at the moment here for ENCE, trying to get back into it and do like the hunt from Christu, just really making sure the bomb will go down, so that's a bit of a funky twist in the round. There is actually a way for Glaive to do this. Again, experience and all that. We'll see if he's going to be fresh for it here. Oh, they're all just running him down. No respect from the young Danes, taking down their own countrymen there. But, yeah, nuts with the final kill. Obviously, Christo with 3 of them in the round, and a pretty decent start here for Ecstatic. And, you know, if they are as big of an underdog as you guys are saying, then it's important for them to win these early rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, actually, with the stand-in, I don't think it's that big of an underdog story, just, you know, specifically because I don't actually really know where Milty's going to play CT side, for example. Estes Mercy is actually quite often in the thick of it a little bit, and on the pack as well, on the T side, it seems like Milty's been sent in first as a bit of a cannon fodder, which is always sort of tough, but at the same time, we just saw there on the pistol, he gets sent in, but he wasn't traded, so it seems like obviously that synergy isn't quite there, is my assumption, at the very least. So, for Ecstatic, I feel like there is moments where they can maybe have a bit of a chance. Especially on Dust 2. I do think they've got some nice reps under their belt on Dust 2. That specifically could be good. SDY gets 1. Overlooks Syrah, though. So he'll be able to trade. There is an AK there to be scooped up.
Yeah, that's pretty nice if they can get SDY activated in the middle. I do suddenly recall, it was a bit early in the morning, but I'm suddenly having a memory that SDY is actually pretty good on the middle of this map. So
yeah, remember Elisa? He was farming.
Yeah, so that's a big problem. Like, if you have one of those players on this map, it's such a resource. Like, I bring it up all the time, but there are just some players that are built for playing the middle of Ancient. And SDY, I mean, he could open up a lot of rounds here. And A2 will go down, and we'll see if that's enough to spawn some kind of a retake of the bomb site. They do have the AK picked up. They got the FAMAS as well on TMB, and Christu holding the smoke nicely. They're already on that defuse, and nobody seems to be able to stop them, I think. Milty, he was already dropping low from a Molotov earlier. He didn't stand a chance here, so going to try and save the AK. That's going to be denied as well, and a great retake. And they upgrade into sort of 2 AKs behind him. This is one of the best sort of bonus rounds you could have, right? Sure, you let the bomb plant go, but you actually get some better weaponry.
It's true. It's actually sort of a win-win in that sort of situation. You're walking off the back of it with kind of an AK or a couple of AKs brought in towards that next round, and you're sitting pretty happy. So all in all, nothing to worry about too much. You can see a tack pause called by ENCE. And I think this is slightly understandable in the sense of it's been a little bit disjointed so far.
Yeah, you want to make sure things don't go out of control. It's one of the things that we see from some of the lower tier teams. Sometimes they'll lose like 8 rounds in a row when nothing, like they just keep playing. And I think some of the higher level teams sometimes will be pretty good at slowing things down, don't let things get out of control, and just have a bit of a conversation. So we do appreciate that. I was gonna say, Neo, just to advertise myself a little bit. I put out a video yesterday about Molotovs on Ancient. They're not going to be used yet because I don't think any of the pros actually have looked at it. But there are some funny grenades you can throw on this map that I don't think a lot of you have tried yet. So, you know, if you guys are out there and you want to learn some truly wacky grenades, there's an opportunity there. So some of the positions are actually used quite a bit. So we'll see how this is. Speaking about grenades, the route that TMB just used, obviously, I'd be curious to see if the Brolan Molotov has made its way onto Ents yet, if they're going to be trying to stop somebody from making that run. But obviously not in this round, because all they really have are pistols here. As Glaive will go down, and it will be a 4-on-5 to start the round. Well, actually, 4-on-4. Hold on. TMB dies next.
Yeah. There's at least a bit of a trade coming through, and maybe just something to work with Milsey getting his first kill, the standing. M4 now scooped up. Not an impossible state for Ents. I mean, all they're really looking for here is a bomb plant, but anything else on top, a couple more kills, hey, this is seen as a pretty solid round, even if it is one that is lost. So a minute to work with. Ents will pump the brakes as Glaive wants to see now what he can do by calling from the grave.
50 seconds. I do kind of like this from this freeze call here, just to, you know, test out Ecstatic if they are going to have the nerve to, you know, trust in their defense right now. They're pretty lean towards the A-bomb side and middle. It puts a little bit of pressure on that B anchor, and sometimes that's all you need for somebody to make a mistake and, you know, overpeak the situation. SDY running into the middle quarters with a chaos now. How many people did he see there? Seems like they still want to go for the B-bomb side and went down to about 24 seconds, so getting a little bit nervous about friends here. I think one mistake now, and they're probably in some trouble. SDY doing the best that he can to really sell the idea that he's over by that that donut position, and actually it's been working. Christo goes down. That's a problem.
Yeah, Milton's done really well here. Second kill, bomb goes down, rifle scooped up for Poddy, and Poddy's going to make it work. Looking for another as well. Mesty spray to Syrah, trying to recover off the back of the flash, and will. We're now into a 3 versus 2 post-spawn. Syrah is dead, and it's all down to one man. And not needed both, but he can't get it. Ents have walked away with a basically nothing round and made something of it. That is a huge one to scalp. And actually, I think a lot of the credit has to go towards Miltsy. He's had a great round.
Yeah, that's also the kind of round though where it really is, but that makes you worried for Ecstatic, you know?
Yeah.
We've said it a lot, but weirdly those kind of rounds, like the slow CT rounds, can be a little bit tricky to play because you got to keep your mind really sharp. Like, is it the A-bomb side or is it B? And you can see when you're falling a little bit asleep over at the B-bomb side, you end up in a position where you just get killed really early on, and suddenly the round is out of control. So a bit of a shame. Nice mid-control protocol coming in here for Ents. They are ready to try and see if they can just jump right back in, and it comes on the back of that pause. TMP might be dead to the grenade. Can't believe it. He's down to 1 health. But regardless, it's mid-control for the T's, and the grenade, it very nearly catches TMB. I can't believe inside of the B-bomb side. That was very close. Poddy goes down, and it is a 4-on-5 technically.
Yep, but Chris Duke will get caught. This round's feeling like it's slipping away already from Ecstatic. Boost to come through here. Now information gained, and there's no need to peek ramp. Not tucked in towards that donut position. As long as they play a bit of a trade here, a 2-for-1 special, it should be fine. Molotov goes down. And now not in a bit of a predicament. I don't even know how he gets out of there, and he can't. SDY makes sure of that. This round should be up and wraps. TMB is 1 point of HP, so Adelaide's got to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, just doesn't feel possible, does it? Better to leave it alone. In spite of the 2v3, it's early on in the half as well, so maybe you don't want to be giving away, you know, all your rifles and kind of just, you know, risk the future rounds. Better to stay dangerous, so I don't know. Ents kind of reasserting a lot of control here, though. That's good to see, right? That's kind of what we wanted to see out of this. SDY again with a double kill to open things up with. I don't know. I guess it's good to see Ents just not looking stressed so far. They just look like they're happy to slow the game down and take the fights to ecstatic. And if that, I mean, the good thing about that is if that works, they can keep doing it, right? If they know they're going to win the fights, then why rush and why do all these elaborate things? Why not just say, well, park ourselves towards mid and outside of B. If they come look for us, we're going to win that fight. And if they don't, we're just going to slowly get onto the bomb sites.
That's it, exactly. So far, so good. I like the bitter responses from Ents at the very least. Just making sure that they're having a foothold on this T side. I think this is pretty smart from Ecstatic. Call for this pretty early attack pause of their own in response to Ents, who did the exact same thing. Went 2 rounds down, called attack pause, won the next 2. So Ecstatic are hoping for sort of the same scenario to play out for them. Granted, feels relatively unlikely considering their financial situation, but I still think this is not a bad time to just take a breather. You've got an AK to work with and an M4, a couple of upgraded pistols around it. You could maybe use them as cannon fodder and try and see if you can scoop up a gun. 3 rifles to work with. That can be still quite scary. If Ents play this as a simple round, I think they should be fine. The only thing is that when you see teams like Ents, or teams in general in this spot, that Ents are in, lose it, is when they overthink it. And that happens quite a lot we see in some of these online games. Just hoping that they can... I mean, I feel like Glave's not the type of guy to overthink it, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you kind of hope. Again, like, we do see this from a lot of teams who are kind of, you know, rebuilding, and now they've got a stand-in, and now there's like a lot going on. So I feel like right now they do look like a well-composed team. That's what good leadership should get you, but it just not always. It doesn't always follow to be true. So yeah, I guess that's pretty good. It's early on, so let's see if we can get something more. The problem is for Ecstatic. One of the things that would be fun to see is if they could disrupt this default for Ents, if they could find a way to be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe not in this round, because again, they don't have a lot to work with, but, you know, a couple of rounds from now, I'd like to see if they could do that, because if not, I feel like it's Ents that's going to be dictating how this game kind of goes. STY does go down, so not at all bad. Important kill coming through. See if the Danes could do anything more. We're down to about 45 seconds, but Glaive opening up on Christo, and again, it's very slow, very methodical. You could see them just kind of walking across the map here. They're just not in a hurry at all.
No, not at all. They don't need to be, which I kind of respect at the same time. Still need to be careful, though. 4 versus 4, you never know where this might go. Glaive. Play out. Double nade will be huge. And Miltsy standing in, doing well. Dropping TMB this round, feeling done, and is done. As Miltsy holds with a flank as well, just as that insurance policy. Brilliant work, actually, in all fairness. Making sure that A, gives them space on towards the site, and then make sure that there's no space on the flank. Beautiful work from the standing. That's all you can ask of it.
Yeah, just don't be a liability, you know. Find a couple of kills. Just don't do anything crazy.
Ooh.
So that's a very nice shot, yeah. Sierra even having a bit of an off angle there, right? Like just you know, not a position you normally peek into in that fashion, but good job. And a 3-2 lead. And again, remember, was Ecstatic winning the early couple of rounds with a pistol and everything else, but quickly put into a position where we don't have the AWP. We're down to a couple of FAMAS as well, and things just kind of not necessarily spiraling yet, but they're taking a turn for the worse for a Danish team here.
You're right. This is starting to get, I guess, slowly but surely a little problematic. We need to make sure that things don't slip away too quickly. Yes, only 1 round, but you lose this gun round, Ecstatic, your money gets broken once again, Ents can start putting themselves up to sort of 5, 6, and at that point, they can just start seriously pulling away. So he's used quite a big response here. The only unfortunate thing is that it's quite a big response, but you're bringing a double FAMAS and an MP9, and you know, we've already made our opinions on the FAMAS made pretty clear over the last few days, so I don't know how much hope I have here.
Yeah, I haven't really seen anyone truly impress me. I mean, it doesn't mean it can't be done, but definitely feel like there's something still missing. But we'll find out. It's going to be not going down at the beginning. I like the idea, you know, trying to get in there, but unfortunately, SDY was a little bit too ready this time. 50 seconds, and they Molotov out that corner. And again, like, the great thing about this game plan is it can be repeated over and over again. Why would Glaive try and speed up this game?
Yeah.
If he waits, Ecstatic eventually show up in the middle to try and take a look, and If not, they just slowly creep onto the B bomb side and feel pretty confident in that too. Like, it's in some sense, from like a viewership point of view, maybe not the most exciting way to watch Counter-Strike, but I don't think Clave's playing for that, right? He's playing to just win the game, and that's kind of working out right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Ecstatic, how did they get back into this one right now? Zanlele heading out in the middle. If he goes down, he does shoot SDY in the back, and still Potty is here. The rest of the B bomb side though is lost. There's gonna be a bomb plant happening in a very tough retake potentially.
And there's arguably even a question of, do we even give this retake a go, right? I know it's a 3 versus 3, but I know it's 3 versus 3. We've got kits, we've not got utility, and we've actually got no information about what this post plant's even looking like. So this bomb starts to take. I'm starting to feel like it's feeling like exit frags. I mean, I say that, we are wrapping it towards long, and TMB's going to go down. So will Annihilator, and so will Christu. So a retake that was absolutely worthless. And it comes back to, again, what we're saying. Was that retake even actually worthwhile? And I think, you know, we can safely say, with hindsight, that it wasn't, right? You know, you have no utility to work with. So there's just no way of giving yourself space in towards that site. And that's why I was surprised they were giving it a go.
It's also tricky, right? Because I could also see from Ecstatic's point of view, the other problem could be that if you don't try to go for that retake, you're basically conceding the fact that we can't win a 3v3. You're like, we're not going to be, you know, we're just not going to be able to. And that also feels probably mentally for the team quite bad. Just a quick shout out and a good morning to people in the Twitch chat. I see you guys asking where is X Kaspersky. He is, he's not here for whatever reason. So we've got Miltsy instead as a stand-in. A young Finnish player, and so far he's doing great work. So it's pretty sick here. This is a quick round. So they get sprayed down with just the pistols, but yeah, so for some reason it's making me nervous, Neokai. But the Twitch chat they're being unusually nice this morning. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What's going on?
Let me try and find out, where is X Kaspersky. Let me see if he's tweeted. Let's have a look. No, but he did hit 50,000 hours today, so good on him. That is a lot for, what, 17 years old?
That is so crazy.
A lot of hours. A lot of hours.
That can't be real.
Credit to him. Credit to him. Yeah, this, again, is a really weird spot, though, that we're in. Oh, Christian. Gotta hit a couple here. Good for the first. Gets out. I like this. Get your kill and dip away. You don't need to stick around. He's got the support. And a double flash in order to try and slow down in towards Donut. Bomb will go down nonetheless.
And also, you can see the playbook here, right, friends? It's been slow and slow and slow, and then they throw the same utility for mid and B control, and then they go for the A bomb side instead. So and that was very fast, right? So the sort of the odd, you know, change of pace can be very hard to handle. Honestly, great job getting the early kill with the AWP, because you could easily get overrun and overlooked in that position. So we'll see how this one plays out. As Natu up close, gonna get flashed around the corner. Oh, they're so blind! A big double for the Frenchman. Make it a triple, because why not at the end of the day? Christu's gonna be going down, and Nut will fall last. So honestly, the start of the round's actually not that bad for Ecstatic. Like, they do a decent enough job, but again, Ents are they're too powerful right now, and that flashbang into the back cave is pretty deadly.
Yeah, I think as well, the way I'm going to be looking at it is coming back to, you get the AWP shot, you fall back. That's a really decent setup. It's just that playing towards Temple, which completely falls apart. And if that doesn't, that retake actually has something to work with there. But, to be 6-2, Ents pulling away as maybe slightly expected, but this is a tough spot that Ecstatic are in, and, you know, again, they're coming against a lot of decent talent on the flip side. You know, Natu's looking great. The standard of Milty's looking fantastic, as to be said. 9-3 for him. He's been relentless on the T side, and these entries, I mean, he's just solid. And Natu on the other side also got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Gets one, spots multiple more, and doesn't want to overfight. But that flashbang is perfect. Really good work. I think that was Potty who threw that flash over, and that's completely blinded everybody on shelf.
Yeah, wrecked them completely. Miltsy continuing, and you know, depending on personality and a bunch of other factors, right? Sometimes being a stand-in can just be such a great job, because you're not really necessarily responsible for you know, a lot of what's going on, right? Like, you can just kind of enjoy the game. If you win or lose, I mean, it's not necessarily the biggest deal to you, and probably no one's really going to blame you either. But you do also get a chance to kind of be in the spotlight, so sometimes you could be very stress-free, and right now Miltsy at least seems to be seems to be enjoying his time in the spotlight.
This is a perfect time to shine, right? When you've got, you know, Kaspersky not playing for whatever reason it might be, and, you know, hopefully nothing too problematic. You want him back in the roster as soon as. But it looks like for the series, at least Milty's going to be stepping in. And for somebody who, you know, I feel like I'm pretty ear to the ground in terms of up-and-coming talent. I feel like I know what's going on. But Ent Academy are, I think, a little bit too out of my reach. I never get to see these guys. They very rarely play online tournaments that I'm not even just like a part of, but even like watching. So I don't get to see them all too often. So this is a good time for this kid to make his name known. SDY, relentless as he comes through elbow. Good for one, but not by Zero.
Yeah, I mean, SDY got pretty flashed there, but it looked like he was about to do it. Great grenade onto Alele, and he's going to be going down. It's Glaive just making double, triple sure that he was dead in that corner, really. 4 versus 3. Nice flank here coming in from TMB. Would have been sick if you'd have found another couple of kills there, but Natu's now on the flank. Oh, they don't know about this. He might overlook this. He's heard the step away. Yeah, he's not going to be ready for Sierra. He was hearing the footsteps, so he's obviously going to be looking for that. And there's no idea. It's actually pretty good thinking from Sierra, but Glaive is still somewhere in the back line, wrecking them. And now it's just up to Sierra in a 1 versus 2. His webcam's fallen over for some reason. That looks funny. He'll fix it later, okay?
I feel like the admin might, admin post round be like, you know, whether he wins or loses, like, nice try. By the way, fix your camera.
Yeah, exactly.
However, this feels like it will be a nice try. I can't see the world in which he gets this. Too tough, surely. And will he actually even get out? Are they going to hunt? They do hunt, and he does thankfully get a bit of space to breathe, and he can stay alive as long as he crosses red room, which he can. Only that. So, AK kept afloat. Does get a couple of kills, but in the end, it's still another round for Ends, and as they are pulling away. This is a beautiful T-side. You know, I said this is going to be a 2-0. I'm big up on this End side. I think this is an End side that at least in my opinion, I think Ents are destined to go back into Tier 1. I think it's sooner rather than later. It's just about getting those ranking points. And even though actually this tournament is unranked currently, I think this is good official prac. We were speaking about how Ents have not played, you know, a lot of Counter-Strike, right? They've been boot camping, which is great. But I think this is the perfect thing about this sort of tournament is that even though, you know, in some ways the unranked thing actually is actually a bit of a benefit. It means you can test things. It means you can be a little bit free. Glaive, double entry as he flies up towards Shelf, and Nut and Sarah just caught back turned.
Yeah, and you know what? Something in that default for Ecstatic here was definitely missing, right? They have 2 people in middle and 2 people in the cave towards B. It's not supposed to be the case that someone can just run in and shoot the players in the middle and the back like that. So, you know, what's the purpose otherwise of having the 2 people in that B cave if you can't stop what Glaive just did? I mean, she got another kill in the middle. Oh man, they're kind of running away with it. But yeah, I think that does expose something that's wrong with the defense there. There are a lot of ways to deal with it. Obviously, there are a lot of Molotovs that can be thrown outside of B to try and stop the run that Glaive just did. But if you're not throwing those grenades, you actually have to be running out into the smoke as a CT to try and stop that fight. Because the 2 CT players in the middle, they were looking at what's T-spawn, right? They weren't ready for that fight.
Yeah, agreed. This is a brutal display, unfortunately, from Ecstatic. We are just not seeing enough. Nice shot from Body as well. He's not had too many moments, Body, but again, AWPing on the T side is pretty uncomfortable at the best of times. So I don't even blame him that much. But he gets them. He does try and take them. SDY going to get caught by Sierra, who wants to reaggress. And, you know, say what you want about this Ecstatic side, but Sierra's at least desperately trying to keep them in these fights. He is desperately trying to trade and play up in the thick of it. The only unfortunate thing is that it's still just not good enough. Down to 2 already. And this should be a 10-2 half.
They've completely crumbled here. Ents just also came in with a really strong game plan. And obviously, in terms of just the overall atmosphere on the team, Natu pretty much farming it up, but Milty maybe the surprise so far. He's just rolled in here, straight from the Academy team. Taking over Kaspersky and doing a very good job. TMB and NLA, I don't know what they could do here. Not a lot to work with. No kit. He will pick up an AK, trying to get back into the bomb site, but you can kind of already tell this is going to be very unlikely. Milty will go down, and a nice shot from Lele coming in. Good timing, taking down Glaive. Body smoked off. Oh, it's a bit awkward now, actually. We'll have to try and see if we can flash his way through. Again, it's a 10-second defuse. Great flashbang and a great Tech-9 kill to shut down that defuse and make it that 10-2 half. My God.
Yeah, I mean, what a dominant display. I got to feel a little bit sad in a way for Ecstatic, but there was just no competition here. You start well, you get a pistol, you get a force buy, and then it was one tac pause called. Something as easily simple as that. Just a tac pause called. NKJ gets on the mic a little bit, and it all goes in favor of Ents. 10 rounds in a row. What a showing from Ents. And, I mean, for my money, there's just no way back into this. I cannot see a world in which this Ecstatic are able to overcome a deficit of this sort of design. I mean, there's just surely no chance. But a good way to start at the very least. Get a T-side pistol round, get a bomb plant down, bit of money in your back pocket, and start trying to chain that economy together. It's a big ask, that's for damn sure. But, you know, we kind of spoke about this a little bit yesterday, Anders. When you're in a deficit of this sort of magnitude, you've just got to think of it one round at a time. You can't think long term.
Yes, it is actually it's a classic bit of Counter-Strike philosophy coined by Natu, who's obviously one of the founders and owners of Ents. So, you know, we've got the Natu connection in here. People that's, you know, been around for Counter-Strike for a while. But yeah, it's a famous thing that he used to say on the desk doing a lot of analysis. One round at a time. That's got to be a thing here. Harder to do than it seems, you know. You end up thinking about like, oh no, we're so far behind and blah, blah, blah. But obviously, Ecstatic, they have played a lot of games. I'm sure they know how this plays out. So, win the pistol to start with, and then take it from there. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. STY's already dropped a bit low, and now they're progressing onto that B bomb site, getting closer all the time. 45 seconds, they're going to pull the trigger, throw in a couple of flashbangs for good measure, and see if they can get into the site itself. But Glaive will have a headshot. It's going to slow them down, and that bomb is not being planted yet. You could see they're thinking about it, but they're not sure if they have the control for it. Finally, they get another kill in here, and Natu shows up with a headshot, taking down Nut. It's suddenly a 2 versus 3, and there is a kit as well on Glaive, so they have a little bit more time. Smoke goes up. Nice shot with a Glock. That's actually pretty impressive. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 2, and TMB crouching out through the smoke. Another headshot rings through, and the Danes have found a way to do it. Sanlele with 3 kills, TMB with 2, and a very close pistol round.
Fair play. I think, you know, as well, this is how you've got to approach it. Get a pistol under your belt, you might just give yourself a bit of a chance. So, it's a weird pistol round. It's definitely not one that's going to instill that much confidence in us just yet, but it's better than nothing. So that's going to call for a pause. Actually, no, it's somewhere, right? Call for a pause. And, you know, an early pause. I don't hate the early pause here. The one thing I will hate, though, Anders, as you know, is if they force buy here. I would hate it. There's no point. You're not in any sort of rush. The one sort of, at least sort of caveat, I guess I can give it to a degree, is that you've got so many rounds to work with. You might just gamble because, in a way, we were talking about this being official practice and this being a world in which you want to take a couple of gambles with it being unranked. Why not? Kind of see what your sort of protocols look like on a force buy. But generally speaking, I don't like these. Why not just have guns in towards the next round? You can give up a 4th. You still got a 6-round buffer.
So now, stop raining on their parade, okay?
I want to keep doing it.
Let them have fun. Let them have that. I get what you mean. We do talk about it a lot, though, but I guess the other thing for Ents is this could also just be like almost like a vibe thing where it's like, hey, listen, we're winning so much, well, guys. Like, we're going to win anyway, you know? Okay, there we go. They do throw that slightly early Brolan Molotov, I believe, so trying to stop Glaive from making the run forward. It's an interesting addition to the game. We'll see how long it's going to be meta for, but right now it's definitely making the rounds. Some good shots coming out here with a 5-7. It's TMB to get dropped kind of low, and Natu, I don't know, he doesn't need to see anything. Even with the smoke up, he's still landing some pretty good angles there. And I don't know, it's not a big problem that TMB is taking the damage yet, but you got to be careful, right? Like a little bit more chip damage away and suddenly the whole team gets slowed down. It looks like it will be another B execute. So we got the smokes up, the Molotov. TMB's died on the other side of the map, and the question is now, can they get that bomb plant down quickly? They kind of need to do something here.
Swing and a miss from Glaive. Not. Double checking in, make sure nobody's tucked into any corners. That bomb will go down. part of me that's starting to say, do we just save what we've got here, Ents? Do we keep hold of it? No, maybe not. Analytic gets caught, so why not? AK in hand an A2. He single-handedly can take over rounds, so why not give this a go? Generally, if he hadn't got that kill and time would have ticked a little bit further, I would be talking about, let's just go for a save here. But they've actually wrapped so close in here on this post bomb. Why not give it a go? Tapping away. Nutnut's in trouble. Nutnut's dead. And a flying Mac 10. Tap on towards the bomb. But it's Natu that need to get on it, not SDY. So another flying Mac 10 kill. Christy will fall. So will Syrah. And that is a force buy conversion right at the wire. They get Natu with the kill on the bomb, and it's so well done.
I'd be so mad if I was holding that post plant and getting wall banged as I was getting jumped with a Mac 10. What a feeling! That's pretty brutal, but a good job nonetheless. Ents, they're going to be up 11-3, and you're absolutely right. I mean, that's one of those rounds where you could have said, well, you know what, we've got some weapons. Let's just wait for the next one. But with Nate2 playing the way that he is, they got the AK, they got the kit as well. They were just feeling really good about it. I mean, Ents just looking like a very comfortable team once again. We'll see if Ecstatic can find a way to prolong this. I think winning the game at this point in time is such a long... Oh, no. Oh, dear. He walked right into it. Oh, man, Neo, I'm not sure about this. I feel like I was... Mentally, I was like, gearing, I was like, you know, this Ecstatic team, you've been talking about Syrah. We've got a player called Nut. I was excited about that on its own. That alone woke me up this morning.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's not enough.
No. It's, unfortunately as well, for Nut and, well, for Ecstatic, it's been a bit of a flaccid performance, some would say. And, it's not been going all too well. He finds off 3-14 and, well, Ecstatic find themselves on the brink of losing this map. They have not been able to get in towards any sort of a look in here. It's 12-3, and Ents are just waltzing all over the Ecstatic side. And you know, credit to them. This is Ents on a map that they are very good on. We saw them on LAN at Elisa and how solid they were there, and we knew that this was going to be a strong part of their pool. And I mean, it just continues to go from strength to strength, and even with their standard, it seems to get better. I mean, Multi's 14-6, so the standard's looking very comfortable. And this is probably actually a lot of credit, in particular, to Glaive and to NKJ. They've slotted them in towards the system and not made them look out of place at all, which is a very good thing to see. And it's moments like that, which is why I keep singing Syrah's praises. What a shot.
Yeah, we need to see more of that, definitely. He's had a bit of a quiet game so far. He will go down, but they're going to be picking up the kill onto Nate2 to follow it up. So still, maybe not too bad here. 4 versus 3. Bomb going down rather quickly. And then Lele just waiting for anybody to show up here. It's a good angle, this one, because obviously the CTs very often, they'll try and flash their way out, and they have to sort of make that awkward drop down out of the cave. And if you catch them at the right time, you pretty much be sure that you can get that kill. Smoke goes down again. That's pretty dangerous. Ents, oh, what a Molotov to throw, or incendiary, I should say. Forces him out into the open, but that's a sick grenade to know. Absolutely counters that position. I'm sure we're going to see that more in the future, and it's going to be Glaive alone. He's run out of time anyway. Nut will take him down, and it will be another round for Ecstatic.
Stay alive, even if it's just for a brief moment. We're alive, and that's all that matters. What a shot from Syrah. Unfortunately, he does die more or less straight away after us. And again, when he dies there, I think he gets quite unfortunate. There's 3 people, and Natu's definitely not aiming at him. And he's in the back of the pack, but he just gets caught by a stray bullet. Either way, it's a 4th on the board, which is great, but it still shouldn't make a difference. And there's still plenty of money to work with. Poddy can maybe come towards the AWP if he wants, and yeah, he will. So, all picked up for Poddy. They have money to work with. M4's picked up alongside it. And of course now, with these recent changes to the economy, good time to ask you, Anders, what are your thoughts with, you know, the changes to the M4 pricing? Obviously, nothing's really changed in terms of the gun itself, but now that the M4 is cheaper, or the M4A4, may I say, is cheaper, do you think we're going to start seeing more people pick it up, or do you think just because stats-wise the A1S is better, people are going to stick with that?
Wow, you just said the A1S is better. God damn.
I mean, it is statistically better. More damage, close range. A1S can 4 kill body shot, where the A4 takes 5. You know.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think it's going to be map dependent and position dependent. Like, there are some positions where spraying through the smoke, especially without the traces, is such a big deal. But I mean, as myself as a certified M4A4 user, I'm happy about that. But I think still it will remain very dependent on like what kind of map we're playing. I think for some maps, just the ability to spray through in certain positions is going to be quite valuable, and in others, you know, you just actually might need the extra bullets. And I think it's in a nice place. I like the change. I'm for it. Sierra opening up the middle, running in with his knife out. Has he lost his mind? Glaive is around the corner. Okay, I respect the fact that he's trying to play like loose Counter-Strike, but that's too loose, you know. It's got to be limits.
We'll see, playing up close. He's taking your advice, Anders. You always say, make sure that somebody's always holding ramp. And he is saying, yes. I will really hold ramp. I will be on ramp.
Never take your eyes off it.
Yeah, he is staying on ramp, which is, in a way, working against him. Because look at this from TMB. He is wrapped all the way through. Body. Oh my god, he gets tagged up. The nade should see him up, but he actually got out. So, thankfully, that's okay. And it looks like the bomb's still not going in that direction. It looks like it wants to go towards A. So, TMB, this could all be a fake. That might actually work.
Yeah. Going to be found here by nade too, but
that'll change things. Now they know.
Yeah, it's only 28 seconds here. Can he do anything with the grenade? Got to be careful on the other side. Okay, he's going to try and blow open the smoke. It's not going to be visible there, unfortunately. Not planning on the other side of the boxes, so good choice. Otherwise, he would have been dead, and it would have been probably a lost round and a lost map, to be honest. 3 versus 3. Ecstatic trying the best they can right now to prolong this, and I mean, I don't blame them for it. Just try and get, even though this is, you know, this is a brutal start to the series for them. If you can get up to, you know, 8-9 rounds, it's so much easier, even if you lose the map, to sell yourself on the idea that, okay, hey, listen, guys, it was a bad start. We kind of, we hadn't really woken up yet. But if we just had played the way that we ended, if we'd played that way from the start, it would have been better. Like, but if you get crushed, you kind of can't tell that story in the same way.
Yeah, it's better late than never, I think, is probably the way to go about it. But the issue is that the deficit that Ecstatic find themselves in, recovering this is so hard. So, I don't know if they've got it in the locker. I mean, we go for a full save there from Ents. I'm a fan of that. It's 3 of you saving. 3 saving means you got finances available there to buy in towards the next again. And just like that, you're chilling, right? So, off to 5. Sure, it's good to see Ecstatic pick up a little bit of form, but so much more has to be done to get in towards this game. I don't know if this is going to be a possibility. Syrah, he's going to make his way in towards mid. We've seen SDY do fantastic work doing exactly this. Syrah says, I can also add to it, finding SDY specifically. They to a trade, though.
He was holding that corner, but actually through the smoke, so kind of crazy that he's able to just get that kill as quick as he was. Also interesting to see Sierra not using a Molotov to clear that corner, but clearing it the old-fashioned way, as it were. Glaive, oh, they walked right in! They forgot about the fact that there's another angle there. They were so happy to try and get onto the bomb site, and they run straight into the MP9. It's Chris2 and Nut left here. 2 versus 3, but it's kind of a winnable round. Glaive, though, is making a lot of moves for someone who's low on health, and that could be enough to win the round here. I think, yeah, the Glaive is going to be shooting Nut in the back. No bomb plan allowed for, and it's going to be Natu to take down Chris2 for a bit of rhyme at the end. It's Ents to pick up the map on Ancient.
Beautiful work, actually. I mean, it's just such a simple display there. Weren't made to work for it really at all, and never had to break into a sweat to find that map. And I think a lot of credit has to be given towards the call in there. I think Glaive's done a fantastic job of just making the puzzle pieces all slot into place, and even doing that with a stand-in as well is pretty impressive. It's sort of a reason why I touched on this a little bit earlier. I don't mind this Ecstatic side, you know. I'm a big fan of Zippel, lovely bloke, and I think, you know, they've had obviously some decent roster changes. I think this for me feels like, you know, with that Syrah addition, does feel like a really decent one. But the issue is that Ents are just, they're a different beast at the moment. This is an Ents side that actually are playing at more or less a tier 1 standard. We saw them, you know, take down Heroic in a best of 5 on land. That's no joke. It wasn't a fluke either. Ents were able to pick up multiple good victories then, after then as well. So the way I look at it now is that, you know, Ecstatic, I just think, you know, there's nothing wrong with them. I just think, unfortunately, they're a little bit out of their depth, I think, in terms of just the scale at which Ents can play at, right? SDY, top tier 1 player, Glaive, tier 1 caller, Natu, Poddy, these are youngsters that can all start to punch up at a, you know, good level here. I
Yeah.
think the task required for Ecstatic is just a little bit too tall. So I think this is good prep and it's good prac to get this sort of team under your belt. But trying to pick up a win here, I think it is a massive ask.
Yeah, it feels that way right now. I guess, yeah. I mean, you sort of said it from the start. You thought it's going to be a 2-0. I definitely was hoping that there was going to be a little bit more out of Ecstatic. But you know what? At the same time, I'm not too sad because it is cool to see Ends, even with the stand-in, just looking like a very focused team, right? Like they're not all, because the other side could have been Ents walking in here saying, "Of course we're going to win. Like who cares?" And just kind of like treating it like it was, you know, just another day in the office and maybe a little bit slow, maybe a little bit, you know, not quite woken up. So I like the sharpness of Ents, even if they are playing a bit of an underdog. So good stuff so far.
Exactly that. Well, for now, we're going to throw it over towards Actro as well, as you can break down what we've just seen in map number 1 before we head to Dust 2.
Thank you, lads. Beautiful performance out there from you guys. Unlike what we got to see out of Ecstatic, sadly. But, you know, that doesn't surprise me too much because there's always these games coming through from Ecstatic. We got to see in the previous best of 3s as well. They have just a hands-down performance where you don't know if they were on the server at all, right? Even though they managed to pick up the pistols both times and they show us a good time when it comes over to that, they kind of stop really showing up afterwards. And that is also an individual issue coming through from them, but it's also a calling issue. Neo kind of put it up there beautifully that ends, of course, at our higher caliber, but also at the tier of the play that Glaive was currently playing there alongside NKJ. Every single time you're getting to see the tempo kind of ramp up there a little bit for Ecstatic. Ends were right there, ready to shut it down, ready to call on the tackle timeouts, ready to change in their strats, call a fast stay, and just try to take Ecstatic by surprise. And they really were taken by surprise because, again, you're trying to work up at a different tier, at a different level, and Ecstatic were trying to outdo themselves, but they weren't just playing their game, and they got completely messed up because of that. And that's not only in towards the first half where you got to see Ends plant the bomb every single damn round. I'm pretty sure there must have been maybe maximum of 1 or 2 in which we didn't get to see that T side actually plant the bomb because they just took everyone down from Ends' side. But yeah, overall, there were some good tag pauses back and forth. I like what I saw out of Ecstatic as well. There were some good calls being made out there by their coach too, trying to kind of match up to that pace from NKJ and call out early on whenever they got to see Ends starting to run away with it. But they kind of gave up towards the end with that. They were just letting Ecstatic and TMB mainly to kind of try to focus on his game and let his teammates do a lot of the work, and you got to see Sara actually find a lot of those opening frags. He had something in particular with Sumda Young down the middle as well, because Anders pointed out he was playing some very loose Counter-Strike. He was just running in there, knife out, but still, almost every single time he's done that, he did manage to take down Sumda Young, and you could see it on his webcam a lot of the time. He was just smiling, happy, even dying while there and being like, damn, this kid is just really going for it. But another thing that I did want to break down was the utility usage in this best of 3, because so far in this first map, that was definitely one of the main points that Ents were doing so much better than Ecstatic there. It was a huge talking point for them. They looked like they couldn't miss a flash. The uptime on those blinds were insane coming throughout there from people like Pody, from people like even Glaive himself. Even though he was entering up a bunch of the times that he was dying up first, he was finding some great successes when setting up a lot of that util, finding that execution, and Ecstatic just didn't really know how to work against it. So that is something they definitely have to look towards to try to figure out. But that's not going to be easy to do, especially on your own map pick, which is up next on Dust 2, which is much more straightforward, much more down in the individuals. And I would say, actually, even though Neo still believes in the 2-0 and Anders was kind of echoing that statement, even though he wanted to see more out of Ecstatic, I will say this. I still do believe that Ents are fully ready for a 2-0. However, if there's any time to see how Ecstatic usually play when they are winning, it's here on Dust 2, right? Because it has to be those individuals, it has to be everyone working together, and if there's a chance to do that, it is on Dust 2, on their own map pick, trying to take down Ents. But with that being said, we are going to be jumping into a little bit of a break before we go there into the second map. Stay tuned for that, and we'll be back in 10 minutes to see more action.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Well, then we're back to map number 2 here of the first best of 3 of the day, and well, let's just say the first one felt a little bit lackluster from one side more than the other, but we did get to see the 13-5 going overall, and I think you guys kind of echoed your statements already that you think this should be turning out into a pretty quick 2-0. But Ecstatic only have to prove us wrong, right? They have to go on their own map pick of Dust 2 and to show what they've actually got and hopefully to be playing a little bit better than they did on the first map. But besides what I kind of mentioned with Utility and with Glaive definitely out-calling the side of Ecstatic there a lot, Anders, starting off with you, how do you think this Dust 2 is going to maybe change if Ecstatic want to actually have a chance at taking it?
I mean, hopefully it's a bit of a wake-up call, and it's kind of a, you know, maybe it's just a little bit too early in the morning, and some of the Ecstatic players are going to be more alive, because I think the problem is, what you're really seeing here is, you have to be so sharp to take a fight to somebody like Nate2 or SDY. If you are just a little bit slower, a little bit late to the party, then you're not even going to be, it's not even going to be a fight. You're just going to be dead, and unfortunately, at that level even, it's kind of rough. Like, the calling from Glaive was good, but even just mechanically right now, we need to see like a good 30-40% bump from Ecstatic to really keep up here. I think that's just the truth.
Yeah, I mean 100%. Even Miltsy, right? He was also performing just like we would have seen Conspiracy back on the server, so it's just not easy for Ecstatic to really fight up against them. Neo, now jumping into it, right? Not only the individuals, but also with TMB going onto this too. There's not that many calls that he can truly make to take Glaive by surprise here either, right? Neither T side nor CT side, so we're not really too concerned right now for ENCE, are we?
No, not at all. I mean, you know, TMB's got a call up against, you know, the best or one of the best Danish IGLs, depending on how you view him, of all time, right? You know, as a Danish IGL himself, you know, he wishes he could have that sort of a calling ability. So it's a really tough predicament they're in. But we have some good news. This is a Static's map pick. This is a map in which they have looked pretty solid on as well in the online space. And ENCE have struggled. So Anders, there might be a little bit of a chance here.
I would love that. I think, you know, Train is the deciding map. It'd be sick if there was a way to make it interesting like that. Potty decides, you know, why try and take that long fight? Why not just fall back to the A side itself? And I can respect that. Sometimes people get stuck in there trying to fight to the death, and there's no real need to. Just let them have long if they really want to. There is another smoke as well for the cross. Always a good thing to check, but so I'm assuming there's going to be just an all-out long execute with a couple of players maybe in the middle to try and do something here. Sierra is kind of close. Ooh, Nate2. He's surely dead, and he will be. See if they can set up this flash to try and get through. It's a great flashbang, but there's no real follow-up. I don't think they were 100% committed to that. Miltsy's going to go down to Nut, and suddenly it's a 5 versus 3, and things are shaping up pretty well for Ecstatic.
Tapping away. B250. Oh, Christy will find SDY, and he's looking for more as well. So just tapping through that smoke. I don't really know how this retake's even going to find any sort of a foothold. You've got this one, you know, lurking player in towards lower, which is feeling nearly impossible to clear. Glaive, his steps would have been heard as well. So what do you actually even do? This round is done. You're playing for exits, and even that might be hard to come by. Nut wants to fight, and he will. Pody gets caught. Glaive might also follow as well. Not an easy fight for him. He's getting caught in 2 binds as well. And TMB sees off. It's a flawless pistol round to come through. Not even a point of damage, Anders. That's the way Ecstatic wants to start. However, now, as much as you know, it's good to see. I don't want to dampen the mood a little bit, but Ecstatic won both pistols in map number 1, and it obviously made no difference.
No, it really didn't. You know, it was a little bit of celebration early on, and then it came crumbling down pretty quickly. Now they are just with USPs here, so now are they finally pleasing you a bit with no force up here on the CT side?
Even though, in all fairness, it worked.
You got anything else to complain about now?
Yeah, I guess it did work in towards that previous one, so I guess I can't complain that much. But, yeah, this makes a lot more sense. I understood to a degree why we were forcing in that previous game. You know, you were like, what, they were 10-3 up or something? They were like, why not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we got so many rounds to work with, let's just test it. This time, though, I don't think it's worth the risk of letting Ecstatic's T-side spiral, right? I think probably the way you want to be going about it is... Obviously, low buy here, buy in towards the next. It doesn't even have to be an insane buy as well. You know, there's a style of buying on the CT side, what a lot of people call the Furia buying, which is in your first gun round, i.e. round 3, you go primarily MP9 to full belt to util, and then win or lose in that next round, you can again go MP9s, right? So it keeps you having kind of consistent buys to work with. And it seems pretty strong. The MP9 obviously is a very, very good gun. A lot of people use it like a rifle, and it basically feels like a rifle in terms of its impact. So I can sort of understand that. So I'm looking forward to see what Ends actually bring to the table. Obviously, we know Glave's got a few ideas up his sleeve as well.
Yeah.
But this run, of course, is always going to amount to absolutely nothing. Any constellation kill would be nice, but unlikely.
It's also it's a bit interesting, right? Because Ends are on the CT side, and while you can do fun and interesting things on the CT side of Dust 2, I would say the majority of teams right now are kind of falling a bit flat on that front. Like, it's a lot of the same kind of stuff. It's like you're basically trying to shuffle around the defense to preempt whether or not it's going to be like a catwalk or a B split. And you know you're trying to sort of guess that out, but you're not doing a lot to find that information. If you guys want a fun little game, like as this first half or second half is coming through, right? Try and look at the players on the CT side and actually figure out like how forward are they to get any information whatsoever. Like very often Dust 2, the most forward player is going to be someone playing the drop on catwalk. So like at the A bomb side, they're going to be looking like down towards short, but they don't really know anything. They're just there to kind of like say, oh, we've lost catwalk when the Molotov comes through, right? You're so starved for information, and it is what it is. Like, you don't have to play that way, but a lot of teams end up that way. Nice kill from Miltzy, all things considered. He was fairly flashed there, trying to get the job done. Glaive in the pit as well. He's got some backup here, but the backup is dead already. Potty goes down, and now it's just Glaive with his smoke trying to put out the Molotov here. It's actually a pretty decent angle, but he is in a little bit of trouble. SDY nearly gets there, trying to flash Glaive in for a kill, and another Molotov lands, so got to be careful here, but at least they got the man advantage.
Yeah, that's at least something to work with. Look at the HP as well. Glaive is barely alive, but Christou's in that position where he's sort of one bullet headshot. Needs to be very careful. One spot in towards mid. The fight got to be taken, especially because you can get isolated like this. An A2 swing, not will fall. I don't know what Christou even can do here, if I'm being completely honest. 1 versus 3. And he just has no information. He knows there's a long player. He knows there's a B player somewhere, window or door, and he will go down. So it was an impossible task. There was no way he was going to be able to make that one stick. And, well, that's what happens. Ed's going to find their first round, and that's why I don't like force buying in the second. You get in towards the gun round, you win immediately, and you win actually quite easily, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's great work. It's what they needed. Even better, they upgrade into 3 AKs. An obscene amount of money they're going to be making in the next couple of rounds if they can win this one, because, again, when you make that switch from MP9, M4 into AK and kind of go on the win, so much free money coming your way. We'll see how this one plays out, though. It is a bit of a rush out long to try and clear the path here. He got past the initial utility, so he's kind of out there. And I guess the rest of the team just follow up. They just join this this little caravan going out towards that A-long position. Again, it's a bit counterintuitive if you're watching a lot of other maps. But on Dust 2, it's actually fine to get boxed in on long on the T side. Like, people just do it all the time, and it has a pretty high success rate. Nice trade on the Glaive. That's really important that they got that kill, and they're just following up. I like this from Ecstatic. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just, throw the smokes, put the bomb in the bomb side, put the bomb in the bag. Ecstatic. Let's go.
Put the bomb in the bag. Yeah, play simple, and it's working. Probably going to find another Lele on that trade, but even still, this is a tough 3 versus 3. Actually, 4 ends on this retake. This first fight could be very important. I think is also massive. Sura, I think, overextends there. He did not need to fight. What? The fact that he does change things. Christou felt the previous clutch. This time has given themselves a bit of a chance, though. 1 versus 2, but Christou is so low and not taking damage.
Yeah, but unconfirmed by Potty. I think he hit that shot while he was jumping on the other side. It's wild. But at the end of the day, it's just not really worth going for. He's already a bit low on health, so we'll save the M4. And for Ecstatic, again, just keep it simple. I mean, we all know how this executor works by now. I don't really have to break it down. But that's the beauty of it, in a way, is that it is simple. And all you have to do is trade a couple of kills going your way. So if you feel confident in that, then, you know, it's going to be a good round. Trouble is, obviously, there are some rounds where actually getting the long control could be a lot more hard. And if it keeps happening, I'm sure eventually we'll see Ents try to double or triple down on holding that position.
Yeah, agreed. Good response there from Ecstatic. And of course, financially, a bit of a feeble spot, unfortunately, for the end side. They might actually have to just low buy around Pody here. If they'd had even just one more save, they might have been able to tempt the notion about a buyback in, but I don't think it's worthwhile here. So upgrade pistol is what we've got to work with, and that is really about it. So Ecstatic should make it a 4-1 start, which is pretty good. T-Side does too. Really rocking and rolling nice and early here. 5-7 of SDY up close. This could be spicy. Natu wants to sort of bait them in, and it's working! SDY does so well for 2. Natu gets one with the pistol as well. How are we losing this sort of round? Surely not.
Sierra's got a chance here for a pretty easy kill against the USP. Might clear things up a little bit, but again, it's another point in favor of the 5-7. Poddy, he wanted to get that fight, and I can understand why, but unfortunately, it's given a big out right now for Ecstatic. 2 versus 2. A couple of AKs actually now are picked up on the CT side, and SDY does have a bit of armor too. They're going to be pushing in. They want to hunt him down, and they will. Sierra trying to shoot them in the back, but he was not quite in position for it. And now it's an all-headshot fight here. He's going to be so careful. One slip up, one bullet connects here, and the round's going to be over. It'll be a long spray, but it will be. Ends to pick up the round, and it's the 5-7 again. We've been having this sort of theoretical battle about, like, you know, 5-7 versus MP9, like which one actually is more cost effective. And
yeah,
man, you see that kind of stuff from the 5-7, you think, my God, like, how good is that pistol?
That's what I'm saying. You know, as much as I really think, you know, the sort of MP9 has, I think it is definitely up there. It's at least top 3. I think it's got to be the 5-7. $500, and it is a one-tap headshot at close range against full head armor. I mean, that alone is going to be worthwhile. In the right hand, and it's spammable too. I mean, those sort of things are massive. Glaive, yeah. That's a very interesting decision from him. I don't really know what we're doing. SDY, how has he got away with that? He is so lucky.
He should be dead every single time. I can't explain it. That's one, he's kind of running in there still drawing his AK, but he's so overpeaked that angle. Like, he's so deep in that fight. I don't know how they didn't trade it. Yeah, I think Glaive was just, again, that's one of those, I would say, an attempt to try to make Ecstatic feel uncomfortable on the T side by saying, you know, we can do those mid pushes. And you know what? The mid pushes are a way for the CTs to break up the monotony of what I was talking about earlier with having no information, right? So, it's kind of a viable strategy, but obviously in this round, it's also a bit wild to see just, trying to go this way. But not it's on his own, but with just a deagle. So don't expect too much. If he gets this kill, there should be a bomb planted in it for him, but easy shot for Poddy. He's going to be able to pick it up, and that's all you need sometimes, you know? I feel like, I don't know, what's your take, I guess I'll ask, about Poddy as an AWPer? I feel like when we've been seeing him so far, it's like he's riding that line of, like, you know, is it too inconsistent, you know?
Yeah, do you know what? I think you see these moments from him where they're really, really solid, and you're like, okay, that's what we want to see from him, but it makes me kind of just question a little bit about maybe what the aspirations are for Ends, in a sense. Obviously, they always are going to want a finished player in terms of that representation, but I don't know if he's of that level just yet. I feel like when we do see him play at his high moments, even then, you're like, at a tier 1 level, would this sort of stand? I mean, we saw him, even at least he had a lot of up and down moments on LAN. So I think he has his moments, sure, but yeah, I think you're right. Is it too inconsistent? Is that maybe something to kind of bait the question a little bit? And that is the case. Pistol Run gets shut down there, nice and easy. And yeah, I like Poddy as a player a lot. I still have my reservations about, could he hang at a tier 1 level as an AWPer? That's still definitely up there, but I don't know. We're going to have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're having this conversation one of these days, I think, and I would say the risk always is that you end up trying to play like, you know, like the ultra S-tier AWPers, and it's not worth it. Like, I would say, if you're going to be playing this, play some defensive AWPing. Like try to just be a danger in all the rounds and play it that way. But you do see a lot of sort of players that are trying to break out with the AWP, and they end up way overcooking it. And they're trying to do like crazy flicks and all the rest of it. So, you know, I'd be happy for Poddy just to be an efficient AWPer, because they got so many other flashing players that they can sort of throw onto the battlefield, and that's going to be, you know, that's good enough. Like, you don't not every game has to be won with crazy AWP flicks. Like, the rifles can do a lot too, you know.
Also, as well, I think for Poddy, and it's something we actually did get to see on ladder at least, it was that when things were going bad for him, he actually really gets in his own head. You could see him actually just quite literally just tilting right in front of us, and it was, you know, potentially a little problematic. Had a nice round here though, a couple of kills to his name, might even potentially be in for the chance of a third too. Well,
yeah, I mean, this is looking, once again, fairly convincing, I would say. Ents not looking stressed, happy to take the fights, and again, I think their belief in their own abilities right now is at an all-time high. They all look like they are really not scared of Ecstatic, and obviously that is a big problem, right? Because it means you're going to be taking all the fights you can, really, and sometimes, you know, you peek into a fight with a certain level of confidence, it gets you like the extra 10% you need to win, even more.
yeah.
5-3, my god, like this is. I wanted to believe more in Ecstatic again here on Dust 2, but I feel like it's looking rough out there.
It is. It absolutely is. 5-3. Ents, similar vein to how they did on Ancient. When the guns come into play, they are a bit of a brute force to deal with, and that's sort of what we're getting at here now, that Ecstatic are just struggling in the gun rounds. They're struggling to make sort of consistency become a part of the play, and you can't really expect anything in this round either. As much as Ents are able to make a low buy round work for them, it doesn't feel as possible on the T side. SDY spams for the first, and he will catch Christu.
Yeah, easy job at the beginning. Just about to say easy for Ents. Reviving the memes, why not? That's what they're there for, you know. Round number 9 here. Nothing too spectacular that we could really expect. You could see them kind of angling for a couple of kills here or there, but at the end of the day, they're going to run into the AWP of Long. So, you know, another test for Poddy here. See if he could do something spectacular with it. That first one's pretty easy. And he's going to fall back to the secondary angle. And you know what? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, just do this. You don't have to stick around and get every single kill. It's just the risk versus reward on it just isn't there, you know. You could probably get 2 more kills or 3 more kills there, but at the end of the day, why not just save the AWP?
Sarah, he's just behind that and not waiting for the swing. Going up against an AWP, though it's not an easy fight to be taken. A multi will get one of his own as well. So, and another round taken for them. An expected one, sure, but just making sure that they're easy, they're comfortable is all that matters. 6-3.
Okay,
This
well,
is an inside I've already built up. I mean, 6 for me on the CT side. I'm already pretty happy.
you're already celebrating. Okay. I like that. I think you're right, though. We do have the AWP of Christo, so, you know, I was going to say it would be fun to see a bit of a, you know, change of pace for Ecstatic, but the AWP almost signals that that's not going to happen. Oh, look at this setup here. If he stayed scoped, he might have been able to get that kill. He still does a lot of damage. Interesting position, especially because he's alone there. I would have expected for there to be somebody else in the middle with him, even if they're not on the catwalk, just somewhere in the middle. Sierra to try and open it up, but the Molotov is burning him quite a bit, and he just barely makes it through, at least for now. Deagle's trying to hunt him down, and he's just got it. Pins him to the wall with the Deagle. Nut, though, is going to be opening up on Natu, and suddenly, there's a bit of an opening here.
Weird. Where we're at. Not. Molotov will bank round. It will force out a fight that Poddy didn't really want to take as well. So he has to go back through the flames. Bit weird here, but Christu going to get caught. TMP gets this bomb down. But retaking B-site. B-site Dust 2 is statistically the hardest site to retake. A lot of teams don't even want to give this a go, and it doesn't help when you've got a flank like this lining up. Benalele could have had both. He only gets one, but he at least distracts them for a brief moment as they line up for TMP. Good round for Ecstatic, and that's one that we can be happy about.
And it really comes down at the end of it to that one entry for Nut. Tells you something about the value of entry kills. Good job, and a much needed round. They absolutely had to pick up something like that. So, important stuff. Going into round number 11. Still some money, and even if they lose this round ends, they have more money even to follow it up. Double AWP, one of them on SDY, so could be an interesting round, this one. Smoke for long. Not that they are actually rushing the long position, but they are at least trying to make sure that Ents are going to be using a lot of utility to counter. So actually, when it's all said and done, they're just going to walk right out. That's pretty bold. TMB is going to be going down. Nice timing of the flash as well. Miltsy, I think, still really showing himself to be a strong player here. Pretty good, you know, for someone we weren't expecting, obviously. Kaspersky is normally the player that we're going to be watching here, but he's been doing a fine job. Potty goes down. Miltsy, though, continuing his reign of terror out on long. It's 3 kills for him right now with that M4A1.
That is it. He said, I really like what I've been seeing, actually, from the Academy stand-in. He's actually been looking super solid. 10 and 5, he finds himself, and he might have just more lined up as well. It'll bank over. Could do a bit of damage here. We'll do just a little bit. Now they're going to barrel in towards short. It's going to be interesting. That flashbang is so good from Potty. Actually, no, it can't be from Potty. He's dead. He just got the assist. I'm assuming maybe SDY was already through it, but flying in towards that fight, it could be done and dusted here. And it is. Christy will fall. Went through that flashbang in towards short. Did a lot of good work. And it gave Natu a complete freebie.
Yeah, that fence. Love to see that on replay, because you're right, that made a huge difference. 7-4 though. We're moving to round number 12 here, and you know, sure, they get the bomb plant, it helps them out a little bit, but at the end of the day, Ents are powering on through, keeping that double AWP. They got all the money in the world to buy into this final round, and I don't know, more than anything, again, like I said in the pregame, the issue is like it just feels like the individual sort of difference here between Ecstatic and Ents is just too big right now.
Yeah.
Like the hope, I think, oh, that's a very nice lineup though. I like that from Sierra. Bit of killer instinct. Try to disrespect them. Get out here and really fight them. Although they are being flanked by Glaive. I don't know how he's got here so quickly, but he has. So this could be actually a heartbreaking end to the round, because he is slowly walking up, but it's still going to be quicker than anyone expects. Like, nobody from Ecstatic really should be watching this. Oh, Christu! Just in the nick of time. That is a crazy coincidence.
That's a great shot. It really is. And now what? TMB trying to wrap in here. He's been spotted out. It's such a good angle until he gets spotted. At least gets one before he falls. But I don't even think really Ents can give this a go regardless. So he's just trying to make it a bit expensive. He does. And that will be that. Molotov down as well, just to confirm it.
Yeah, I mean, they should have no business retaking this, right? Obviously, they're going to go for it being round number 12, but, yeah, nice shot. Okay, they get warmed up a little bit towards the end. 7-5, I mean, obviously, as we know, if they win the pistol in the second half, it's a bit of a more interesting position for them to be in, but, again, just the CT side of this map can be kind of a weird affair, and I think we've already seen from Ents what they could do on the T side, on Ancient. Like, Glaive's calling was really, really good. I expect something similar here.
I think you're right. I think, you know, this is... It's at least a decent recovery by Ecstatic to a degree, but I don't know if it's enough. I also think Dustu, especially to a side who are, I think, as uniformed as Ents are, I think the T side's actually where you're going to do a lot of your better work. It just feels a lot easier to sort of manipulate the CT side, make them sort of get pulled apart. I don't know. It's a weird spot that Ecstatic are in. They've got to really come out flying here. However, pistol rounds have been good for them. They're 3 for 3 so far, so if they can keep up that, that'll be fantastic. If they lose the pistol, however, that will probably start to be those nails in the coffin getting banged in.
What's this view model that TMB is working with?
Yeah, he's one of the few players who plays with it down the middle, which I kind of hate.
Looks like I'm playing Wolfenstein. Like, what's going?
or like Doom, I guess. Yeah, is the other one.
Doom, yeah. For depending on how old you are, it's gonna be one or the other. I guess he's waiting for the smoke to try and body block it. Timing. Oh, can he get it? Oh, it's a slow one. Yeah, push that smoke out of the way. Grenade to go over. That's actually really good. And even if they got the entry kill here, It's SDY trying to get a bit closer. But there's a burst shot. Did I just see a burst with a Glock? What are you doing, SDY? Have some respect for them. Don't just try and use the burst Glock. That is disrespectful. Zero's going to get a kill on Glaive. And after all of that, it's a 3 versus 3 in the afterplant here. TMB. Oh, it's another jumping shot. All right, that's even more disrespectful than the burst fire. I like to see it. And Zero's going to find that last kill. A quad for him in the pistol. And another pistol for Ecstatic.
Yeah, again... Ents have got to clean up these pistol rounds. Yes, a bomb plant is nice, but they're actually still... You know, the fact that you're going 0 for 4 is not the sort of place to be. And it will give Ecstatic just a chance back in towards this. But with a bomb plant, you can buy here too, if Ents want to. We can see Galil's come through.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if we don't see a bit of an investment into this one. Scout as well. I mean, it's dust too. Why wouldn't you buy the Scout? It's just fun. It's just fun to play with, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Scout. We'll get a tag on towards Chris too. So, not a bad start. If Body can, you know, soften up a couple of the players, it does make, especially the likes of the Galil or Tech 9, all the more problematic. And the AK in particular, Milty's hands.
Oh, he's tagged him again. Great work so far. So, 3 connections from the Finnish sniper. And like you said, you know, tagging them up, getting them a bit low, you just hate to see it for Ecstatic. It makes it so much more uncomfortable. If they're probably already lagging a bit in confidence, it just gets worse when they're slowly getting whittled away like that. Still plenty of time with the clock at the bomb. Somewhere close to long, but there is a player out there as well for Ecstatic, so you got to be careful trying to make your way through. Looks like they might end up with a B-split here, if I'm going to be honest. And TMB is with Nut on this position, so that's good. That's probably good news. I think they should be able to hold on to this, even if they've taken a bit of damage here. So here's the initial fake for the catwalk. And then let's see if they're going to actually put anyone out middle. Maybe Glaive will just hang around there to try and lurk his way through, but already out long as well. And Lele is making his way there. Glaive is trying to set up something, but he's going to get interrupted in that. So yeah, oh man, that's brutal. You're going to be pushed. You know they're coming. You absolutely know. I think this round is basically dead. That's crazy.
I think you're right. SDY going to find another Lele. They are running to and fro here. One could get caught in towards mid, and especially with focus over towards shore. That does leave TMB potentially in a problematic spot. Time running out. 15 seconds. We've got to move. But they got Christu here with MP9 of his own to try and keep them at bay. MP9's going to get to. What a wild and weird round. And you can just see Ecstatic getting pulled all over the place.
I don't know how they end up losing that round. Like, as soon as they get the kill on Glaive in the middle, they re-smoke that B position, like, it should be over. Every single time, that should be a lost round for Ents. Their entire strategy has basically been, like, wrecked. There's not that much time in the round. They had no business winning that one. That is, for Static, that's gonna sting, isn't it? 8-6. Let's see what happens next. We do have one scout, some pistols on that CT side, but not too much else right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ents just roll through the rest of the game here, because that's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Deal. I'll play up close here for Syrup. Glaive, he doesn't realise he's on the brink of trouble there if he continues to push in towards long. I don't even know if he'll clear this. And if he does, he might clear one and not the other. Oh, that will clear them, though. Of course. Of course Glaive knows. Yeah. Oh, and he's so close to the spam as well. He spotted them. They know they're still there.
Yeah, good of them. And running away is a good idea, right? Because like you said, it basically sells the idea that that's probably it. But yeah, turns out you're gonna have to wake up a lot earlier to catch Glaive, and he's aware that there could be someone pushing up, so he's gonna keep his eye on that. You have to assume. TMB trying to land anything through the smoke, but I mean, Ents back to playing the slow game that we know that they definitely can play. 30 seconds. And eventually going to try and get back onto that B-bomb side. Down through the middle. Oh, Flashbang is absolutely lethal and takes down Syrup. A bit of a flank coming in, but again, probably shouldn't make a difference here. Alone to the back of the bomb site is Nut. And now that he's dead, the bomb punch should be coming through. Oh, wait a minute. They actually find Glaive in the middle. What is happening? What a weird round. SDY. He's got 8 seconds here. 1 versus 2. The only thing is they are kind of low on health. Oh, it doesn't matter. Christu takes him down. I can't believe it. There's no reason. I said that in the previous round too, so I'm repeating myself, but there's no reason why Ents should lose this round. What's going on?
Exactly. And this is kind of where it feels like they just overthink things a little bit. Ends up making this a lot harder than it actually feels like it needs to be. And that is, to some degree, slightly problematic. We need to see a little bit more confidence sort of, ensued back in towards the side. They are meant to be, coming in towards this T-side male side and just sort of waltzing through it and running through the motions, but that was way harder than it should have been, and Ecstatic are kept afloat, and you can see, again, the knock-on effect over towards Ents. Look at the money. 1 AK is what they got to work with, and a Galil.
Pretty good angle there. Does a bit of damage. Gotta be careful. There is that nade to AK on the other side, even if he's been softened up a bit already. Ooh, grenade, and then TMB will find him. Good start. The truth is, obviously, even though it feels like it's unlikely, Ecstatic could go on a bit of a run here. There's really no money left on Ent, so if Ecstatic win this round and power on through, like, they might have a bit of runway to maybe even take the round lead and start to build something here in this best of 3. I'd love it if they win this one map, because again, it's Train as the deciding map, so we should all be rooting for that anyway. But we need the all Danish team to wake up a little bit here. Miltzy doing the best that he can, and it's pretty damn good. Couple of kills with the Galil, kind of almost hunting for that kill. Probably don't need to in a 2v3, so I appreciate the hunger to try and make this work as a stand-in. But just take a deep breath, get the bomb planted, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, don't stress too much, basically. One goes down, so will Glaive. Feels next to impossible. Now, hang on. I was going to say with a low HP of Miltzy, but TMB falling does give this a chance here. As long as Poddy doesn't peek for a while, even if it's Miltzy just sort of trying to draw attention away from that side player, but that's such an awkward fight for Poddy. I don't think that was necessary. And Miltzy, the youngster, thrust into a tough clutch here. Smoke on towards the bomb. No, he misses it. He might just tap it. Now he throws that smoke down. And Miltzy spams and does super, super well. Oh, there was a moment where that felt a little bit awkward. I think Poddy didn't need to peek there, but he gets angsty, wants to fight, and he loses his head, and it nearly cost him the round.
Yeah, but good stuff at the end of it. Nice little trick for not trying to get that defuse while sort of, throwing the smoke, but did not work out at the end. 9-7. And like I said, if Ecstatic could have won the round, then, there would have been no money in Ents, but it turns out the same was true in reverse. So Ents winning the round means there's just not enough cash on Ecstatic to continue the buy. And as a result, we've got a 9-7 here. And things just looking increasingly rough. Sierra still hasn't fixed his camera either. We're just getting a glimpse of his ceiling. Little window in there. Yeah, you can't even fix the webcam. How can you win the game, Just a webcam. Get it working already. Round number 17.
Yeah, exactly. Things are falling apart all over the place, mate. Camera's not working. But at least, we've had a time out. We've had an opportunity to kind of get back into this. And, I've been running through some of the stats as well, just sort of how this game's been panning out. And you can see where things have been falling a little flat. We'll come back to that in a moment. Probably going to get caught, but Glaive will trade. The only issue is not sort of gets out and actually comes back in for seconds, and they banking round. They don't realize it here as well that Ecstatic are just running into the gauntlet.
Grenade lands right in his skull. So Sierra, awkward fight, should be dead, and regardless, not much they could do here, unfortunately. We kind of knew this was coming. Again, they just didn't have a lot to work with. They tried to put something into this round, but the results just weren't there. So, a 10-7. I'll tell you this now that we've got, Static are losing too quickly for us to really be, to be excited about it. But I think we found a new smoke on the stream the other day on this map.
Okay.
There's like a little ledge about when people throw that like the normal smoke for CT spawn for the B split.
Sure.
They like bank it up and it lands on the box.
Okay.
But on top of that arch in CT spawn, there's actually a little like wooden ledge that you can land smokes on. That smokes like everything. It smokes like both sides, including all boosts and everything else. All right, Christu's dead. Good night.
I'm assuming this is a smoke not being used by pros at the moment.
I don't think I've seen anyone throw it. I think it took us a long time to figure it out on the stream how to like do it, and it's one of the guys on my stream figured out. So we spent a lot of time trying to do it, but I think we found a way. So maybe that could be the new meta. Maybe we can change the game a bit. Hard to find new things on Dust 2, to be honest. Like, it is just such a... One, it's kind of like a simplistic map in many ways.
Yes, yeah.
But also, it's like been played a lot, you know.
It's true. It's true. And it's a map that didn't really change that much from the kind of go to CS2 sort of iteration. Few slight ones, right? But I think it's always when it comes down to that lack of skybox, that's where maybe it opens up more potential. Oh. This time not hitting. Towards lower tunnel. I don't know if that was spotted out by Poddy. TMB. He has a little look in and he falls back away. This feels like do or die, I think, for Ecstatic. If we don't get this round on us, I think it's probably game set. I mean, we're talking about where your money's on the brink, and that is a beautiful play. Sira's playing anti-flash there, and he did have a little bit of support, but the support of Christu drops off at the worst possible time, and Sira, there's no flashbang, so he doesn't turn back into fight.
Yeah, and again, just the sort of a level of disrespect, which I really appreciate. I'm not saying that to criticize SDY, but like it's if you have this confidence, if you feel like you're the better player, the better team or whatever, like you should try to bully them in this way. You really should, because it does make the job a lot easier. The back of the bomb site, Nut is here, has to basically try and fight a 1 versus 4, so they are coming for him, and if he had more bullets, honestly, maybe there would have been a way. He did a lot of damage. That's pretty commendable. Natsu, how? Did he shoot him in the feet? What's going on? Christu's going to be on his own. Obviously, cannot win the round here. So 12 on the board for Ents.
Yeah, exactly. Well, for Christu, if you can say alive, that'd be nice. I think he should be okay. I'm saying that. Natu's making another move, and Milty's actually going for the big flank. So this could still be a little problematic. Can Natu weed him out? Milty's making noise here. I don't know if he'll check this, and he won't. So he makes noise, he takes a shot. Now that he know that he's in towards suicide, and Natu's wrapping all the way around. I don't know if this orb stays alive here. He has to really dodge every angle. He might just get it. Now it's being spotted out. Natu don't think he'll get there in time. So this should be okay. And yeah, Chris has done a very good job at saving. However, it's saving and he can drop one over, but it's still a dire spot. It's map and series point for Ents.
Yeah, they're cruising through this game. Again, Natu at 17 kills. It's Milty with 18. They're just having way too much of a good time. You can see, I think you would see like the ease with which someone like SDY, even if he's not getting all the kills in the world, like he's just maneuvering through the map really in a sort of a careless fashion. Like he just knows we're going to be fine. And that's obviously an issue. Zero goes down at the start of it here. The AWP that was saved is yet to find a kill. It's on Christu. He's out on long with nobody really to fight out there. This is just looking, unfortunately, a little bit too one-sided. I mean, it looks like we're going to be missing out on Train. Who's all around? We want Train, but we're going to be denied. Ents are winning at too rapid of a pace here. Nut again. Wow. I feel like he's been trying his best over at the B-bomb side, to be honest. But again, he's been alone a lot of the time, and it's too much to handle.
Swing and fine for Natu. Looking for more as well. SDY drops on a Lele, and I think that's it. It's a 1v3 for the Orb. It is a big ask and a big undertake, especially considering he's been dinked. And he gets dropped as well by Natu at the end. That'll be that. Ents take it 2-0. You hate to say it, you know, expected, but at least there was a little bit of a fight by Ecstatic at the end. But ultimately, it's not a good enough series, is it? We're talking about actually where they've got 12 rounds across 2 maps. It's not the best run out, unfortunately, for the full Danish lineup. And credit to Ents, they've done it with a stand-in. They've looked fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a stand-in that's now, you know, next time we see him, we're going to be like, ooh, I remember when he was doing that, you know, that one day. Even if it is against Ecstatic, you know, it's still, it's nice to see, you know. He wasn't playing like super crazy Counter-Strike. He was fitting into the system pretty well, it seemed like. So good job overall. Ends with a 2-0 victory. Going to be taking down Ecstatic, and yeah, I mean, for Ecstatic, it's hard to say what they would need to change into the future to make this different, but right now, definitely seem like they just needed a different energy coming to this, and they needed like 1 or 2 players to really match up to somebody like Nade2 or SDY, who is just a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. And credit where it's due, right? I think this is Ensad who just rolled through the motions really, really well. It's back-to-back really strong maps from Miltsy as well. I mean, in Dust 2 in particular, 18 and 10 for him. You know, a very, very solid showing. I think the standing really impressed me today. We had 14 and 8 in map number 1, 18 kills in towards map number 2. That's exactly what you want to see from him. Nade2 as well, back-to-back strong maps from him. He was the top frag of 18 kills in towards map number 1, and of course he ended up with 17 on map number 2. So not bad at all. So in the end, player of the match is going to be Nade2, but it's Glade's face, but it's Nade2 is the player of the match, which I think makes a lot of sense. He had a fantastic series.
Maybe like a secret shout out to Glaive for doing some good calling as well, you know, fitting both into one player. I like that. Yeah, overall, I mean, just it kind of, you guys said at the start, could be a pretty rough match for Ecstatic, and you know, I feel like we got to see a couple of their players, you know, do a little bit here or there, but there was just a big class difference. It was pretty obvious at the end, I think.
Yeah, boys, I'm sorry. It seems I overglazed. It happens sometimes. You know, I was hoping that they finally got it over to the quarterfinals and they would show off what they showed in the group stages. But it appears that ENCE was too big of a challenge for them. And yeah, definitely, I'd call out Glaive as a sub-MVP for that entire best of 3. I mean, he was definitely managing to find all the spots to really not allow TMB to really call anything out. So there was nothing to be surprised of. Glaive just pulls off his usual shenanigans, and ENCE overall felt so confident, so comfortable into it that, of course, they'll be moving on into the semifinals without too much work in. So we'll see if the next team can actually be putting them on the spot a little bit more. But to get to that next team, we have to take a look on down to the standings and figure out what the next best of 3s are going to give us. Because up next, after this, it's going to be Monty versus Amcal. How are you feeling about that one before we send it on over to an extended breakout here? We'll start with you, Anders. How do you feel about Monty and Amcal?
I actually think, again, this could be like a really fun series. Actually, it might be better than this one, to be honest, in terms of the matchup. So I'm excited. Obviously, last time we saw Monty, Hades, and Demka were playing really well. And Gizmi on that third map was absolutely running wild. So we got, you know, some British representation. And then we got, you know, Molodai on the other side, who I've been, you know, people keep shouting at me about this guy. So I'm just, you know, it's gonna be my first time, I think, casting him. So I'm curious how that's gonna be playing out.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a great ton of fun for you. If he's gonna have one of his MVP sort of days, you should be surprised. But we're talking about MVPs out here. We're talking about Young Guns jumping into the server. On the other side of the bracket, we've also got, of course, Paravision and Spirit Academy we've been talking about. And then kind of an underlier in these quarterfinals, I would say, Bait and Sinners. Actually, I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Peppo's been joining up with Sinners there instead of Oscar. And he actually showed some great prowess up against Fashion UA. So we're going to be looking forward to that best of 3 as well. But in around about an hour, should be Monty versus Amcal. It's going to be a ton of fun. And it's going to be a closer matchup, surely, as Monty and Amcal have gone head-to-head before out here into the CCT this month, actually, only a couple of days ago on the 27th, and that was actually our first 13-0 of EU16 coming through from Monty. So it should be interesting, seeing as Amcal actually won that best of 3. We're gonna be talking about it more once we jump in there. But any closing out statements out here, Neo, before we send it on over to the break about this game?
No, I mean, you know, for me, an expected result. I like Ecstatic in terms of what this organization's done, like Zippel a lot, but unfortunately, you know, it was just a mismatch. There was zero chance that's how we're ever going to be able to do anything, unfortunately. I think, you know, it's just how it is. It's a tier 1.5, you know, pushing for tier 1 side against, you know, a sort of up-and-coming tier 2 team. It was always going to be the case. I think, you know, when you're looking at it, 12 rounds across 2 maps, it's not a great showing. I don't think they can really even take too much from that, but ENCE looking really strong.
Yeah, and so on a run, and hopefully we'll get to see much more of that. But we are jumping into that aforementioned break, and we'll be right back with Monty and Amcal going up next into the second best of 3 of the day. Stay tuned for that, but an hour coming up on the clock. Hello, everybody. Welcome back on into the second best of three of the day. Quarterfinals still ongoing and still the same faces out here as the morning in towards this Monty versus Amcal matchup. Anders, Neo, we're going to be taking a look on down to these guys. How are we feeling, first of all, after the hour and so break that we've got? Are we feeling good? Did we get for a walk? Did we get for a little bit of grub to get? How's it going?
Oh, good, my side. I went for a little bit of a walk, got a coffee, so I'm chilling. I'm ready for game number 2.
Sounds good.
Spent my time throwing grenades on Dust 2, so, you know, a little bit different. But it was good. I enjoyed it.
Hopefully found something nice, but we'll have a little bit of time to maybe figure that out if we get to Dust 2. We get to talk about it maybe a little bit if we do get there. But Monty, Amcal, we're starting things off, and I'd like to get right into the thick of it, right? We were talking about the best of 3 in the first one of the day out here as well, and we were kind of giving our 2 tad bits about it, being like, okay, yeah, Monty are looking pretty damn decent right now. Amcal have got Moldoy, of course, but there's some players out here for Amcal that I wouldn't be sleeping on either. Sure, you've got like the Dong-esque experience with kind of Moldoy bringing up the server there for Amcal, but Kalash AW, they are scary players as well, man. And I guess we can just take a look on down to the rundown as we're used to it, right? The playoffs out here with ENCE being the first one into the semifinals. I'll ask off the bat right here for both of you guys, starting off with you, Anders. Who do you think is more likely to face off ENCE right now into the semis?
Damn, that is a really, really good question. I mean, honestly, I feel like just looking at, you know, the sort of combination of experience, and I would say that what I saw from Demka last time, like the amount of space that he took up on the server was really impressive, and I think that kind of that does impress me a little bit. So I probably would go with Monty here, but I'll be honest as well, my experience with Amcal is just a little bit less right now with this current lineup, so I could be in for a surprise, but I was impressed with Demka, especially last time.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Neo, you thinking the same, or are we rooting a little bit more for Amcal here, knowing how they've performed before?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, recent performances lean in favor of Amcal, right? They picked up a win not even that long ago. So, I mean, for me, that would kind of potentially start to sort of lean me in that favor, but I actually really like this Monty team. I think they've got a lot to offer up, and I'm always going to back UK Counter-Strike, right? So Gizmi, who actually had a really solid performance just yesterday, right? I liked what I saw from him. I think he looked very solid against 9 Pandas. He called really well. He had an effective kind of breakdown of how they were liking to play. So I think this Monty started going through a few teething issues of just figuring out a new caller, new systems. No longer Hades IGL, it's Gizmi, and it's a bit of a change. I think the only big thing that I really ask for from Monty is just more out of Ryu. I mean, there's no two ways about it. He had a really lackluster performance in the game against 9 Pandas, and 9 Pandas aren't exactly a scary team at the moment. They're a side who have been struggling themselves, going through roster changes. You know, he finished that series, 0.81 rating. It's not exactly phenomenal. And for a guy who gets a lot of space, I just want to see a little bit more out from him for this academy graduate. But I like this team. I think Demka is incredibly solid. I mean, he single-handedly picks, takes over servers the way SDY did in the previous series, or can do in previous series like that. So I have a lot of faith in Monty here.
Yeah, and that's a great segue actually to come through into Monty's side as well, because you were mentioning Ryu, you were mentioning Gizmi, out here with the Academy graduates, I guess, out of Monty Academy. Anders, how do you feel about them now that they've joined up with the roster? Because there were a lot of question marks when they first joined in with this roster, being like, okay, you're getting the second chance around, this is the second time we get to see you in the main roster. Will you perform differently this time around? Do you think they have what it takes?
Yeah, that's a really big question. I don't know. I think from what I saw last time we were watching Ryu, I'm not so sure. I feel like there's something still missing. Like, it's hard to know if it's the roles in the team that's making him feel a bit awkward, but I feel like there was it seemed like he wasn't fitting into the team just quite yet. But I mean, maybe that could be fixed from sort of game to game, or maybe it was the 9 Pandas game they were watching last time that kind of made him look a bit awkward. But I feel like the hype, he isn't quite living up to the hype yet. So I'm a little bit sad about that. But then again, like, he wasn't the only person who was underperforming. I think on that third map last time, Deha was playing very well. But other than that, Deha had some pretty rough maps as well. And obviously, he's supposed to be like a more reliable player in some sense. So, and honestly, if I'm dealing out criticism anyway, like, I also feel like I'm still seeing Hades, as much as I love the aggressive AWPing and the kind of flavor that he brings. Sometimes he still also takes some risk where I'm like, why are we re-peaking in a 5 versus 3? Like, why do we need to do that? So there are some signs of worry for Monty. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't know. I don't know, that core of Demker and Hades, all things considered, I think they performed well enough that it's gonna work. But Ryu, I'm not fully sold on him yet.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty fair assessment, especially the past couple of games we got to see out of them. But it's always the Polish duo coming out here alongside Demka having a good day to kind of be making that really strong floor and core out here for Monty. However, we swap to the other side of the river and we take a look on down to Amcal, right? Neo, we've been kind of talking before the game kind of started out here into the pre-show about Moldoy a lot and about how he would be the main star, but Kalash, AW, S-Fade, Smet, talk to me about them. What is the expectance out here? Because for Monty, you've got some quite high expectations coming out of these guys. Do you feel like it's the same out here for Amcal?
I mean, to a degree. I mean, this is basically the old DMS core, right? And I think, you know, that side actually had some fairly decent performances when they were, you know, starting to find a bit of form. I mean, I remember just before they got picked up by Amcal, this DMS team destroyed Spirit Academy 2-0, right? And I was like, okay, there's at least a little bit of something to work with there. And, you know, for me, there's a few different people that are worth mentioning. I think, obviously, Moldoy always gets a lot of the limelight, and granted, he deserves it. He is the #1 player on this team. He's a real superstar. This is a player who, at the level he's currently playing at, it kind of feels like he's destined for tier 1. I mean, I always do like my players to watch for the year list, and spoiler alert, Moldoy is in it, and he's pretty high up of when I eventually get around to releasing that video. But there's a few of the names that are worth bringing up. I think as well, AW has had some really good games at times that I've really liked from him, and I think at the very least that's something to sort of fall back on. And Fade, or Fadate, depending on how you say it, Fade8. People say it in a variety of different ways, but I actually think he's got quite a good head for the game. This is a guy who's actually been playing Counter-Strike in terms of HLTV performances for quite a while, and to a fairly decent level. And he's played with quite a lot of notable players within kind of the CIS region, and I think that experience, I feel like, really helps him. So I'm a fan of this team. I think they've got a lot to offer up. I think, for me, a lot of it comes off the back of what Moldoy can do. He is incredibly talented, but it's just how much can he essentially put the team on his back a bit at times, which unfortunately is sort of what Amcal need.
Yeah, and a big thing about this Amcal roster, ex-DMS, of course, is back when they were still known as DMS, always the question was behind them, will they stay consistent? Because they either have really good days where everybody's popping off, or it's just highlight reel after highlight reel showing out of these guys, or it's one of those where you're wondering, why did they go for that fight? Why did they start taking up that side at that timing? Like, things just don't really match up, and of course, it's the inexperience alongside, by that time, not enough experience together as a unit. Now some time has passed and Amcal now are looking really, really damn nice. We'll see how the best of 3 will go though, because we do get to see the head-to-head out here, and we knew Moldoy was going to be into it. Rio, on the other hand, hopefully will have just as good a performance. But we are jumping into the map veto out here, and again, we should be taking a look at quite the telegraphed map picks, because the nuke is going to be coming in permabanned away by Monty, of course. Next up is going to be, actually the ban from Amcal, sorry. Monty are going to be permabanning away Inferno, as to be expected. It's a great map for Amcal, so that's going to be a bit of a hate to take. And first up, we're going over to Ancient, which makes a lot of sense. 69% win rate in the past 13 maps played for Amcal. They're quite comfortable on it, but Monty don't really shy away from it either. 11 maps played in the past 3 months, that's good as well. And hey, we get to see Train. These are 2 of the teams that have been not necessarily going for the Train pick all the time, but they haven't really gone against it either. So they're gonna be having a little bit of fun with this one, Anders.
Let's go. Everybody's excited. I'm definitely loving this. Don't get to see enough Train these days. We want to learn more about it. I especially would love to learn more about this map. I've obviously had some thoughts of my own about how to play it and how it's going to work out. So, you know, but it's always different to see it in a real competitive environment. So I am excited about that. So great. From my point of view, great maps. I'm really happy about this. I'm looking forward to it. And you know, you talked about consistency, right? Like, I guess consistency breeds confidence, right? And that's something that you just have to be able to find some consistent level so that you kind of know what you're showing up to a match with. If you can't do that, it will be a really tough game no matter what.
Yeah, but that's the fun part about here owning Amcal. But we're going straight into it. You guys have fun. Take it away.
Appreciate it. Let's get things started here. I'm looking forward to seeing actually what this Amcal side can do, because it's a matchup they've won, but I always like to feel, I don't know about you, Anders, but like, I feel like the revenge match always feels like it's in favor of the team who lost the previous time. That's why lower bracket's always quite spicy. Moldoy. Now, Anders, I've given you a few names over the years of players to keep an eye out for. I have to put Moldoy incredibly high up this list. This kid is seriously talented. So just keep an eye out for him this series, what he can do. I mean, he's actually going to make probably Hades' life a little bit tough in the server.
Okay, I'm excited. I like, you know, watching new up-and-coming players. I think it's one of the great joys, you know, after all these years of Counter-Strike. It's just always fun when somebody new is on the block and you get to kind of follow their career early on. 4 versus 4 in the afterplant here, and it's Amcal. Just kind of sitting back. I respect that. Nice timing on the Molotov. That's actually kind of crazy. That's 3 people being held back at the moment. I thought that Molotov was going to be for the defuse, but they decided to go for it now. There is a smoke and a kit in play on Hades, so be careful here, Amcal, because this can still go wrong. It's Demka to get a kill, but other than that, they're actually doing a pretty good job trying to retake this. Demka finding another shot, but he has to go back and try and pick up the kit. I think time has simply run out at the end, so Spade will take him down, and that will be a good round for Amcal. A great job. I mean, the patience that they found in that 4v4 was just really nice. Nobody was peeking. They gave the USPs really no chance to find some early kills.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, Amcal, there's just a bit of a positive sort of excitement around this team. I think obviously a lot of it comes from Molodoy in particular because he's been taking a lot of the limelight. But this is a side who have been putting up decent results. And Amcal, as an organization, obviously, they sort of sold their previous lineup. Icy went on towards VP. All the rest of the pieces sort of faded away a little bit, right? And I think, you know, they had a tough task at rebuilding. And I think they did a good job of it. I wasn't, you know, too big of a fan of that DMS roster. I thought they were just okay, but since they've come in towards Amcal, feel like for me they've become considerably scarier. And Monty, this is going to be, you know, not an easy challenge for them. As much as Monty obviously are a side with a lot of name value, their performances have definitely been up and down, to sort of say the least. So I think this may be a chance. Anyway, let's see. Gives me up close to the Zeus. He misses. Nice idea. Mac-10 swings and Demko just caught napping there.
Yeah, I was going to say, did he disconnect? He just looked like he was listening for a minute. Either way, I don't think it's going to make a big difference here. They just obviously weren't going to be winning the round no matter what, so yeah, good stuff. They lose a Mac-10. Absolutely nobody cares about that. And we're going to go into round number 3. And I guess we'll see. I mean, you know, having not watched a ton of Monty, you know, in the last couple of months, I would say, just from what I've seen from them so far, I agree, like, the lack of consistency is really scary, right? Because obviously when, with that one game where they had Demka, Gizmi, and Hades all playing well, they look like a really formidable team. Like, they look like, okay, now here's something to build on. But obviously the problem is, if you only have, like, 1 or 2 out of 3 of those, that's not going to cut it. You're going to get shut down, so I would love for them to find a way to get that working. I do like the protocol that's starting for Monty. They've got Demka in the middle, and he doesn't have to watch his back because they have also got the other most common protocol really for the CT side of Ancient, which is pushing out and taking control of that B lane outside. It does leave the A-bomb side with just Hades. We'll see how he handles himself right about now.
Let's see. Smokes come down. Molly Banks backside. He's going to play just on the edge of that smoke as well, but he deals a bit of damage, and I think he makes a smart choice just to fall back and join up with that sort of CT pack. And actually, maybe a little reposition could work in his favor. He's creeped up close here. Let's just get checked. Fed 8 will have a look, and he'll have a find. What a shot.
That is not bad at all. Bomb is planted. Demka going to be able to find the wallbang there, just spraying him down. Smet is going to be dropped, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 4. Molotov not spreading far enough. That could have been a very scary move. You could see the communication here for Demka. He's waiting for his teammates. Flashbang is going to be set up towards the donut, but nobody's there, so it doesn't really matter. Quick kill for Molodoy. He'll take down Diha, and suddenly they're low on health and just down to 1 man. Molodoy here, I don't think he could do too much. He should be killed trying to swing this one every single time, and he will be. Good communication. A lot of patience on Monty. I mean, again, that's a really good sign. That could have easily panicked. They had no kit, and it's a, 4-on-4 retake. There's a lot of ways that can go wrong, but honestly, they just took a deep breath. You could actually see it on the little cam there for Demka that he was just looking at the radar and waiting for his teammates, and it worked.
Yeah. So, a 1-round game, but still an awkward one at the very least. It's both of these sides are sort of just trying to figure out what is going on. I'm kind of going to call for a pretty early tack pause as things go, but I think they're just, again, trying to just make sure they don't let things get a bit out of hand. For Monty putting a first one on the board, you can see how it's sort of immediately put a bit of pressure on towards Amcal. There's something that they want to try and figure out.
Yeah, and I mean, bit of a pause as well, just to have that conversation. Again, something that we don't always see.
Right? So it's kind of a weird. I don't really understand what Amcal are calling the pause for, because we know what their buy is like. It's a first gun round for Monty. Like, I I don't know where the pressure is here. Do you know what I mean? Like, why we've gone into a pause, unless they spotted something in particular.
I mean, it sort of makes you wonder if it's a discussion again, like how do we actually, like, maybe there was a brief disagreement about how do we play the beginning of this round, you know? Maybe especially with that AWP, but either way, we're kind of back to much of the same. Double setup in the middle, Hades holding this alone. They're trying to go fast at him, but he was kind of ready for it, although Kalash will still take him down, and Molodoi in the middle drop Ryu, so suddenly a bit of an awkward position for them to be in. Oh, what a lineup! Gizmi! We've seen him done this before. I don't know how. He must be practicing these lineups with through the smoke, because the last game he had quite a few of those kills as well. That is pretty nasty, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. Bomb no longer being planted. It never was to begin with. And Demka's hanging around towards that donut position. They've actually just taken the bomb to walk away. What happened? Did he disconnect?
Yeah, I don't even know what even happened.
He
there.
must have.
I mean, Gizmi's got to do a lot. I mean, it kind of felt like he disconnected earlier as well with that Mac 10. So who knows?
Oh, that's brutal.
He's trying to pick up the AWP for 8, and you'll get it in the end. He was just trying to extend his arm a little bit, but didn't happen. I do wonder. He must have, right? But yeah, okay. Tech pause there, so he must have disconnected. That's such an unfortunate time to disconnect, because honestly,
Yeah.
even though it was like a 2v3, they kind of had a bit of a chance there.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, it could have worked out. And obviously when he goes, it's just like what a confusing scenario for them. So Amcal, they're going to be walking through. Unfortunately, it is part of the nature of playing online Counter-Strike. So there's nothing we do about it. We just have to live with it. But yeah. We were getting a bit of a shout out for some of the other guys. You know, Molodoi's taking up maybe a lot of the conversation. What's your feeling about the rest of the team for Amcal? Are there some other potential? Maybe not. Also, everyone doesn't have to be a superstar, right? Some people can just be very strong role players and just fill out a good position in a team in the future. You know?
Yeah. No, honestly, like I think there is kind of a lot to like in terms of what Amcal offer as a team, and obviously, you know, Molodoi does take a lot of the limelight, but they've also got some decent players alongside him who've been putting up some good numbers. I think AW is also another one that I think maybe doesn't get as much respect as he probably deserves. I think he's also really talented in his own regards. So I like him. Fede is somebody that I've known for a while. I've seen him in a couple of mixes playing like open quals at times when I've been watch partying in the past, and he's always been all right. He doesn't put up amazing numbers, I will say, but he seems like a relatively, you know, level-headed player. He's got kind of at least a decent amount to offer up, and I think he's probably a little bit more experienced than some of the other players here. So yeah, I don't know. I like them. Smet as well has also had some decent performances at times. Last time I casted Amcal, he actually top fragged. So there is a side that I think have multiple different ways of which they can actually be successful. It's obviously just the fact that in a similar vein to sort of how Spirit Academy are, for example, where all eyes are on Kaisuke, same thing kind of happens here with Molodoi, just because that's how good Molodoi is. He's a real kind of scary factor. The only thing is we haven't actually seen him really pop off yet, but Molodoi is now out with an AWP. This is where he does his best work. It is T-Tad AWPing, so it's a little bit harder, but an AWP all the same in his hands is unbelievably scary.
I mean, that in itself can be kind of a challenge. Oh my god, that's a bit of a drive-by, isn't it? Good night to Smet. Gizmi wants to keep pushing. Obviously, this is being watched now, and they should be able to handle it, especially with the Mac 10, right? There's no body armor, no Kevlar at all on the CT side. So, yeah, even if they pick up a weapon here, AW going to be able to get a couple of kills. Ryu is back at it again. He's actually found Molodoi this time. What a... I mean, if they're going to come back from the disconnect, just winning the round with the Deagle, that is a strong way to do it. That would be exciting. Kalash is actually kind of walking close to that Deagle right now. We'll see if he's got it in him. He's ready for more. Lining up that shot, but it's not quick enough. Kalash shooting him in the back, and now it's Diha. 1 versus 1 against Kalash.
Yeah, just get overlooked a little bit. What's Kalash got for us? Does he expect this cave play? Feels like he's a little nervy, but that post-bomb position is actually really, really well done. Can he get towards the orb? I think now that he's sort of hit the wall, the answer's no. But a big round to be won there by Amcal. And Monty, at the moment, just, for me, not looking, you know, really at all competent. This is a side that feeling very, very awkward. I'm not seeing anything at the moment that's giving me a lot of faith. I'll put it that way. So I'm a little concerned. I wouldn't mind towards, you know, at least one of these next gun rounds. I would not mind some sort of a, you know, attack pause, take a breather, because you're 4-1 down, and they're just not offered up really anything at the moment that makes me sort of feel confident. Demka, we'll find Molodoro through the smokes. That'll help.
It's so funny to see how much people are trying to fight around that mid choke point on all sides, right? Like, now the T's are throwing the Molotov to that elbow. Now the CTs are starting the run boost over the Molotov, and now we're back to seeing like the boost to try and catch people who are swinging it on the CT side. Like, it's just every week there's something new happening at this particular part of the map because it's just so important. So kind of fun to watch how that evolves over time. And I mean, the same has been true for Katowice. We've been seeing a lot of the teams there kind of really struggling and battling to try and find any kind of an early advantage to get some mid control here. But again, Monty are really showing us every round that they are fine with sacrificing the A-bomb site for having mid and B control. That's what they're telling us pretty much every round. And I mean, Amcal so far have actually done a pretty good job at exploiting that fact. So we'll see if they could do it again this time. It's a little bit later in the round, and they haven't even pushed mid or B at all, so this should be very, very easy to read if you're on the Monty side. But this boost up for Smet is kind of fun and interesting. Maybe this could be a grand way to make an entrance to the A-bomb side.
Let's see. Demka, he's going to have to be the one to try and, I guess, stop it if he can. But then a Molotov would make his life a little awkward. Here's how things can pan out here. Demka is able to sit the net. He's not. Kalash does good due diligence. Hades and Ryu finding a shot through the smoke. That's massive. And another as well for Ryu. He's got so fortunate.
How do you even account for that? I thought Demka for sure would have had that kill, but somehow doesn't work out that way. Time's going to run out, so nothing that AW could have done about that at all. But yeah, a lot of kills for the smoke, and unfortunately for Amcal, that boost up never really... There's no one peeking him, right? That's his real dream when he's up on that boost, is that the first kill comes from somebody who's a little bit too curious on the CT side, but at the end of the day, they have to swing. Again, I can't believe Kalash actually won that fight, but yeah, good kills. Just as the smoke was re-established there. Pretty good job overall. So, Monty, finally a step in the right direction. They also deny the bomb plant, of course, and all they have is this AK on AW. He's going to be running into the middle. What a headshot. Again, this is why the CTs go to such great lengths to try and stop that kind of a push, and there are so many ways to do it, but even then it's difficult to do.
Yeah, exactly. Up close. Resmoking towards red room, and I mean, honestly, Amcal don't actually need to move here. This is a nice position to hold. You've got mid control, you've got smoke down towards Donut and red room, and shelf too. This is a perfect time. What they're doing now, it's just calling for a pause and actually seeing what Monty's reaction is. I really like this, right? You're not under too much pressure. You've got the man advantage. You've got a lot of room to work with. And yes, your buy's a little weird, but this is still a very feasible round for you.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it looks like they could try and... They could do this two ways, right? They can either just attack the B bomb site and have one guy lurking through A, or they could try and use the one guy at A to sort of fake the A bomb site a bit. They've been going A a lot, so they can try and sell that at A, but it looks like they're not trying to sell much of anything here. Looking for Hades in the corner, and they'll finally get the job done. Smokes are raining in, and they actually are running away now, so making their way through middle. A bit of a scary run, because they don't have donut control, and there could have been a CT in there, but there isn't, so at the moment... It's turning out to be a really good call. Molodoi is out here hoping that there's going to be someone rotating this way, but there won't be. And now, his job is to try and find the right time to help out his teammates. He is very far away from the action, and if he doesn't get going pretty soon, he might just be late for the party.
Oh, Kalash. Deagle, up close. He's waiting. This is normally good for one, but it gets cleared really effectively. Fade 8's giving them a chance. He's put it down into the 1 versus 1. It's Molodoi versus Demcure. This is the two best players on... these two teams, and Molodoi up here can see nothing's there, so he doesn't actually need to fight again. Now he jumps across. Demka's not got time to be playing around with a bomb like that, and that'll be the round one by Molodoi. All he has to do is just have that patience. Amcal, yet another round put on the board. And this is starting to get a little bit scary for Monty. They are not offering up really anything.
No, I mean, unfortunately for them, they're having a bit of a struggle at that A-bomb site, even if it's, like, whether it's early in the round or late in the round. I mean, but Amcal are exploiting the same bomb site pretty much over and over again. It's got to be the source of a lot of frustration here. And I mean, this round was not even that bad to begin with. They had something going in the round. But they're having a hard time stopping the T side from walking out there. So I will see how this one goes. Still early on, but a 5-2 scoreline is kind of a bit worrying. 3 M4s, 1 MP9, and a 5-7 on Hades. Again, some B lane control and some mid controls are very... I mean, you know, you don't even need me to tell you. It's the same setup that Monty are running. And it's not that I hate it, but if Amcal understand what they're witnessing here, if they kind of had the same, then they can just keep doing it again. Why would they stop? They're winning.
It's true. Nothing really actually needs to change. I'm potentially getting to the point of being a little concerned because even now, right, you look at this kind of rebuy back in for Monty. If this one slips away, Amcal gets 6 and 7. I mean, that's when things will start to slip. We're talking about very solid first half getting put up on the board here, and a very, you know, increasingly worried Monty side who are struggling. Yes, it's Amcal's pick, but it's not traditionally a map in which obviously we know that this Monty side play, right? We know it's part of their pool in some regards. So yeah, tough predicament that they're in.
Very, very patient for Amcal. We're down under 40 seconds, but they're going to find an entry here, and AW will take another kill. On the bomb site itself, just a single person left stuck in the corner. It's Ryu, and he's only going to be able to get the one. Unfortunately, no rifle out for AW, as Demka comes charging through a shot that maybe could have connected on Hades, but they know where both players are. So even if it's 20 seconds here, it's still a very scary proposition for them. Demka, I can't believe he's still alive. How is he not burned inside of the Molotov? I thought for sure he was going to be dead, but an unlikely conversion for Monty. They'll pick up the round, and they absolutely needed it. They're going to steal back the M4. They're going to steal the AWP. If they want a chance of sort of turning this around and having a bit more of an interesting first half, to be honest, then they needed to win a round like this one.
Yeah, it is true. We needed to see one of those sort of rounds, at least, where it's sort of odds stacked up against you a little bit, but also because it was a big swing round too, right? Amcal's economy takes a hit themselves, so just upgraded pistols for them. They're going for a force buy because they're in that double eco territory themselves, and it's a tough spot. So Monty should get a fourth, and that gives them the opportunity at closing the gap, at least to some degree. If Amcal get a bomb plant, though, I think they can be, to some degree, pretty happy with this. A bomb plant alone just keeps them somewhat financially happy. Looks like they want to go... I mean, they're actually not decided yet. I was going to say, it looks like they want to go towards B, but they're still leaving a bit of a lurk presence towards sort of deep A.
I think one of the advantages of exploiting the same bomb site over and over again is it does put some pressure on the CTs. Like, whether they like it or not, they are going to be more aware that they've lost a couple of rounds over there. And yeah, more of a default setup this time for Monty. Kind of happy to give up in the middle. If they know the economy of Amcal, which they probably do, they're going to be happy to say, well, who cares? Like, why go and fight the middle and run into some Tech 9s or Deagles or whatever? So, not a lot that Amcal can do with mid control when they don't have a lot of utility. So, probably fine with just hanging out back here. 40 seconds, and the early kill as AW goes down.
Yeah, this round should be, for the most part, simple. You never know. Down, going to make things a little awkward. 1-for-1 trade there gives me all 4, but D had thankfully there to bail them out a little bit. Like I said, a bomb plant would be nice. He's on the back of Molodoi. He taps on towards it, but he just doesn't have the space. He gets a shot on towards D here, so maybe something might open up. He's trying to again go for that tap. M4 picked up, not to be. Just too much pressure as it barreled in towards that site. Monty survive. A little bit of a scare, but also primarily just don't give anything over towards Amcal. They'll be going for their second timeout out of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. Just sometimes it can be a bit weird to take a timeout into a round where you're not going to have a lot to buy. But we've seen it before. I mean, obviously you are allowed to discuss not the round that's coming up, but the next one after that. So nobody's stopping you from doing that. It just always feels a bit funny to go about it this way. 5 rounds though on the T side. I mean, either way, I'm pleased to see that Monty are finding their way back a little bit. I was worried that we were going to have way too much of a one-sided game on our hands here. So Amcal on the other side. I mean, even if they get stuck at 5 rounds here, it's not so bad, right? A 5-7 half. They can still probably do a lot in the second half. So yeah, we're starting to get closer to a more interesting game. Is that another timeout? Did they?
Yeah, they chained 2 back to back.
What's happening?
Yeah. Okay.
Why?
That is an interesting call, especially like you said, doing 2 back to back when then going in towards kind of a no buy round. It's a bit of a wild choice.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some other factor that we're not privy to. Maybe someone needed to run to the bathroom and they just had to burn the timeouts for it.
Yeah, but you use a tech pause for that.
I don't know. Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah. If you need the,
okay,
you
are allowed. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you can call a tech pause. So it's, I don't know. Yeah, seems like a very strange call. I think is the way I'll go about it. I don't know sort of what the play is. Let's see though. I mean, if they can make this sort of round work, then I guess we're gonna eat our own words a bit.
But that would be something. That would be one hell of a double tech timeout if they're or tech timeout if they're able to come back and win this round. Nice shot from Fade 8. It's gonna be Hades to respond rather quickly. AW with a prayer and fingers and toes crossed walking through the smoke. I mean, that's pretty much what you have to do, and it didn't work out, unfortunately. Yeah, have you done any science ever about like whether or not crossing your fingers helps? Where does that even come from? As like a fingers crossed.
Let me look up. I have a feeling. I mean, I know a lot of things are just to do with fingers or to do with like archers back in the days. So you know, for example, like the kind of, I guess, sort of swear in a way. I don't know if you use it in Denmark, but if you like kind of put 2 fingers up somebody, right? Yeah. So where that comes from originally is like English longbow archers, when they were like sieging places in France, they would do that, you know, put 2 fingers up to the French people, because when English archers would get caught, they'd chop their fingers off, like their 2 fingers off, so they couldn't ever shoot arrows. So that's where it kind of comes from. So I wonder if it's maybe something to do with that, saying like keep our fingers crossed because we've still got them, I guess. Let's all look.
Yeah, let's do some research. Either way, the finger crossing, it didn't work this time through the smoke, unfortunately, so back to the A-bomb side we go. And again, because Monty, not quite the same setup here. They didn't actually take mid-control, but they were sort of, you know, posturing in that red room to try and do that. And as a result, again, it's another full-on retake for the A-bomb side. Honestly, Amcal, if they'd just been running A the whole time, it might have been more successful than anything else at the moment, because Monty just aren't really showing up for it. I say that as the retake is absolutely on, and they're just getting kill after kill. That's a little bit unbelievable. Smet and Molodoi left in now a 2 versus 2 as Smet comes up with a bit of a double spray down, and the bomb ticking away on the ground. Diha swings in for a couple of good spray downs there. And Monty, that's such a clean retake, all things considered. I thought for sure they were going to be in a lot more trouble.
Yeah, no, exactly that. DPs will come through. That'll be Monty again, just keeping the pressure on towards Amco. I mean, he's Amco got a bomb plant, which is great, but aside from that, Monty, yeah, at least for my books, done a very decent half here. Also looking up as well, fingers crossed. It's just sort of kind of based from religion, you know, the kind of the cross, I guess, a little bit.
That makes sense.
Nothing kind of. It's just sort of loosely based off, I guess, Christianity.
Okay. A real Jesus take the wheel kind of moment.
Yeah.
Then.
Exactly. Well, Amcal probably need to keep their fingers crossed to recover a little bit. It's still what was a really bad Monty start. Amcal have really let things slip. And actually, funny enough, when we last caught Monty, that map number 1 was bad from them, and then they were able to recover and look really good and reverse sweep. So Monty seemed like maybe just a little bit of a slow starting side, but when they get going, they're really hard to stop, and Amcal kind of seeing this now.
Well, early kill is Gizmi going down, and he was playing that B lane outside of the cave position. Didn't really have a lot of backup either in middle or really anywhere else. And what looks like a bit of a roll of the dice for Monty here, saying, you've gone A so much, we're gonna hope that you're overcooking this and that you will, you know, overthink it a little bit and go back to the B bomb side where we're all waiting. So I don't know. You can do this, and obviously some teams have done it in the past to great success. I feel like it's always a bit risky, and it feels a bit bad if you lose a round like this one. It just kind of takes some of the mental out of the team if you're like, oh, we rolled the dice and we were wrong. They might be right this time, so at the end of the day, maybe it's going to be absolutely fine, but it always makes me a bit concerned when I see this kind of a thing. 30 seconds left, and Amcal are executing right into the stack, so Monty, they're going to be licking their lips on the other side and hoping that they can find even just one kill here through the smoke before we get started. They also have an HE on Hades, so they could blow open one of these smokes. I think it's one on Dihar as well. So with 17 seconds left, it's actually getting a little bit too close for comfort. The bomb is being planted now, but in a really weird position that you don't normally see. So nobody there to stop it. It's going to be a 3v4 in the after plant, and I say that just as Dihar picks up the kill, and suddenly we're in a 3 versus 3. Deep double nade towards that position, trying to get rid of it, but it gets smoked off as well. One of them was a smoke. That's not how you want to do it. Dihar with another one, and now trying to get the bang down, but it's such a weird position. They're not really ready for it here. Trying to get the jump, but the defuse is in, and it will be somehow Monty to find another round. That's so unlikely.
I kind of like that little play there where he's just jumping ever so slightly to try and see the angle of where the defuse is coming from, but unfortunately not to be. So Monty, a sigh of relief making that one stick. That Molotov and then smoking your own Molotov was definitely a little awkward.
Yeah.
It felt uncomfortable, but
I thought one of them was like I actually thought they just threw 2 incendiary grenades. Yeah. I thought, okay, well, that's a bit of a waste, but fair enough, they're going to get the job done, but that could have actually cost them the round. So anyway, what a return, though. All things considered, not at all a bad job. We'll see how this one plays out. Now, Monty going to be on the T side with Amcal playing that CT side. And remember, this is Amcal's map pick, so they should be decent.
I mean, if you look at it, right, if you go just 5 rounds ago, Monty were really looking all over the place. You're saying, like, where are they? And now look at them flying. But this first fight's going to be important. Hades will crack it open with both. That is so well done. He's hungry for more. He wants more and feed him. They might just do exactly that. He wants to swing. It might cost him his life, but no. More for Hades. He can't stop.
I mean, this, for better or worse, this is what the Hades experience is like. He gets a little bit, and he just wants more and more and more, and it's really sick when it works, but it is also dangerous. He's pushing forward still. This time I don't hit as much. He's going to be finally going down. Kalash trying to see if he can find Gizmi. I don't know if there's a kit anywhere, but either way, it's going to have to be a bit of a run as he turns the corner here. Not bad. Throws an HE that he walks right into, and the bomb is so far ticked already. Hades with a quad kill, and it doesn't really matter what Gizmi does here. He is going to be able to win the round, so yeah, nicely done. Again, it's like, I think if Hades could ever figure out when enough is enough, he's going to be I think potentially a more dangerous player, you know?
Yeah. And the thing is, we've seen him when he's on that sort of insane, untouchable form, and he is like that, right? Where it's sort of like he's on an unstoppable force, but it's just the fact that actually when he's in these sort of slight low periods, it's just getting him back up there, and it comes back to that buzzword that we like to use of sort of inconsistency. So yeah, him leveling out and finding just that consecutive kind of round upon round, getting even just like one kill and a bit of support, it makes such a big difference. And Hades, it's good to see him, but when he plays at this top level, he's so scary. But we'll see. We're flying out. Demka gets out in front of the nade as well, so he can very quickly take a lot of donut control, and that's a brilliant way to open things up. They know there's donut presence, but they can't really do a lot.
And Monty kind of shoving it back in Amcal's face a bit, saying, you know what, you guys were happy to push the A-bomb site, we'll do the same. And again, with those early donut smokes and leading with a Mac 10, there are going to be flashbangs going behind him as he's running in. It's very hard to stop. Even if you know it's coming, it's not easy to hold that A-bomb site. Obviously, especially when you don't have too much to work with. They did force up into the round now.
Yeah.
So, well, we're all keeping our foreheads frowned at this one, slightly dissatisfied. Like, ooh, potentially a bit of a waste. They're pushing onto the site, and I mean, they were never going to retake this, right?
No.
That's never happening.
I don't really understand why we've gone for it, right? Yeah, even here, like, what is actually the point for Molodoi? Because as small as it is, like, having, like, 3 Deagles saved in towards the next round, at least it's something to work with. But instead, we've got nothing to work with. Like you kind of touched on, we force one towards the round, completely ineffective. The way I probably would have gone about it, if you are going to force like that, the second Demka and that Mac 10 gets that first kill, the 2 donut players run away, the 2 players who are rotating from B don't. Just stay. And let's just save 4 and go again towards the next. We're not retaking, we don't have the util, we don't have the firepower, and we just don't have the information to make a 4v5 retake on the A site work. Just give it up. But it's these sort of small things where, I guess with hindsight, it's quite frustrating for us to watch, because you're just thinking, like, what was the call there? Like, oh, guys, let's just hope one of us gets a 2 or 3K. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it's such a loose, there's no idea behind it, and it makes you question what is actually the game plan.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And again, you make too many of those decisions, especially now that we are playing, you know, MR12. It's can't really keep calling it a new thing anymore because I guess it's not, but it just does mean that the space you have to make those kind of decisions is a lot more compressed than it was at one point, and so you know you can only make so many before it backfires. And sometimes saving like the extra, even if it's 5-7 on MP9, is not the most exciting thing in the world, but it gives you a better chance in the next round. Whereas as opposed to here, like what have we got? Like some unarmored upgraded like P250s or whatever. It doesn't have the same punch as the armor and the 5.7s that they maybe could have had. And at the end of the day, like all you need is like, you know, one good round with a 5.7. We've seen it many times. So yeah, I'm questioning that decision from the previous round a little bit too. But you know what, Monty they're doing really well right now. Remember Demka had to disconnect and he's still up to 16 kills. Like, good job.
Doesn't seem to have affected him at all, which is, yeah, good to see. But, no, it's spot on. I mean, I think, honestly, Monty have done a really good job of, especially off the back of their slow start, which just seems to be very akin to Monty, is just waking up, getting, you know, right back into this and not pulling any punches, just running through the motions. This is where it comes back to what I was saying sort of a little bit earlier, is where I feel that teams, when they're on this sort of revenge arc because they lost the other day, I do always feel like they got just, you know, some sort of extra point to prove, and you always sort of back the team in terms of revenge, and that's kind of where I'm at right now.
A little pop flash there. Does bounce off the floor, but Tiha decided to stare it down and just spray full on with a MAC-10. And you know what? That turned out to be a really good choice. Got the kill for it as well. Molodoi back here, missing a shot, and now he's under a lot of pressure. Not ready for somebody to peek out there. He could have been dead already. Hades kind of giving Molodoi almost a second chance at life here. Under a minute, and he's still being put under some pressure. You can see the grenades left and right, but the confidence to walk into that fight, shut down Gizmi. That's the bomb now in his control, and Ryu is trying to get a little bit closer. Molodoi finally going to be going down, but is it enough to get the bomb planted as well? 3 versus 3. Monty, can they re-establish a bit of control here?
They tating through, and Ryu, I don't know if we needed to take that fight, but in doing so, obviously puts a lot of pressure now on this post plant. Demka's down, and this one should be dead. Dia 1v3, and it is not an easy one for him. Bomb is planted for him, but still, I don't even really know what he can do. He's spamming, he's hoping, and it's not to be Amcal. For the first time in actually a while, Anders finally get around back on the board, but I still don't know if it's turned me into a believer by any means.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel the same. I don't know if they just lost their way a little bit, or there's something that feels uncomfortable about Amcal at the moment. But let's see if you know, sometimes a little bit of success and you can sort of reestablish a bit of control in the team. We've seen it before, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It is their map pick, and I'd love to see what they actually bring to the second half here.
Yeah.
Got 2 AKs out right now. Again, Molodoi, haven't seen him go berserk with the AWP yet, but in the early days.
Let's see, yeah, Molodoi, he just has he's had a couple of moments maybe, but nothing too special, unfortunately, yet.
You see Demka again exploiting that smoke and Molotov, like the borderland between those two grenades, to stand in. It's a lot of mid-control right now for Monty, and even more so now that Hades going to pick up the kill on Smith. It's Molodoi back here in the hallways. Good little flick to take down a kill. Even better on that one. Dihar is going to be dead. He really wants to push that Molotov. You could see he's just sticking his toes into it. It's a little bit too aggressive, perhaps. 3v3 in the afterplant, but AW is right out there, and they don't seem to think about that. It could be kind of scary. Kalash, though, he's going to go down. Shot straight for the smoke, and AW waiting for now 5-6 seconds here. And he's going to go down. He somehow wasn't ready. They're right on top of him, and Hades will take down Molodoi. So, I don't know. Good defensive shots in the beginning, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, it says a lot when Molodoi gets a 2-piece to open things up, and it's still not enough for that round to work out. That's where this Amcal side are actually really looking lackluster for me. They have obviously sort of fallen apart. The calls seem incredibly loose and not in a good way. It's not instilling a lot of confidence in us. This is a side who are falling apart at the seams. It's their own map pick as well, and they're just not offering up anything really. A CT side getting pulled apart as easily as it is now is, you know, it's increasingly worrying for that to be the case. Ryu's gonna get both. Beautiful work from Ryu. Needed a bit of a hero there, and they get it.
That's a strong way to get started in the round for sure. And, you know, speaking of which, he's up to 20 kills. I didn't even notice that, but, you know, we were thinking of being rightfully critical of him last time, but so far so good in the jersey today. Putting in a bit of work on the server. It's round number 18 here. And with that double opening, they are leaning towards that B-bomb side, which Amcal themselves rolling the dice a bit. I love this, though, because when you're in a 5v3, like, you might as well. Like, it's basic math for you, isn't it? Either you get to save a little bit and you have to fight for overtime, or maybe the 3-man setup is enough to slow this down. Clash, certainly an interesting position. First one is basically for free. Low health on Rio, but he's still able to get the kill on Kalash. Any bullets there would have done it. And Gizmi with a bit of a labored spray, but it'll get the job done, taking down AW. And it just leaves Molodoy in a 1 versus 4. And even if 2 of them are low, this is almost impossible to win.
And now actually even saving could be quite difficult too. He's going to fall back over towards Red Room. A site is being taken as Gizmi's on this big flank, so I just wonder how far forward Gizmi kind of pushes here. He might even wrap in towards Red Room to sort of do that clearance. There it is, and it just offered up on a silver platter. Honestly, I think you're right. Ryu's performance so far in this map number 1, tenfold what we saw in their previous series against Iron Pandas yesterday, right? We just weren't able to get anything going from him at all. I mean, he's put like single-digit numbers up on every single map. And now in one map, he's only caught up to basically like his total from the other day. So, I'm impressed. 12-6. Amcal, a no-show on their map pick. And I think, honestly, as well, this is a similar vein to the previous matchup where, you know, unfortunately for Ecstatic, they never had a chance against Ents. They're a different beast. And I think this is what it is here as well. Ryu opens things up through the flashbang, but gets traded.
Yeah, again, that fight is mesmerizing to me. Like, it's always fun to see people try and go for it there. He's not far away, to be honest, to getting the second kill. But even the one is worth it. Like, he's done his job. Yeah. It's good enough. It's A-okay. If you can do that every round, then that's perfect for the control alone. Demka, looking to see if he can find anything here for the smoke. It's a lot of damage. Got to be careful here, Clash. Bomb plant on this map is always a bit weird because you can get spammed down. There's almost no way to really make it 100% safe. Kalash, though, himself taking a lot of damage, and grenades are going everywhere. It's all out Armageddon on that A-bomb site. Gizmi finally going to be shot down, and still no bomb plant. They've taken so much damage. Like, nobody has any health left. Maybe Hades, but he's got the AWP. Do you really want to walk him into the fight next? They can't find the space to get the bomb planted.
This is such a goofy round. They don't really know what to do. They're going to tap again, and this time they probably should be okay. They left CT completely open on that plant, though. Any peek might have given them a chance, but it wasn't the case. It's a little weird, though. Getting up close. Kalat's going to get both on Diha and Hades, and all that's Demka. Demka has these moments, but it's not going to be this one. And with the assist from Diha, it is Amcal with another round.
Interesting dilemma, because they actually get onto the bomb site. They have the smoke down towards Donut. They have almost everything they want, but they kind of lose the round and just getting spammed down for the smoke a lot. At the end of it, that was too much to handle here. Hades trying to ignore the bullets. You know, just saying like, oh, if I focus real hard, they won't penetrate. They won't penetrate my back. But
yeah,
it doesn't work that way.
It's like that classic thing you see, like when you play like a hide and seek with like a toddler, and it's like if I close my eyes, I can't see them, so they can't see me.
Yeah, Hades the toddler.
I'm sure that's not a nickname that he would not enjoy.
Probably not. But anyway, yeah, you're right. That is essentially what was happening. He was found, unfortunately. 12-7 here. Monty just a step away. Any slip up right now for Amcal, who are fighting for overtime, and they're going to lose their own map pick and go on to play Train. That could be a bit of an awkward situation for them, I'm sure.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Monty's Train's like. I haven't caught them on Train yet, so that one should be quite fun. I feel like they might have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. They're a side who like to sort of push the boat out in terms of the map pool, in terms of, you know, what they've got to offer up in terms of trying to move their way through the kind of top level CS scene. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got. Amcal, same for them, right? They've also at the same time they've got kind of a lot to prove to us that they can get kind of back into this, because so far not so good.
50 seconds. And they are waiting to try and clear out this forward part of the map. All right. Molotov doesn't really go where they wanted it, but might still do the job, to be honest. At least it clears out the front part of it. Fade 8 goes down. There's still AW in that corner, and how many is he going to let by? Oh! He did let them by for a double kill, but somehow Demka's still able to check it, and that could be enough to get a bit of an entry. Molodoi is dead. Kalash and Smets trying to get anything done is not going to work. It's just Kalash in the corner. They know where he is, and they're going to come for him, hunt him down. Demka will get the headshot, and it will be Monty to pick up the opponent's map pick here on Ancient. That's a really great job. It was a bit of a slow start for them, but once they got going, it was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue that we kind of have with Monty a little bit. It's just the fact that they are a slow starting side. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they lost, what was it? It was something like 5 out of the first 7 rounds or something like that. I think, yeah, they were 5-2 down, Monty's. They were struggling to get in towards that game, absolutely. But then they spiraled in a huge way. I'm looking at it now. They got 8 rounds in a row before Amcal were able to respond. And by that point, Anders, it was too little too late, right? So a really, really good showing from them. You take your opponent's map pick, and not only do you take it kind of with ease as well. You limit Molodoi to sort of doing not a hell of a lot, you know, a pretty lackluster performance. It ends up being the lowest rated player on that Amcal side, you know, heading into that final round with like 56 ADR. So, you know, I bigged him up. I do promise he is a very good player, but he just got shut down today. And I think, you know, part of that is probably the game plan for Monty, as they found ways to counter him, and they did exactly that. Ancient generally is a very AWP-friendly map, but it was anything but for Molodoi there. So with Train coming up next, this does feel like Monty have set themselves up for a real success here. Train's a map in which both sides have played a couple of times. It's been, you know, wins for Monty, and I think the main thing, and I'm sure this is going to be brought up a bit on the desk, is that when these two sides last played, literally only like 4 days ago or so, Monty against Amcal, they played Train, Monty won 13-0. So I'm sure they're feeling absolutely great about how they're kind of coming in towards map number 2. They played 4 days ago. Nothing's really going to change. You won 13-0 when you played 4 days ago as well. You must be loving life, thinking, well, surely we're destined for a 2-0 here. Surely we're destined to move on in towards the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to hope that that they're feeling the confidence. They should be, but again, for Monty, maybe, or for Amcal, maybe there's something to fix. Maybe there's something to go back and study, and maybe they've learned something more about Train. You got to hope so. Otherwise, they surely would have banned it, right, if they were really scared of it. So I'm hoping, I've got my fingers crossed for a bit of an upset, because I'd love to see more out of Amcal. I feel like we didn't really get like a chance. They kind of got on the server, but they also looked a bit confused. So maybe they just need to warm up themselves a little bit.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, for now, though, we're going to throw it over towards the desk. We'll take a little break, and I'll try to break this all down for you.
Thank you, boys. That was lovely. Yes, Team Engine Monty come through and start rolling a little bit late, but they do manage to actually take down Amcal on their own map pick here. And I want to join into the thick of it. Neil was talking about that last best of 3 that these two teams played against each other. And yeah, you take a look on down the train, you see Monty absolutely wiping out on the floor out here at Ancient, and you think, surely, easy 2-0. But I welcome you guys to go on over to HLTV and look at that best of 3, because Amcal there still had Molodoi top fragging and taking Dust 2 down on a 13-3 to start things off for that best of 3, right? So you never truly know what to expect out of these guys, especially in a time like this where it's playoffs, where they're both fighting with their backs up against the wall. And with these two teams kind of not always being the most consistent, sadly, especially if your top fragger isn't really being found on the server, you're not really allowing your team to be at their full value. And this was definitely something that I wanted to chip upon as well with how the game kind of ended up here. All of the individuals of Monty all stepped up. I mean, 4 out of 5 were all KD positive, and the one guy, Gizmy, not only was he finding impact when they needed him most, but he was making some really good calls as well. I was genuinely surprised by just how simple he kept the game plan here for Monty, because he saw after the 5-2, I don't believe there was a tactical timeout, but I do believe that Monty just had a little bit of momentum, a little bit of tempo to take. And from 5-2, they take it 5-7. They win out second pistol as well, and it just keeps going and going and going for Monty. Amcal were really struggling onto that CT side as well, barely able to pick up the first round, 4 rounds into the second half. And yeah, I mean, it was just good calling out of Gizmy to let his players kind of make most of the calls themselves. He wasn't micromanaging at all. He was just going in for those defaults, and it was really working out. Whenever they were on an eco as well, they were always sending it 5 people down mid, 4 people down mid. and just trying to kind of bait out Amcal as soon as possible, as much as possible, to try to win out a lot of that confidence that we were talking about in the pre-show, right? Confidence is definitely going to be a factor as we jump into it, because Monty are jumping into this one thinking, okay, revenge match, it's our time to shine. We lost the previous best of 3, but we'll show what we can do here. We'll show how it was supposed to go on that first map of Dust 2 had we won it, right? And next map up, of course, being Train. Excuse me. Of course, being Train, you're thinking, okay, well, surely something must have changed. If Moldo is allowed to pick up the AWP, which, by the way, 15 rounds in, he only had it twice in that entire first half. And the second time he had it, he died first time. He was dying the first into that boost into the middle smoke, right? So he was not allowed to play his own game onto that T-side opping, which, of course, we know is a little bit tougher, but still we were expecting to see something out of him, whereas we got nothing. And then onto that second half, it was already kind of too little too late, as Neil was mentioning it. So a slow start, but overall it is going to be up to Monty right now to keep up this tempo, keep up this pace, and allow Gizmy to keep making these calls, especially on a map like Train. I look forward to seeing the B-hole smoke. I look forward to seeing, hopefully, Amcal having done their homework and knowing how to anticipate these kind of plays, and knowing to anticipate a lot of aggression as well, probably from Monty, especially if they're going to be starting off onto that T side. They're most likely going to be playing it slowly, but then onto that CT side, I fully expect Monty to just start rushing on in main with 3 people down on a full by CT side. Like, I will not be surprised by those kind of plays. Crunches down on B holes, fully expect to see those as well. So looking forward to Train coming up next. The points that the lads already made on the casting desk have been proven out here, as you guys got to see the game and as I got to try to break it down a little bit. But we'll get to see more out of these 2 teams as we head on over to the next map to see if anything is going to get changed or not. But until then, a 10-minute break and we'll be right back. And here we are ready for map number 2 out here with this second best of 3 as well. I mean, Amcal Monty, they went head to head and we were expecting, at least out of the first half, we were definitely expecting a way closer affair than it was, I guess. So, hats off to Monty for being able to pull it off in that clear of a fashion. But now we jump on over to Train, which everyone thinks, okay, you've had your 13-0. Are you going to have another one? Are we going to have another one, Anders, you reckon?
No, I think it's always going to be easier to improve upon a loss like that. So I doubt it, but Amcal, they need to regain a lot of confidence. Like, Monty are going to come into this map feeling pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I do just want to say before dropping it over to you, Neo, is the fact that time when they were playing Train and they managed the 13-0, that was also right after the update just went live with Train on the live map. So teams still didn't really have the time to figure out smokes, didn't really have the time to figure out how to shut down those B crunches from Pop Dog, how to really fight up against main really that easily. They were still playing down towards Olaf with a single player, right? Knowing they couldn't get Molotov and lost the fights as well. So now that we've had a couple of weeks to actually get acclimatized to Train, how much different do you think this is gonna go?
Do you know what? I'm still pretty heavily leaning in favor of Monty here. I mean, even since then, you know, obviously there's that 13-0 and we can kind of keep harping on about that a little bit, but literally only a few days after that, or a couple of days after that, a few days ago, they played Ecstatic again. Aside that, as we just saw in our previous West 3, they're not very strong Ecstatic. They're okay, right? But they're not like they're not a Monty level, they're not an Ents level, they're not like a Spirit Academy level. They're a tier 2 side rather than a team who can arguably be classed as like tier 1.5. And that's where, for me, I look at this and say, you know, they picked up a 13-7 loss to Ecstatic as well. So it doesn't exactly fill you with a lot of confidence saying like this is a side that have, you know, these tricks up their sleeve and can really start to kind of push the packet in terms of improving in such a short span of time. Sure, they might have spent a good amount of time over the last few days in terms of their pracs really focusing on it, but it's a big ask, right? Amcal, you know, they've got a busy schedule, they've got a lot going on, and trying to hard prep one map like that over the span of, you know, what, 3 days basically since they last played it is a big ask. Do I think it'll be better? Yeah. Do I think they'll win it? No.
Yeah, but then again, you come in and you see this best of 3, and what if we were going to be casting the one that was happening like 4 days ago? I think we would have brought at the same points, yet look at how that one turned out, right? Amcal managed the 13-3, 13-10, still winning out that best of 3, even though they weren't looking great at the start, and they got 13-0 with either way. So that's the thing about the CCT in particular, about the tier 2 in general. It's chaotic, it's really unpredictable to some sort of degree. You do get these tier 1.5 teams, these higher echelons, tier 2 teams as well, that I could classify Amcal in, as they're trying to break out with more experience. Maybe they could, but you never truly know what to expect. It's maybe a little bit easier when you do have teams like Monty, teams like Ents that you have seen on the tier 1 stage, that you do know can perform and have got sort of that organization behind it, and that do have that structure behind it, not only with the coach in the IGL, but with analysts and with practice times as well, with good scrimmings. But for teams like Amcal, they're just going and getting whatever they can. Their game can always be chaotic, and that can be the case a lot of the time here in the CCT in general. So Train might be going how we expected, and Monty could take it in a closer affair than the last best of 3. Or we could honestly not even know what to expect and just jump into this one full blind and see what Train has to give us, right, Anders?
I mean, I think it's still also just because the map is, you know, it's still very, very new. It's hard to appreciate like how hard it could be to prep for and to know what to expect. Like a couple of the right tricks or a couple of like interesting smokes or whatever could make a big difference right now. So I'm willing to keep an open mind. I mean, I'd more than anything, I just want to see Amcal with like a mental reset coming into this. Would love to see sort of Molodoi maybe have a bit of a better start so that we can really get him feeling confident. But yeah, I'm not going to make like super hard decisions on I think almost any Train game right now. The most well-packed team I've seen on it so far is Vitality. Like they've created a lot of really insane protocols already. But I mean, a lot can change in the next couple of weeks even.
Oh yeah, that's completely fair, though. Again, there's a lot of teams that are opting in to try things out with Train, and then there's teams like Na'Vi who just completely permaban it away, just like the Vertigo case. They think, okay, we're just swapping on over. But Neo, when we take a look on down 2 Train right now, that it should be starting up in a second, we wanted to talk more about Moldoy. We wanted to talk about Hades more as well, with the off head-to-head coming into it. Moving away from that first map, going into Train now, how do you feel like that's going to set up? Because I think that Train is also a great map for the AWP now.
It is. I think it's a great map for the AWP. The only issue is, though, it can be Ancient's a fantastic map for AWP, and Molotov was still the worst rated player on the server. So I think this is the issue where you could talk about what situations are great or what maps are perfect, but if you're just not playing to the level you should be playing, that's it, right? I mean, Hades had a pretty decent map number 1.34 rating for him, you know, just shy of 80 ADR. It's a pretty good map, all things considered. Molotov on the other side, 56 ADR, 0.64 rating. We're talking about a guy who had little to no impact at all, and I think for me, that's it. You can talk about the maps or the scenarios or the situations, but sometimes it's just not your day, and at the moment, for Molotov, he needs a completely different showing.
Well, at the end of the day, you guys got to take it away and let us see it. So, Amcal, Monty, map number 2.
Here we go. They're going to be starting with Monty, I believe, on that CT side. Oh, sorry, Amcal on the CT side and Monty on the T side. There we go. And I'm curious. 2 smokes, 1 Molotov. Smoke already down towards Pop Dog. That seems to be a pretty standard thing right now for people to try and run. It's Molotov to begin with. It takes a headshot and drops Ryu. It's going to be a 4-on-5 to follow that up. And already they are posturing towards that A main yard position. AW is going to spot them out. Diha is actually running a bit of a distraction here. And I like that. Oh, look at the rotation it's forcing. It's just him. Oh, the bomb's coming in as well. So they actually have switched it up just a bit. Unfortunately, that bomb gets dropped on Hades. So what a confusing round so far.
Yeah, this is such an odd round. Molotov. What a shot. He started off well, Molotov, but he's now going to be called upon. A 1v2 required for him. And oh, Dia could be the one to deny. First shot is great. Looking for another. He knows where he is as well. Damage down towards Gizmy. And all Gizmy has to do now is just play time. The thing is, for Molotov, though, he is sort of happy to try and piece this puzzle. Where has Gizmy gone to? Is he going to clear in towards oil? Looks like he is, and he's going to do it well. Molotov, what a round from him. 4 kills to his name off the back of a very lackluster map number 1. He has picked up the pace emphatically. I mean, he's already, you know, he got 10 kills in total in map number 1. He's got 4 in this round alone. So he's already looking tenfold better than what we saw to kickstart things in towards Ancient. That's what Amcal need.
Really good job. We said we wanted him to have a bit of a better start. We were looking for that, and here we are. Enough that he's going to buy an AWP straight into the second round. That's... I don't hate it, but I don't know why. Sometimes you just end up feeling a little bit more exposed, and also he doesn't have any head armor. So, you know, it's could be absolutely fine. It doesn't have to be a problem. Oh, he knows how to throw the smoke to main as well. Good stuff. So early smoke coming out to try and shut that down, but they still, even in spite of the smoke, they still throw the HEs just to make sure that no Ts are rushing out there. Lack of helmet, probably not a big deal, but it could be. You just never really know.
A couple of pistols can occasionally be awkward to deal with. Let's see. What have we got? We're going for a dive out of heaven. I don't hate this, but Kalash is going to love this. He's going to get a lot of money. Or he should do, at least.
Yeah. First guy jumps past. They actually do try to do a good job, right? That's what you're looking for. You're looking for crosshair displacement on the first player that you're going to run into so that the rest of your team can crouch in behind and kind of to get the shots. It makes sense. Just didn't work the way that they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. So, single start. Amcal, I like what I see. We're starting to at least look just a little bit more confident. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming whatever team talk they had in the 15, 20-minute break or so that we had in between maps, it had to be pretty emphatic. I think probably the way you go about it off the back of what is quite a poor, you know, map and going into this map, which you've obviously struggled on already. I mean, hey, they've already done better than the last time they played, right? Which is fantastic news to say the least. But the way you've got to approach this is just say, right, completely forget about it. We can come back to what went wrong on Ancient later. This is about now trying to recover this series and actually give us a chance of pushing towards playoffs. And we know we have the individuals. We know we have the ability. Train may be a map on which we struggled on, but like we said, it's been 3 or so days since they last played it against Ecstatic. That's at least enough time to get a decent few scrims under your belt and just get some sort of prep ready.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Monty, though. AK's out in this round. And some good utility to back it up here. Molotoving out that forward left position coming out of main, which is interesting to see. A lot of CTs end up holding there, but also it's, you know, it's a very exposed position, especially if checked with grenades. Fade 8 is going to be taking down Gizmy. 4 versus 4. He keeps pushing forward. Actually a very aggressive move. But it kind of does work out. He's going to get one more kill before he finally goes down. And back into a 3-on-3 we go. It's going to be 45 seconds. And Kalash coming in with a massive flank. That should win the round right here. It's good work. He's crouching into that second spray. And just Hades left alone. He's going to go down to Smet. So, honestly, great recovery here. They get to throw away some of the MP9s, upgrade into AKs. They keep the AWP alive. This is a fantastic start for Amcal.
It is. They're just looking really solid. And a very good round to win in sort of, just in terms of where they were at. It was technically speaking a bonus buy, right? So we've got Amcal coming in with sort of whatever was left over from the previous round and making it stick that comfortably. I think it is really, really well done. Clash is just so well here. There's no time for Demka to react. And that setup towards A is looking very strong. Much stronger than what we've seen from Amcal, at least previously. Far so good. Ryu burning, but he'll get his kill on. Oh, so will Demka. Nice shot for him with the deagle.
Yeah, a bit unnerving, but now with Molodoi getting a kill in return, at least there's someone to work with. Does, I think, an important job in checking that smoke, just in case someone was hiding there. It's just not worth getting shot in the back when he returns to Ivy. So, 3 versus 4. And plenty of time left in the round. Amcal, see if they can settle this one down. There's an Org on Smet, which I think is very interesting, right? Because that is like a classic train weapon if you go way back in time. This is a very popular weapon choice for a couple of teams back then. Even the Auto Sniper, the CT Auto Sniper made its way onto the scene for a while back in 2013-14. But yeah, just having the long range, like the long range in the B yard, for instance, it's nice to have that extra scope, you know?
I gotta say, I still think the AUG is incredibly viable. The only thing that really changed with the AUG was that when it was scoped in, it was a little harder to use, but we rarely use guns scoped in that often anyway. I think the AUG's still actually, for me, really viable. It's just the only issue with the AUG that is the one reason why I think it's not picked up as much. It's actually just because it's so much more expensive than both the M4s now. If it was a little cheaper,
True.
I think you see it get picked up a lot more. The Krieg, I can fully understand why that's not picked up. That gun is hot garbage now. It's so slow firing. Unless you're using it basically like a semi-auto, it feels, for the most part, kind of useless. But I still think the AUG's got all the viability. I think maps like Train are one of those where you can make it work. I think also Dust 2's another good map for it. You know, you're playing long Dust 2 with an AUG. You put it maybe even over towards Car. That's such a good position for it to kind of be utilized from. But I'm not a hater. I remember when I started playing Counter-Strike, I say way back when, but it was actually 2016 was when I started playing. And me and my friend, we would only use the AUG and the Krieg way before it was famous. And everyone used to call us noobs because we were using COD guns, was what they would say, and get a life. But then we'd win, so it would make them even more annoyed. So it became like a rinse and repeat cycle of we'd use the quote-unquote noob COD gun, we'd win, piss them off, and they get more pissed because we're using the noob gun. It was great.
Yeah, you know, if it works, why even stop it at all? Good position here for Kalash. He also got the first kill in the round as Fade 8 is going to be taking a couple of kills. It's Hades up top, and let's see if they want to hunt him down or just leave him to his own devices. 30 seconds left, and Smet is going to make pretty quick work of it. This is fantastic. They're doing such a great job at defending really both sides at the moment, and for Amcal, it's I mean, it's an easy day right now for them on the second map. Monty, though, where's the breakthrough? Where's the power that we saw last time when they played on Train?
Yeah, this is really rough for Monty at the moment. I've got to say, these setups that I'm seeing from Amcal, though, especially over towards that B side, I mean, even that one there, I love the little 1-2 punches that we kind of got going for them. You know, you've got one guy playing below the ladder, which is in itself actually quite difficult to clear generally when there's a smoke in front of you at stairs. But then you've got another guy playing right up towards, I call it Thomas. I don't know if people have given it a real name, but because it looks like Thomas the Tank Engine. So playing up towards that first train, and it's so difficult to really clear that effectively. So I like what I see so far, and Monty are obviously really struggling. Probably last time out, Amcal had little to no reps in this map, and it was obviously, you know, plaguing them a little bit, and maybe even just being, like map number 1, a bit of an off day, right? But this is where we're at now, where it's a 5-0 start. Monty probably, you know, realistically a 6-0 start as well, because Monty's don't have the buy to work with. This is great. Amcal have obviously done a lot of prepping towards Train to make it part of their pool.
And again, a curious situation to begin with that they didn't ban it when they lost at 13-0, and that in itself should tell you something, right? That should be a sign that, well, wait a minute, maybe, one, they just didn't think the 13-0 was a big deal, as in, like, they just, you know, maybe they went back into the research and they said, you know what, we fixed all the mistakes. But, I mean, either way, if you were really scared of playing the map, you would have just banned it instead. So, I think this is exciting. They left it in the pool, they allowed Monty to pick it, and they're throwing it right back in their faces. So, good stuff. It is a 4 versus 3, and Hades, some very long fingers, going to be picking up that AK-47 out of the yard. We'll see if he can do anything more with it. The answer is a straight no, but Demka is there for the return. Executes Molodoy, and suddenly it's Smet and Clash left, and this could be kind of interesting. If they get the bomb planted, then we've kind of got a round on our hands. I say that as Diha goes down, trying to make the cross here, and Smet is nearly getting blown up, but that second Molotov is going to slow at least one of them down.
Honestly, at least getting the bomb down here is actually pretty big in itself. And now we've got a bomb down, a smoke down in front of it, and Gizmy picked up an AK. There is a chance here. Smet's trying to sneak his way out. This could be a little awkward. If he can get caught on timing, there might be a chance here. And they walk straight towards Demka. Will he get the second? The answer's no, but Gizmy's giving himself a chance. He's been good in the clutch, Gizmy. And this time, it's equally as the same. Gizmy, in these 1v1s, has a lot to work with. Sure, the pistol one didn't quite work out, but when the guns are in play, Gizmy has a really good idea. That's a huge round to take for Monty, just considering that they came into that one with pistols.
Yeah, and hopefully not too much of a shock to Amcal, but, like, the truth is, this could easily be one of those, you know, you slip and fall, and then you keep tumbling, because if they lose this next round, they're going to be out of money, and suddenly, it's like, oh, what a weird feeling, you know, we let the other team into the game based on just pistols, and now suddenly we're out of money, and they are running wild with it, so it's not happened yet. We're still a couple of steps away from the full catastrophe that could be brewing, but you've got to look a little bit down the road here and see that they don't have the kind of cash to lose a round like that one. So maybe a bit unfortunate, but still 5-1. I'm just, you know, I want all the rounds. I want more train.
Yeah.
I want to learn more about the map.
Well, let's see. What is the plan here for Amcal in terms of their quick response, right? Of course, plenty of money to work with for this round, and sort of maybe enough to squeeze it a buy-in towards the next if they are to pick up a couple of kills. But Monty have a good chance. Just kickstarting the T-side. Again, you know, we saw them start slowing towards map number 1 and win it unbelievably easy. So it might be more of the same. Ryu, dedicated on the entry. Good for 1, but a quick trade.
A lot of damage. Molodoy also dropped down low. I think there was an AWP shot from Demka coming out. So yeah, everyone kind of getting tagged up a little bit right here. There's Hades playing inside of main. Kalash, how's he got to this deep position? That's so aggressive. And he actually does land the dink on Diha, but with the M4, won't be able to get the kill. So Hades really going to have to step it up in a big way in this round if they want a chance to win it. This is not going to be easy. Demka is way back there, but nobody's going to be showing up for that deep Ivy peak, so they're not getting back into the round that easily. It's going to have to be Hades finding a way into it. 50 seconds here. Smet, huge off angle right now. Probably very, very hard to clear, because the problem is if you clear that back angle with a grenade, which you obviously could do, you're also giving away the fact that you're coming. So if they're not actually in the angle, all you're doing is signaling that you're going to be showing up. Now, that's a very nice look. AW going down, and we're down to 35 seconds here. Molodoy alone, smoked off. Smet is trying to get there, trying to take the fight, and somehow not able to land even a single bullet on Diha. Can't believe he's still alive. Dodges the grenade as well, and we're in a 2 versus 3 after plant with Smet being dropped low. Maybe they have to save this round. Oh dear.
This is still a little awkward, isn't it? Especially with the opening kills that come through, right? The trade out of A main, the push by Kalash. You're thinking, surely this is it. But I honestly think we might be in safe territory. Demka, I'm going to say, I thought he spotted him. Takes him a while to react. Finds Molodoy. Does he know about the second? It feels like Demka does, but it still will cost him his life. Right down, so the save call will be made. There is an AWP to be scooped up too. Is he aware of Ivy? Is it going to be too late anyway? Might want to swing him. He now knows that they're here, and down he goes. Head, nice swing, nice find. There's an AWP down there, and it's picked up too. So Monty, good back-to-back rounds that are being put up on the board now, and we can start kickstarting this T side. Give us a little bit of a run here. If Monty can get maybe even like 4 rounds, as wild as that is to say. I don't even think it's that bad. 5 would be great. Obviously, 6 or more is a real dream, but let's not get that far. Let's start with like 4, and anything else towards 5, that's beautiful for me. I mean, we used to, you'll remember back in the day, Anders, but I mean, like, you used to get, like, on this first half, you get 2 rounds, you'd be like, all right, good off, boys. Let's go towards the next. 2's great. Let's crack on into towards the next. So, honestly, I don't think it's anywhere there that as one-sided as it was, obviously, back in Go, but I think if Monty can get 4 or 5, I think they're actually all right.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting experience, both kind of watching, playing, and casting Train back then, because you just had to focus so much on those T rounds. Like, you're absolutely right. Like, any one of them being won there could essentially be enough to make a full comeback of the second half. So, I agree, it's not the same anymore, and maybe that's okay too. But, yeah, 4 rounds, if they can get up to that, yeah, maybe that's okay. Like a 4-8 split, I think at least they're still competitive. They did pick the map, so I'm sure they're going to have a good sense of how to defend it once they get to the CT side. Demka, they're not going to be slowing down. They want to push right through the smoke, and they're coming out of Pop Dog as well. And this is working out beautifully. This is the kind of pressure that I think they wanted to apply earlier on, and they just didn't really find a way to do it. Obviously, up against mostly pistols here, it's a little bit easier, but still, pretty fine job at the moment, and that's going to be an easy 3rd round here for Monty.
Oh, nice shot though, that.
Okay.
I swear, just posters Demka there, but you know, it won't make a difference for the most part. So we'll get caught. So it is going to be that 3rd for Monty. They do it pretty simply, all in all. Beautiful work. Monty are snowballing in a positive way. They're starting to get a lot of chain momentum together, and this is again where things start to become kind of awkward for Amcon. The same thing happened map number 1. They started well, they were chaining rounds together. It was like 5 out of the first 7 rounds went the way of Amcal, and that was exactly the same here. 5 out of the first 7 rounds went the way of Amcal. However, Monty can now pick up the form in the exact same vein that it did on Ancient. Is when those guns come into play and they get to have the ability of having back-to-back gun rounds where you see how much pressure gets put on them. Molodoi, big swing and sort of for no reason. They did not need to overpeak like that.
Yeah, hard to disagree with, unfortunately. If you really want to peek that angle, obviously there are some pretty easy pop flashes to do. Apex, I think, from Vitality's been showing quite a few of them, and again, they're not really hard to throw, so it's not even like a deep science. It's just literally a pop flash. I do like this, though. Kalash going down as Dihar just walks out there. Yeah, sometimes you forget. Walking onto a bomb site with little utility can be a pretty viable thing, but it's especially true on Train because that B bomb site is almost always going to be defended by 1 person. Maybe, you know, if things change around a little bit, there could be 2 people on the bomb site, but it's very common to see that kind of a single hold on B site. And just, you can try and retake it anyway, like as long as that guy stays alive, you're going to be fine with it. Demka, that's a long range for the AK, but he made it look easy.
Oh, this one has been a couple of exits here. Oh, good. I like that from Fade there. Oh, bound around the corner. Is he giving us a go? I mean, he may as well. The bomb's only half ticked. I don't even hate the idea here. Fade's on for an ace clutch. Oh, he's really on for the ace clutch. No way. He gets so close. Demka actually saves them a little bit there. Fade, that is not a bad effort at all. For a moment, genuinely for a moment, that felt like it was going to fall apart.
It did, and that is one of those times that you wish Monty could write that down, like put it on the office, you know, wall, and just remember this kind of a round, because while yeah, sure, you're in a 4 versus 1 or whatever it was, and you've pretty much won it, right? Like yeah, if 1 versus 5 even, you've essentially won this round, but because you end up going a little bit crazy with it, like there's a lot of fighting one at a time. Maybe for the first person you could say that's okay, but man, you've got to be careful, and they could have given it away. Either way, it's going to be an early kill on Molodoi again. This time, not really trying to peach, trying to push that Ivy angle, and I don't hate that, but yeah, Demka cleaning up another kill here. This is very much a repeat of the first map now, where it's a bit of a slow start for Monty, but they start to come back into it.
despite getting posted up against the wall there. I do want to just highlight as well, I actually think Demka has been unbelievably crucial to the success of Monty in these last few rounds. He has genuinely looked so good. He's getting so much space, so much information. He's actually a joy to watch when he plays to this sort of level. I think we highlighted Demka coming in towards the series anyway, but he's super fun to watch when he gets going. On the flip side, Fade8's last, just this round and the last one has been great, because got a 4K to nearly ace clutch, and now 2 1-Ds back-to-back, maybe a third as well, but Hades will catch Kalash. I mean, Fade8's still got a chance of getting a couple of consolation kills, that's all they will be. He's looked good these last couple. Somebody who normally doesn't put up a lot of numbers. He's having a couple of highlights, but it will make a difference. Monty have hit the numbers that I was talking about. I wanted to see them get to 4, or if things go well, 5, and, well, that's both of those boxes ticked. And I said 6 or 7 might be a bit of a pipe dream, but not anymore. It's actually potentially a bit of a reality.
Yeah, they've kind of summoned this out of nowhere. And again, remember, it's based off that one round with the Tech 9 outside where I think Demka steals an AK and then they just end up winning it. And slowly but surely, it's Amcal running out of money. Tough break for them right now. They can feel it slipping. Remember, they did get 13-0 last time, and obviously a big improvement already. But you can't have these kind of beginnings where like it's going well, but then you slip up and you never come back into the game. That's unacceptable. So we'll see if they can find a way to get back in. Curious to see somebody boosted up here. I thought we were never going to see that in this version of Train, just because you're stuck crouching there, but yeah, they kind of made it work.
Damage, nice entry, great entry, once more as well, and he might get it. Oh, and he gets support of Demka, reusing so well, gets caught by Molotov in the AWP, but honestly, that alone might be job done. It's a 2 versus 4, and there might be one which Amco just save immediately, even though we've only had like 15 seconds of play.
Yeah, I mean, he can stick around and look for more kills, right? If he finds 1 or 2, that's going to be sick, but they're smoking you off, and that is the reasonable choice here.
Oh,
Kalash goes down, Hades. That's good. That's his job, right? The only thing that could go wrong there is if Hades isn't aware of that T-spawn position. So now they're going to be out hunting. Molodoi, nothing really to work with. So slowly but surely they're going to be crunching him in, and this is a bit of a different scenario all of a sudden. 6 on the side of Monty. AWP potentially in danger here. Will get the shot, but they're going to be trying to catch him. Oh, Hades holding that angle. You got to be real careful. AK on the other side. It's at least a good job trying to hold on to this rifle. So there is that, but I mean, it's not a lot to celebrate, is it?
It's true. You talk about, I guess, consolations, but all in all, what a recovery from Monty. And this is, like we touched on a little bit earlier, this is the exact same thing that happened in that map number 1, and this is where I have the worries for Amco. I don't know if they can get back into this. They're meant to be, and what is, I haven't seen, it's a little bit of an easier half at the moment, and they are just struggling. 6-5. If Monty finds 7, I don't know if this is recoverable. You wants to guard again. But you, he's going to do well again. And he gets the Demka support. Again, this is just textbook. Round upon round, the same set play being used by Monty. And it continues to work, Anders.
Surprised to see Smet being allowed to get a kill there. Yeah, throw more Molotovs. If they knew that he was back here, he's getting even more. This is outrageous. I think a bit of a collapse potentially for Monty. Although it might not be over yet here. Kalash out in the open. He's very low on health, and they should know it. Puts up a bit of a smoke. Try to get wall bang there, but the Deagle will get the job done for sure here. Oh, he misses the shot. Kalash! How is he allowed to live through that? A massive triple and a 1 versus 2 clutch at the end. Getting away with murder, essentially. That should have been a 7-5 finish, but it ends up a 6-6 in the end of it. And I think, like, a couple of things. Obviously, Kalash should have been dead, but also Smet should have been killed in the corner. They knew he was back there.
Yeah.
They can just Molotov him out, and that would have solved the problem. But they were a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, he just got completely stuck, right? I think, there was a bit of an oversight where I think in the chaos of the situation, they just... I'm going to assume the comms were incredibly cluttered, is probably my thought process. But honestly, regardless of Amcar finding that last round, that is a collapse from them. They have fallen apart a little bit there. So, worrying times. I think Monty have really opened the door back up for them, potentially contesting in towards this. Looks like Amcar are going to play a bit of a slower T-side pistol round here as they move in towards upper brown holes. Monty, one pistol here, and it once again might just shatter all the confidence that this young roster of Amcal have at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you know, pistol round a 6-6, it's not going to win you the whole game, but maybe it'll just launch you into the right headspace. We've got to see something more out of them here. I do like this 3-man setup at the B bomb site. Diha is playing this back position, and there is no Molotov to get rid of him, although I think people are starting to figure out how to throw that Molotov. I myself put out a video, I'm pretty proud of it, where you can actually Molotov Diha's position from the T side there, but they don't have one, so it doesn't really matter. Smoke is going to be going up instead towards that C connector. A flash on over, and we'll see if the USPs can find any early kills here, because that would be nice. It'd make the retake a bit easier. The bomb's definitely going to get planted here. It's AW to find the first one, pushing forward, and just locking it down with a Glock. 3 quick kills to make that work, and it's all on Rio to try and get it done. He's actually locked in. They know where he is. They're surely going to be find a way to put some pressure on him, but yeah, just no chance to really win this round. Amcal, that's a good amount of work at the B-bomb side.
Yeah, he's being flanked as well, so no matter where he fights, he's going to be having to try and do something. Oh, Pop Flash going to come through, so it'll not really do much to Kalash, but it might just draw his attention there for a second. He doesn't have time anyway, so Ryu is just about staying alive if he can. I don't know if that'll be the case. It won't. Kalash sees him off at the end there. Amcal, big pistol needed. However, it doesn't really worry me all too much because we know this is how things have started, right? You know, it's been relatively consistent in the sense of Amcal find the pistol. They start off well when the money's a little bit broken, but when the guns come out, that's when things change back in towards a successful sort of position. So I'm not too concerned, at least for the moment.
No, I think that's fair. I mean, 6-6, now 7-6, but still, like, we shouldn't be running away with the narrative just yet. And also, I'm just curious. I'm just, again, here to learn about Train as much as I can. So, push down Ivy with everybody there, but Smet should, don't stick around. It's not worth it. What do you lose by letting them get here? Molodoy, he's hungry to try and make up for it. Does get killed and leaves the AK there, so probably not advisable. I would not recommend. I mean, they're not going to lose the round behind it, but obviously, it's just a bit uncomfortable, isn't it?
That AK stays alive. I think we're pretty happy if the AK stays alive.
Yeah, on the CT side, like that's a huge weapon to have in the future rounds. So, don't know if they want to come back and hunt. I mean, you could justify that with the Galils and especially with the Mac 10. And maybe it works out fine and they just recover the AK and everything is good, but man, there is also a chance that you're going to end up losing 2 or 3 or 4 more rifles, and at that point, that's, it's such a costly thing for nothing. Like, there's nothing to gain by finding them there. It just doesn't matter. So, there's the AK taking down another bit of Kevlar. Hades. He will go down with it. Let's see if Gizmi can pick it up right at the end. He's stolen the Mac 10 instead, and he gets a kill with it. That is so much money. He's even upgraded to the Galil. It's great. What a great round for Monty. And I've got to reiterate, not to really dunk on them, but all of it completely unnecessary.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't understand the call there to fight. There's actually been a couple of different things where we've actually seen, and it's always been from Amcal, where you can just tell that this is a young team and, inexperienced in the sense that, some of these calls, you look back in hindsight and you say, why are we going for this? I mean, we've had it with like the force buys sometimes sort of for no reason. We've had it with that one, the call to hunt. What is the point, right? You're going into hunt a side who have nothing for you to gain and everything for you to lose. That's a great run boost as Hades gets caught. Molodoy, smart move there. As Hades just gets plucked, and that's a great way to start for Amcal. There's been a couple of moments which, make us question the side just because of some interesting decisions, but you just see them. They're so mechanically gifted.
They're doing fine work here once again at the start of the second half. Keep it up. Don't let it get too crazy, and they're going to be in an interesting position. 8-6. And a minute on the clock here. And Monty, again, Train is one of these maps that just, it invites CTs to take risks when they're in a 4-on-5. It is a classic scenario because, again, think about it. If you don't do that, you easily end up in a weird position where you're holding sort of 3 on A, 1 on B, Even if you go 2A, 2B, it doesn't feel good. You're forcing like a 2-on-5 fight somewhere. So they double up here in main, and I like the idea, but it just won't matter apparently, because Fade 8 coming away with a couple of good headshots there, leaving Demka and Diha 25 seconds. Still a bit of a round for them, weirdly enough, because if the bomb gets dropped like that, you kick it out of control. 20 seconds now. They picked it up once more. Oh, if he had stuck the angle there. He turned for the flashbang, but there was a way to get that kill. It's going to be Diha going down next, and I think Demka, unfortunately, will have to give up the round. So, I don't know. They win it, but it was closer. He's ready for that jump. That's interesting.
Demka's honestly been hitting some insane shots. Even though it's not like statistically running away with things, he's actually looked super good. So, all in all, you'll save the orb. That's a silver lining to a degree, but AMCAL are building up a decent enough T side here, which is starting to reopen the door and give us a little bit more hope to work with. Granted, I'm far from kind of happy with what I'm seeing out from Monty. They are struggling a little bit, but again, they just always have a couple of tricks up their sleeve, which make you believe a little bit. Demka, we'll be fine here. Orb stays alive. So that is at least good. Buying around it, though, is not the easiest. Gizmi has money. Demka has money himself, of course, because he's dropping on over. Somebody's got to take a hit somewhere. And you can see it. D here in towards an MP9. Think safe for Ryu? Yeah. So Gizmi can pick up a full buy. It's a double MP9 to get around that. It's not the worst in the world.
No. Well, especially in the big back hallways there. Like, those MP9s can run wild with it if they're allowed to get a little bit closer. So, see how it goes. You see Diha's running up here already. He's been looking at some of those early protocols that we're starting to see. He does actually throw the smoke manually from his position, but obviously you can throw that same smoke from the C connector. If you want to go and watch some demos that people do that. Sairu is currently the king of smoking that position, so kind of fun, kind of interesting, and it gives a lot of runway for those CTs to take control there. And it's actually super awkward. If AMCAL don't know how to deal with this, you can get shut down on this part of the map without really making a breakthrough.
Okay. It's a very slow T-side push here. Just grouping up AMCAL. Onto exchanging nades. You can see them a little indecisive about where they want to play as well. Especially considering you got two MP9s. It's not going to help, especially when Hades falls. That's the AWP down. And now these steps are starting to be heard as well. Dia's under a bit of pressure. He might want to try and just stay alive for as long as he can.
Okay, good job. Oh. And an even better follow-up. He's ready for more. He's got 10 bullets left on that MP9. Coming in for a bit of backup. It's another long-range battle. The SMG's just dominant. Look at the health that's left in this round on Monty. I can't believe they've made it out alive. They upgrade into AKs. It's an amazing round for them. So many kills with the SMGs and just exchanging them for the better Kalashnikovs. That's crazy.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant work. Again, it just fills you with sort of a little bit of belief when you just see moments like that. It's a really, really nice round, though. MP9s. Still, you know, no matter what you kind of say about the quote-unquote nerf, they have moments like that, and you say, I don't know how much that kind of crouching nerf has made too big of a difference. It looked pretty clean there. Even at range as well. That swing from Con had so much effect. So,
here we go.
Sweet. Fine for you. Look for a second. Gizmi will actually steal them away, but that is job done. Probably round done, Anders.
It could, and it should be. Not expecting too much here. It kind of looks like they're also having a bit of a laugh themselves. Jumping around, just wasting a bit of time, maybe having a bit of a conversation. Gonna be fairly swift work here. And that will put Monty up to 8. So at the end of the day, it's not just the round difference here. It's the money. It's the rifles that they picked up here. That's really a big deal. You could see it in the bank here. 7,000 on Diha, 6,000 on Gizmi. It's just uncomfortable, isn't it? We'll see. And actually, even in this round, there's not that much on AMCAL. Man, what is the plan?
I don't know, man. I actually genuinely don't know what the idea is to try and kind of respond and get back into this. They're just not given enough in these last couple of rounds for AMCAL. That is going to instill confidence back into me. So, you know, we got, what, Double Mac 10 Deagle, double AK. It's not impossible, especially because Molodoy's at least picked it up a little bit in towards this round, but it's not easy either. I had the quick move there. Jumping in towards a hot dog, and a nice shot from Hades. Shotgun opening up close. That's the Hades we love to see.
It's also a wildly dangerous move, but you're not wrong. Like, it is so entertaining. Back with a flick over the smoke to take down Molodoy. And Smet now finding himself no friends, or at least none that are alive. So, gonna be a 9-9 tied scoreline unless Monty go crazy here and try to run him down. But I mean, again, there's no reason they should be.
You're right. Just don't think too much a lot. Open up. At least where we're at for now. So, credit where it's due. Keeping things very, very awkward for Amcal. Svet, this is a big ask for him. He spotted one, but now he's an own quantity. So, again, not expecting a lot in this one.
Just going to be normal finish to the round. They got him boxed in. G-Hart happy to take the fight, and he will win it as well. So, slipping out of the fingers of Amcal once again. I'm obviously a drastic improvement from the last time that they were on train against Monty. And that is good news, but it's concerning to see them with these decent starts and then how little it takes to knock them off their balance here. Which, you know, losing around to a couple of Tech 9s, and it doesn't really seem like they recover that situation.
We're all tied square. This game is now starting to feel very, very uncomfortable. Well, Amcal. Again, another round which I'm not expecting a lot. Might just be a quick B here. Fede and Kalash can see what they can get. The bomb's not commits though. The bomb's at the back of AW, and he's still sort of towards A main. I like this move. Knife in hand. Goodbye. Kalash gets caught. Hades is full of confidence right now. He's taking some quick shots, and I kind of love it. This is the Hades I want to see. The guy who just backs himself in basically every single engagement.
It is so sick, and it's obviously so hard to play against. It's just always for Hades been about finding the rhythm. Because the issue is, if you keep doing, like, if you do this to a tier 1 team, it's going to work some of the time, but if you keep doing it, like, there's a limit, and you're going to find that limit, or they're going to find it for you, where suddenly you're getting wrecked, and then you're losing a very expensive rifle, and you're down a man, and I feel like that's always like it's very, very hard to play on that. There's not many players who could do it, but he's obviously got the skill for it, is the problem, so I understand why he wants to keep doing it. And it is incredibly entertaining to watch, so I kind of love it for that reason too.
Wow, shot. Gives me Ryu. Making sure this one has no doubt at all. Smet, again, didn't really have any chance. A flawless round for Monty to pick up their 10th. It's been more competitive from Amcal, but it's really, again, fallen apart as it did in towards map number 1. I have to keep bringing that up because this is the exact same story. Amcal are very good at chaining momentum together, getting multiple rounds kind of in a row and starting to look like a really solid team. However, the second they lose a bit of control, they really look uncomfortable. You know, for Amcal, it was 5 in a row, right? Which is great. They lost a round, and then they lost not just 1, it was 6 in a row. So then it was awkward. Then they start again, 3 rounds in a row to kickstart the half, and you're loving life. And then it very quickly goes back to being up in the air. And look where we are now. It's the 4th round in a row for Monty. They're great when they have momentum. They're terrible when they lose it because they just don't know how to reclaim it. He's died this once before. This time, he misses the shot again, but he'll drop a smoke and he won't fall.
It is fun to see how these things still exist. Like the run boost to get across Ivy like that is as old as train is, basically. So very curious to see how that plays out. Rio, oh, the timing is crazy. He had a teammate watching him there. It just blows up. I can't believe it. It could not have been better. They actually had the setup for this exact push from Monty, but it betrays them by like less than a second, maybe.
That's kind of hilarious. That's how it sort of pans out. You hate to see it, but in a way you love to see it. Nolodoy, down he goes for you. Relentless, up in towards the upper brown holes. He is not taking any prisoners up here. AW trying to move out of main, and that itself is a big arse. There's a smoke down on an A banker behind it. It's being held from multiple angles now. I can't see a world in which this works for him. Nice shot, though, in all fairness. I think he might have spotted an arm of Gizmy So he snuck through the smoke. Surely this gets held, and it does. That's one man. Smet, again, the last left alive. And similarly to the previous few times he's been left alive, I'm not expecting anything.
No. I mean, again, to win these kind of rounds, you need big mistakes from your opponents. It's not just going to be down to you walking across the map, shooting people in the head. You need them at some point to do something. I know obviously the time that's left is going to be another factor here, but even if you had a minute left, he would need Monty to try to hunt him down in some fashion for this to really work out. And credit to them, they're not trying to do that. They're playing it smart. Demker again with a rock-solid performance, but also Ryu again up here. Like, that's good to see, right? Because we were maybe not too impressed in the last game against 9 Pandas, I think it was. But, you know, the first map in this one, he's putting in some good numbers. And Monty, at this point, they're right on track to get to 13 rounds.
I'm loving what I'm saying. Monty are just flying at the moment. 11-9. A beautiful display. Not too much. It's giving me hope that Amcal can get back into this, honestly. They have completely fallen apart. And, you know, this is kind of a bit of a last hurrah, right? You know, the funds in the long term are in such a low spot now. I don't know if they can actually even recover back into this effectively, properly. You lose this round, or even if you win this round, but, like, only 2 stay alive, that's it. Your money's broken again. It's so awkward. So, Amcal, for them to kind of make me start to believe that they might have a chance, they've not only got to win this round, but they've got to win it with, like, 3 staying alive bare minimum.
Yeah, it has to be. It just has to be a lot more impressive. Nice grenade. Gonna land. It's a good thing they weren't two there, but they are trying to see if they could get a little bit of a boost going. Not sure how much that's gonna help them at the moment. It feels like a bit of a gimmick, and it's gonna get re-smoked anyway, so it definitely won't help them. So really all they've achieved up until this point is wasting, you know, good 50 seconds of the round and just waiting to try and see if they can reclaim that main position. Now, I guess the other thing is there is limited grenades on that CT side, but at least the grenade's doing a little bit of damage. The grenade, I don't know how it bounced into that corner. It looked like that should have landed a lot more damage on them. Here we go, 30 seconds. Amcal trying to keep this dream alive, trying to see if they can push onto a third map. They need this round more than anything. We're down to 25 seconds, and already the defense is looking pretty damn good. Gives me. And then Demka coming in with an absolutely perfect crosshair position. He was ready for that swing coming out of main, and they will get to 12 and shut Amcal down. No bomb plant, no cash on their side. They are desperate.
Yeah, fair play. Demka's done so well. You can see him celebrating on his camera there as well. It's just lovely, lovely work. Beautiful stuff. And that'll be that. I mean, again, what more can you ask of a side now who find themselves in a really, really uncomfortable spot? I don't know if we can get back into this. It feels slightly dead in the water.
Yeah, unfortunately it does. We'll see if they have any strength left in them, but Amcal, this kind of collapse, it's not a good sign for the future, is it? We need to get rid of this. They start well enough, but after that they somehow don't have the focus to keep it going. Diha looks like he could have been set up with a flashbang there. Indeed, it's going to come a little bit later. What a perfect flash. The timing is insane. He just peeked it, saw nobody, somehow called in the flash anyway, and it just is instant death for Kalash. That is so tough. Oh, there's a flashbang that's gone missing there for Demka. But yeah, maybe don't worry about that. Just win the round.
Yeah. That's a little weird, though, that it was like sort of... I've never seen one get stuck there, but doesn't make a difference. Diha going to find Smet, and... Well, Anders, that is that, right? It's one man left. AW in a 1v5. Best of luck. Diha might just do it off the back end. That... Oh, beautiful flash, but doesn't make a difference.
But yeah, you're absolutely right, though. Back here, already found out. Hades is like, I can't wait for this guy. I'm going to finish this game right now, and indeed he will. Monty to pick it up on the second map, and that's going to make it a 2-0 victory for them to take down Amcal. I think that means they're going to be facing off against Ents, I believe, in the semi-final.
Potentially. That could be a really, really cool game, in fact. But, you know, again, this is something that we touched upon as this game progressed. And unfortunately, it's slightly the issue maybe with Amcal is that that when they have control of the game, when they have momentum, this is an insanely cool side to watch. They're really good at just running through the motions. They look solid. They were breaking down Monty. But just the second, even if it's like a fluke, if Monty or anybody gets one round against Amcal, and this is the same issue that I had back when this was the DMS roster, is you could see them fall apart. There was a couple of decisions that felt questionable. We look back at when they just decided to hunt, right? You know, they were hunting against USPSs, and they ended up losing 4 out of 5 players. Now, it may not seem like a big deal because they still won the round. You know, they still ended up having money to buy in towards the next, but they actually lost all of their long-term econ right there and then. Rather than it being a bonus buy-in towards the next round with 4 or 5 staying alive, it was 4 having to rebuy back in, meaning long-term funds are dead, and meaning Monty, they win 1 round, which is what happened in round number 6, shattered the economy, and then ended up spiraling for 6 rounds in a row of their own. And this is the issue, I think, with this Amcal side. They're very talented. They've obviously got individuals who can put up really good performances, but a couple of questionable decisions, and the fact that when they're not in control of the tempo of the game, they actually fall completely apart. That's a prime example. It was 6 rounds in a row at the tail end of that first half, which looked really, really good. And it was 6 rounds in a row, or 7, may I say, rounds in a row to close out that final. It's a beautiful display. Ryu gets the player of the match. I think he had a very, very solid series as a whole. But I want to give a quick shout out to Demko as well. That map number 2 in particular, Train, he looked incredible. He is definitely, if I want a VOD review of how to be like an aggro rifler on Train, I'm actually looking at that Demko performance.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. And just, you know, he seems to be really the rock of the team. He has a lot of confidence, even when they are in a bit of trouble. Like, I feel like he's a reliable person to look for them to sort of like dig them out of that trouble. So great stuff, great work. And I mean, Monty kind of slowly leveling up, which I think is good to see. At the end of the day, you know, they've been putting in the work, they've been putting in the hours. You want to see the result of that too. So good job.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm impressed with what I saw from that. And, you know, again, now moving in towards that next stage, I think Monty actually used to have a lot to offer up. There's only a couple of things that I would like to kind of fix for Monty. I think they're a little bit slow starting. I think for me, we've kind of seen that across the series today and, of course, the series yesterday against 9 Pandas. Both times, they just take ages to get into, whether that's like the first half or like the first map, as we saw with 9 Pandas. If we could just fix that up a little bit, I think the side become uber scary.
I mean, yeah, we were talking right in the pregame before this game started even, or before the train started, about how consistency is such a big factor for both of these teams. And we got to see it right now on the worse off side for Amcal right here. And I'm sad a little bit because I talked Moldoy up a lot, I talked Ecstatic up a lot, and I wanted to show to you guys that, you know, everything can happen out here in the CCT. Sadly, today wasn't that day. But hey, I mean, again, the favorites do take it over the line. And I mean, overall, there was also that fact of you guys probably didn't get to really analyze it too much because you were taking a look on down to the game, you were trying to cast it. But during a lot of those rounds for Amcal, it was S-Fade moving around to the webcam a lot, trying to talk with his teammates constantly, taking out tactical timeouts. Whenever we felt like it was weird for Amcal to even take them, at that point, I think S-Fade was just trying to calm his team down, to try to get them onto the same line and actually have a game plan to work at. Because the rest of Amcal were just trying to take out individual fights, and Monty were taking them at their own game. I mean, that's kind of the game that they were trying to play. Gizmi literally was telling his teammates, yo guys, just go kill, because right now, that's exactly what you're doing, and you're doing it better than the enemy. So we don't need to overcomplicate it. And they played a great T-side onto Nuke, but even here onto the second half, they played it way better than I think anything out of, than I think anyone would have really expected it out of Amcal's side. So GG's, well played. It was that round 16 as well with the MP9s to get them back on the board, but here we are. That's the end of the second best of 3 of the day. It is indeed going to be ENCE meeting up with Monty out here into the semi-finals for this side of the bracket, but we've got another side of the bracket, lads, that we need to take a look at, and that's going to be Bait versus Sinners and Parivision versus Spirit Academy, which is going to be a ton of fun. But sadly for us, we're not going to get to see those live out here on the desk. Maybe we can watch them out at home, but we are going to have to drop that baton on over to another set of casters and hosts, as the day's not over yet. We've still got 2 more best of 3s, but before we leave it off, any predictions on how things are going to go before we actually leave?
I'll throw out there, I'm actually kind of really keeping an eye on this Sinner side. I think Peepo, since he stepped in and filled the big kind of shoes that Oscar left behind, I think he's looked really good. So Sinners have been kind of quietly exciting me, but Bait are a really scary team. They're a strong tier 2 side. So that one's interesting. I think Paravision just get destroyed by Spirit Academy. That is an incredible side. And Paravision, the twice that I've watched them, both times they've looked dreadful. So I'm not convinced by that team at all yet. Jame looks good, but I think Jame not calling is actually holding this team back. As much as that is weird to say, it's kick at calling, and it obviously looks like that team's all over the place. And it kind of feels like they just want Jame to call. And I think ultimately with Paravision, I think it's just going to be, it's going to happen eventually. They're going to realize, why do we even, like, Jame's a great AWPer on his own, but why do we have a guy with his sort of his brain and understanding of the game not calling? We have Kickit calling, who, you know, no offense to Kickit, but you know, it's not 2021 anymore, right? We don't need him kind of, you know, put him as a supporter, put him as an anchoring player, let James do what he does best. I know his style of play is what everyone's cup of tea, but he wins games, right? And I think Paravision at the moment are not winning games, so I'm not sold on Paravision at all at the moment. That side look really weak to me. So Spirit Academy, I think they should have no issues there.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, I'm on your camp, Neo. Even in the Imperial Gate before that got forfeited, I said that Imperial females actually have a really decent chance of taking down Paravision, and I was the only one trying to back them up, but here it is. Now, it does get up to this point. Anders, how do you feel about that one?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I mean, I've just selfishly, I'm hoping that that Spirit Academy will move on. Like a couple of players there, I really would like to cast. So you know, I'm a little bit biased there. I do agree, Bait is a super strong team. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like I think that they're just doing great work, and I enjoy watching them as well. It's fun Counter-Strike. So if I had to pick one, probably would be Bait on that other game.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. And you guys have to remember, Spirit Academy already won so many of these CCTs already. They won 14, 15, and now they're looking for 16 as well. So we'll see if they can hit the hat trick. But with that being said, that's going to be it from us. I hope you guys have enjoyed. If you did, of course, you guys know already who's on the desk here, and you can check them out on Twitter. Definitely be sure to let them know how great of a job they did. Thank you, boys, for leaving me the opportunity of working with you. And thanks for production for being here with us as well. But with that being said, GG's to all the teams involved, and we've got 2 more best of 3s after around about a 10-minute break, I think, or actually we might have a little bit more. We might have an hour. So we're going to be waiting on to that one, and we're going to be coming back to you guys with Bait versus Sinners.
drug, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the CCT playoffs. My name is Freddy, or Green Runner, and we have a cocktail mixture of people on this broadcast. We've kind of I feel like we've just thrown everybody in today, but I've got Zola on my left, and I've got Over on my right. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, look, feeling good. I think I was kind of like a last-second draft, right? I'm here now. I'm enjoying it. I'm joined by obviously wonderful talent. So look, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited for today.
Hey man, I'm good. I'm ready for this. We were expecting the semifinals to be packed, and I'm happy to have Zola here with us to experience the thing firsthand. And as always, a pleasure with you, Freddy. All I'll say is I'm absolutely prepared for this. I mean, I want to see Bait on their top game, same as Sinners.
We've actually got some heavy banging games, and we've already had some pretty good games. So I think we can bring up the bracket. We've already established one semi-final. You've got Ents versus Monty. Realistically, I think it's somewhat expected. These teams made it through to this stage, especially with OG and BetBoom forfeiting. Monty and Ents, from my perspective, it is expected. It's really cool to see Ents utilizing as well some of their academy prospects with Miltsy coming in and doming Ecstatic. That's a really cool sign. And then now over on our side of the bracket, what we're covering today on the left, we start off with Bait versus Sinners, and then Parry Vision versus Spirit Academy. There is some extraordinarily high caliber names in these two games that we're going to be covering. But for starters, look at the bracket, guys. Any thoughts so far about how it's unraveling?
Look, I think we've seen a fair few 2-0s when you look at Metasport and you look at the Passion UA game. Obviously, we know that Passion UA, they've lost a big talent very recently, so you can understand maybe why they aren't on that form that we expect them in the CCT. But in this same regard, I think a lot of these games have been, I feel like that Sinners 2-0, especially in the fact that Passion, they didn't really put up that much of resistance, that much of a performance. I think you're looking at that game, and I think that's just going to bring so much confidence for Sinners throughout the rest of their campaign here.
I have to agree. I have to be right there with you, man. And seeing that game from them, knowing that they work on, well, obviously a rigorous kind of planning, but also the momentum, right? They're working off of the momentum they get early on. It's always been a thing with Beastick and the crew, and with Zetko back home, I'm having high hopes. I really do.
Yeah, I'm personally a bit of a Sinners fan myself, so we were actually going to bring up their roster, and we've got to talk about the roster changes. Oscar, who was a staple of this Sinners roster, kind of alongside Shock, alongside Beastick. You had Oscar, who's been in and out of this roster for literal years. He's been playing under the Sinners under the Sinners banner since basically 2021. With a small little period where Forzy replaced him momentarily. But he was looking like the main guy in Sinners, especially with the RMR runs and his form towards the latter end of 2024. He was putting on some really serious results. But now we hear that Peepo has replaced him, but it's not that Oscar's left. It's because they actively sought Peepo out.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the roster change overall. I think Oscar, realistically, is a player that we've known for years and years and years. And I think it's gotten to a point where Sinners have realised, okay, Oscar's a great player, but we've got to think about our future. And I think Oscar, don't get me wrong, he's done so much for the roster, done so much for the team. As you said, look, they've gotten themselves to these RMRs, deep runs. I feel like that Sinners run was one of which I think any Counter-Strike fan would be looking and backing, because you've got a player like Oscar who's, a player who is going to go down in Counter-Strike history. Yeah, I feel like Sinners have realised that we want to continue to compete for the next 4 or 5 years. Is it going to be with Oscar? Probably not. But Peepo, 20 years old, he's got another good 8-9 years in the Counter-Strike scene. Let's bring him in, and I think it's definitely been the right choice.
Well, moving on to Bait, speaking about young additions, Kenzio, he has replaced Captain Kirker, and this was kind of an interesting roster change. Bates, in a kind of similar vein at the end of last year to Sinners, making the RMR, making pretty decent runs at LAN events, they've actually decided to make a roster change and bring in some fresh blood. How do we think about that, Over?
Honestly, I think it's a good change. Whilst Captain Kurtka was the stable element, and we usually praised him for his capability to hold on his own, be the anchor, be the smart player, I think it was time to make a bit of a change-up, needed a little bit of a spice-up. MPL couldn't have carried all of it on his own shoulders. Hat-trick, we could see he was hot and cold. We don't see the same hat-trick that we perhaps saw at the start when Bait began. He's still great, don't get me wrong. He's still doing his job, but I tend to see not the stable element that he needs to be just yet. And I feel like Essential has been doing a lot of the legwork with Kensizor, who recently joined the squad, right? A month or two ago. I think he's been nicely slotted in. He's doing his work well with the rifle, and I think this is the roster that could go on to not only win a CCT, maybe even go further on the deep end of other tournaments, given that they've got a pretty decent VRS score, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like 40, 42, something like that?
Yeah, I think certainly for Bait right now is that they're looking to extend themselves into tier 1 gameplay. Like their first game of the year was against G2 and Blast Bounty, and if anyone was watching that game, you can safely come away from that series saying Bait should have won that. Bait very certainly lost to themselves on that third map. It went full 24 rounds, and when Headtrick kind of cooled down a little bit, just Monacy started to decide he wanted to kill everyone, and Heavy God actually had a great game as well. But that was a really good showing for me for Headtrick, because as you mentioned, there was definitely an element of, from the beginning of Bait to now, Headtrick necessarily, he's been up and down, 'cause he started really well.
Yeah.
But ultimately for me, for Bait, they should be winning CCTs. They have to be winning CCTs, because they need to maintain this top 40, top 30 Valve ranking, and push them further into other tier 1 tournaments and lands that they will want to compete and win at, like they did at the end of last year. But let's go take a look at the veto between these two teams now.
Yeah, I think that the veto is going to be an interesting one. You look at the map selection of Bait. They've not been too prolific on maps like Dust, like Nuke. Obviously, we haven't seen them pick Train yet either. So I think right now for Bait, it's going to be a bit of an inverse, because we know that Sinners can play a lot of Nuke. They've got a decent win rate on Dust, although sample size are pretty low. I think right now Sinners have kind of got a good position, because they can pick a map like Nuke. They could opt for maybe something like Ancient, because that seemingly is a map they look very strong on. I feel like Sinners, although they've got lesser win rates on maps like Mirage, like Inferno, I feel like Sinners can control the veto here on the basis that, okay, yeah, maybe their win rate's not as good on Inferno and Mirage, but these are also maps that it's not as though there's going to be any unknowns. It's not as though there's going to be any kind of, difficulties regarding strategy. So I think right now Sinners are actually in control.
Honestly, I think we gotta see Inferno here. Nuke seems like a bit of a wild card, too much for Sinners for my liking. And yeah, Anubis first also gives me the idea that Bait recognized the dangers of having a Mirage game against Sinners where you have Zetko activated, where Peppo's popping off with the AWP. So they take the safe route here with Anubis and kind of give themselves a bit of a wide opening early. I feel like we're gonna end up probably, in my eyes, on Ancient, right? That's gotta be the third.
Yeah, well, it's the thing is, it depends on what Bait ban here, but Bait have probably got to ban Nuke just based on the fact they played it 4 times, not won it yet, which leaves Mirage and Ancient. And for Sinners, I think you look at their win rate on Mirage in comparison to Ancient, it's the same sample size, yet Ancient seemingly performing a lot better. So I think for Sinners, if it is expected for the Nuke to be gone from Bait, they've got the choice between Ancient and Mirage. I think it'd be very risky to allow Mirage to come through, because, as we've said, it seems like Bait have brought in kind of young talent who are kind of star fragging power and maybe not going to be as well synergized. I think Sinners here, I think their best option's banning Mirage and letting Ancient be that third, but they've opted against it. Very risky. It's high sample size, 14 maps played in the last couple of months, but the win rate's not making me feel very confident for Sinners here, I have to say.
I think that's the momentum, and that's like their mentality that's showing here. The reason they pick Mirage is like, you know what, let's take them down on a map that should be pretty puggy, that they don't need a lot of time to getting used to. So I feel like Sinners right here, they feel they will be in a better spot if they get to Mirage, if even we get to Mirage, right? We got to consider the fact that it's still Anubis and Inferno. And Inferno, I would would put my, left nut for Sinners on Inferno almost here. I mean, I don't see Bait taking Inferno, honestly. I really don't.
I think that's crazy. You look at the Bait Fnatic game. Bait actually won on Fnatic's pick of Inferno. They looked really good. It was their Anubis that actually let them down. I feel like Sinners are actually playing a little bit scared here. They saw the recent game from Bait on Ancient, saw them besting Fnatic, maybe just thought, I want to steer clear of that. Maybe trying to look to capitalize
That's
on
fair.
Mirage. But
That's fair.
I think I was assuming that Sinners would be able to control the veto quite comfortably here, but it seems as though Anubis, Bait are going to feel confident even after losing to Fnatic. It's clear that they are happy with their Anubis and potentially just looking at that Fnatic game as a bit of a blip.
The thing is, we gotta ask ourselves, why do Sinners ban Dust 2, right? If you're afraid of Bait, you ban Dust 2 maybe. But do you really like, I think it would have been Anubis first pick most likely for Bait in any case. Because
that's that go-to.
Yeah, so it's like Sinners, they knew they're gonna play Anubis. So which map do you not want to play? And I think Mirage, it showcases that they are feeling better or that they are feeling stronger, that they are feeling capable enough to win the map or the series on Mirage. Otherwise, they would have gone Ancient. They would have gone the safe route. They should have gone the safe route.
Well,
I feel like me and you have just been arguing about map vetoes. Freddy's just been
very
sat.
extensive. Oh, it's great. It's so easy for me. Well, you gotta remember, Beastick said on Twitter, these unranked tournaments are great. It's a fake vetoes. So maybe we just don't know inside their heads. Anyways, map 1's going live. It's Anubis. Enjoy, boys.
Look,
Thank you very much.
I have to say this, right? Everyone's talking about Ken Seesaw and about the ability that he's going to be able to bring. I've got to point this out, right? He was absolutely cooking in like tier 3, tier 2, kind of like the brink between it when he was on Kono, right? And I think a lot of people saw that rating. It was like a 1.3 rating, and everyone was thinking, oh, he's incredible. Yet, ever since he's come to Bait, it hasn't been that performance. It's a 0.98. But speaking of Ken Cecil, gets a double. Alex in connector will be able to activate with the dual lead. Zedko takes him down. What happened in the pistol there? I feel like it was just instant.
Yeah, that was a very quick one. And what happened was Sinners simply walked into B. Essential getting caught early. We see Hetrick falling as well without a kill. MPL unfortunately couldn't really help out in the long run. Ken Scizor, you were talking about him, and yes, I agree. His stats recently have been not perhaps representative of those of the past, for sure, given the fact that the level of the opponent that they've been playing against has been almost tripled as well, right? I mean, G2 especially, right? We got to consider in the fact that these guys are going to be nervous. It's their first time playing at such a high level, so well, maybe not for everybody, but for the most part, as a new team, you're going to have some of those early tingly nerves, right, working against you. And I think yeah, sorry, please go.
Do Bait not have the CIS pull though? Do they not have the ability to kind of pull players from a better roster? It's not a Bait from a year ago, 2 years ago, when we're seeing them. Okay, they might have their first game. This is a Bait that have been in this kind of level for quite some time now. They've been kind of around that top 30 mark for at least a year or so, and well, at least 7 months. This isn't the Bait of the past. This is a much stronger
but keep in
side.
mind, Ken Scizor, this is his first time on such a high level, right? He had the worst performance almost against G2, and that showcases perhaps nerves rather than inconsistency. And that's what I'm saying, right? It's going to take some time to adjust the whole team to the new level that they are now expected to play at. It takes some... I think it takes for everybody some time to adjust to that head level in headspace, right?
Yeah, good couple months.
Yeah. And for Bait, I feel like the time is right. They're going to do this now, and I think CCT is a beautiful stepping stone. It always has been. But right now against Sinners, I'm generally feeling like Sinners are giving me the energy. They're like as Nexus would say, they passed the vibe check.
No. I feel like I've got to say, right, when you look at Bait, I think them playing at as many events as possible, regardless win or lose, I think they've just got to kind of have these games under their belt. We need to see at least 30, 40 best of threes with this full 5 with Ken Seesaw, and then I think we'll be able to see the kind of the elevation and obviously in Series 16, I think that they got I want to say they got an invited spot into the
I believe
playoffs,
so. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but Series 17 they're in the Swiss stage. So I feel like that might be a bit better for them.
That's true. They were invited to the group stage. Yeah, Fnatic and Bait both, and then we have Heroic, for example, invited into the playoffs. Right? You got to keep that in mind. And Passion were invited into the playoffs, I believe, as well. But let's leave that at a later stage because we're back to the game, Zola. It's gonna be round 3, and we have a force buy, well, a half buy, really. I mean, Sinners so far doing everything by the book, and as we were talking, Bait, the level that we expect out of them now is much higher than what it was a year ago.
Yeah, I think right now, look, I think Sinners have done very well to deal with that force buy. I think they played quite passively in that last round. They just allowed the MAC-10 to creep out middle and obviously catching off a player or two. And I think right now, Bait, they opt for a force, yet they're playing as though it's a full buy. They are playing very disciplined with the kind of the 5-7s with the MP9s, and I think maybe we need a bit more structured aggression, and it's going to be the same kind of situation here. Okay, yeah, they've taken control towards B main, but they've got no deep players, obviously, on A, full control of middle residing with Sinners, and now it's Bait going to have an investment in the next round, yet the bomb's gone down. There's been no real fight. I don't know why Bait are playing so passively here.
Seems like they're counting their lucky stars, trying to keep as much money in the bank, I guess, for that actual gun round, hoping for exit frags here. Interesting choice. Perhaps not the biggest subscriber of it, but then again, I understand the reasoning, and right here, they might farm a few kills for free. Zetko and that AK are looking mighty juicy, especially with that peek from Khan. The info confirmed, and now the hunt begins. Let's see who gets first. Bloodless.
I was going to say, I thought the CTs lost their timing.
Never
No
mind.
one clearing towards Peeper, yeah. Obviously, they lose that AK, but
Oh, never
we're able
mind.
to retrieve it just in time. But yeah, I think Bait in that scenario, if they are just looking for those exits, I think they wanted to try. You've got to try and get someone, towards the water side behind the boxes, or we saw the slight peeking coming from Carpet. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously once the time ticks, Sinners are going to be more realised to the fact that Bait are going to be hunting for these exits. But full buy in play now for Bait. We've got the AWP on Headtrick, and already he's looking for an opener in middle.
Yeah, we do see a very aggressive move by Sinners. Again, A main control going to be consistently contested. I love that main mid presence, NFPL, very aggro, but covered by the smoke, allows him to take a bit of a sneak peek, pulls back, and look at this. Sinners continue to pressure A main. They just want to take this space. I don't think they want to commit yet, because keep in mind, we see Zetko towards B, we see nonetheless still Morisco in middle. So this leaves Sinners open to decide whatever the hell they need to do here. And
Yeah,
my fake out.
My biggest problem is they've used all of this utility to try and take control towards middle, take control towards A. And okay, yeah, they've got that control now, but they've got one set of utility remaining. They've got a smoke, 2 flashes, and a molly, and now they've got to try and deal with this setup. We've got 2 in mid, 2 towards A. It's not going to be easy for Sinners. Great trade from MPL, doubles down. Zedko eventually getting that pick back. So onto this 3-on-3, but now it's the decision-making for Sinners. They've got Zedko deep in middle. They're going to head towards the A bomb site, but we can just see the smoke land. We've seen it, Alex. He's just sitting in this smoke towards A main. Headtrick obviously just having a slight glance towards CT, worried, but Alex is aggressing. And this is where Sinners, okay, they've got a deep position of Zedko, but how are they going to activate him? There's such minimal time. Obviously, we can see it from Kensiso. He's worried about Temple, and quite rightly, Peepo's going loud. There's 20 seconds, though. There's certainly time.
That's a red. I think they're reading into the bait. Kensizor expects the flank from Temple, and now it's going to be Zetko making noise as well. It's down to Kensizor 1v2. He can't hold Zetko with a double. The round perhaps still possible. In deep, Alex from middle yet to pass into Temple itself, and that's potentially it. Oh boy, Bait. That was a 4v2? No, 3 versus 2 at the end, but...
See, I don't know why Headtrick's rotated off. He's got all the control in middle. Once that rotation comes through, you see Kensiso so worried about Temple, and quite rightly, that's where Zedko's coming from, and obviously he's getting crunched in from Peeper. If Headtrick just stays towards Temple, holding middle, it means that Alex is safe from camera. It means his teammate is safe, or Kensiso's safe from Temple, and Headtrick's going to find that pick onto Zedko. I really don't see the necessity for the rotation there. I think Bait have just thrown away around. I think it's very easy to say. There's no value in Headtrick rotating towards CT there.
I can't see the reason behind it as well, but the thing is, honestly, it was a mistake to perhaps leave Kensizor alone on B as well. If you're gambling, you might as well put all 3 on one side and hope that it works, right? And then go for the retake together. Hetrick, the fact that he dies in Temple here kind of condemns Kensizor to a sure death, and with that, the round done. I mean, luckily they saved the op, but the reasoning here behind it, again, it doesn't work. Let's see if the Force Bite does. MP9s, the M4 is now cheaper, let's go. The M4A4 is 2.9. The FAMAS is 1.95, so that's good. But regardless, Sinners, I mean, they're currently showing quite a structure to their gameplay, not gonna lie. They're not doing badly. Even if the start was a bit rocky on that previous round, the stabilization shows it all. And Zetko caught. Good pop flash by Kensizor.
Nays onto MPL, but he doesn't shy away. Able to find Morisco there. So Bait now in a 2-man advantage. You know, we're looking at that last round. Okay, yeah, we can discredit Bait, but we've also got to praise Zedko there.
Absolutely.
He does really well to get to, but I think right now Sinners, they've got to hope that the AWP here of Peepo can find these openers towards B. I don't think it's going to be easy. I think the only thing that goes in Sinner's favour is it's these 2 weaker weapons defending the B-bomb site, but with MPL rotating through, he can hold any aggression towards main. We've got a smoke here on a Senthiel as well.
Also,
Ooh, we got the information, but this
he's gonna clear
continues to
Senthiel.
jiggle.
Oh my god, Shock. What?
Yeah, it's great from Shock there. Excellent double. Bombs dropped deep outside B main, though. That's the problem. They've got 30 seconds. And it just means that this smoke isn't going to have its value. I don't really know why Sinners have opted to kind of drop the bomb there. That will be a big problem for them. I guess the only delay, it kind of adds a question here.
Good luck crossing. They will throw the bomb over, so that's nice. The info now available. Yeah. But there's no counter util. The Molly's still up in Temple, or at least for a moment it was. And now Peppo in trouble. He needs to challenge this, or at least stay alive. Wait a second, is Beastic really going to all the way around into Canals? He is, and Peppo wins the first duel. This is the one man that we talked about, the AWPer that made the difference for Sinners after Oscar left. He could be once again that difference. There's no kit as well, keep in mind. Zola, this could go very poorly for Bait. They don't know about... Okay, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, Alex.
I was certain that Beastic is going to hide, but he just peeks.
The thing is I think Bait, they spot the bomb being dropped across, and maybe they've just forgotten about it. That's the only thing I can think of, because I really like the play there from Beastic. Instantly running round, dropping into, obviously, Canals. Bait, if they put 2 and 2 together, if they had that information or at least realized it, they would have assumed he's towards A main. We probably would have seen a smoke drop, and then Beastic would be able to activate. Obviously, swinging there is a bit of a problem, but it seemed like Bait were still prepared, were still ready for a double con setup. So I think Beastic's kind of, outbrained himself there going round. It's a tough one, but still, Sinners, they were disadvantaged. It was a 3 versus 5. The fact it even got brought down to that scenario, you have to, congratulate them. It was great openers from Shock. It was a big round, though, from Bait. Obviously, finding those openers towards B main, obviously MPL in middle. I think now it seems like Bait are realizing, okay, well, we can't allow Sinners to have all this control. We've got to take the fight to them, and look, it worked perfectly.
It did, and we got Hetrick still on 1 kill, Senthiel as well. It's a rough round, likewise, right? It keeps them in low money. We see basically $150 mostly between the players if you split across the board, and Sinners... Let's see if they can contain this. 5-1 would suit them nicely. T-side Anubis, it's a little bit favored, sure. You're still expecting the CTs to be able to find 5 to 6 themselves. And Alex, well, this has been a staple Molly. I mean, this A-main exchange, pretty much the same for the last 5 rounds almost.
My biggest problem is Alex uses Molly, he uses smoke.
Yeah.
And we're already 1 minute 30 in. He's got rotation in MPL, but MPL doesn't have any util either. So it seems like Bait are going for a real, a real site setup. We've got 3 towards B who are slowly going to be aggressing. They've taken this control. I think the information has been gathered, though, from Zedko. So right now they've put so much stock in taking this B main position. They've not sent anyone deep. They're now reclaiming space here towards Connector, but Sinners like to play these rounds slow, and in doing so, it's just going to be so tough for Bait. They've got to be a bit more reserved with their util usage. Otherwise, I think Sinners are going to overwhelm.
The only thing that they'd have going for them right now is the info towards B main, but now connector lost. Hold up, this could get very wild, well, very dangerous very quickly. Peppo and Shock, yup. One for each, and that's enough. That's B site, that's a save. Bait have no choice. They gotta keep those weapons up. They cannot allow to be hunted down.
That was so unfortunate. Shock was fully blinded by his teammate's own flash, and it was a perfect flash. I think he was blinded for about 3 seconds. If the CT swung then, we're looking at a very different round. I guess it pans out though for Sinners. But 5-1's excellent. Obviously, you touched upon it. It's a T-sided map, and I think if the CTs can find themselves, 4 rounds, I always say 4 is the bare minimum for a CT success.
Fair.
Because
That's fair.
because then obviously you win the pistol. It's now 6-8. Then you've just got to win 7, and 7 on the T side is kind of what you can imagine. So I think right now, Bait, it's not kind of alarm bells ringing, but they've got to start putting rounds together. They've got to start showing what they have to offer here, because obviously this is their map selection. We spoke about Anubis being a map they usually draw towards, but from the outcome and the way of which they played so far, it didn't really look as though this should be their map selection. Especially with the fact that their CT side, it's not as though it's anywhere near as weak as Sinners. They've got a positive win rate on their CT side. So I think right now, Bait, that's why they are calling this tactical pause. They've understood that this is not how things should be going for them. I like the investment here from Bait. Although 3 players save, they are still looking as a kind of a bit of a half investment to guarantee a buy in the next round. And obviously, you're looking at the weaponry and the utility. This is a very, very possible buy here for Bait.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous buy. You still got the AWP, you still got the rifles. The MP9s are just the, creme de la creme, the creme on top kind of thing with the extra util to boost. I'm hoping that Bait kind of steps it up a bit as well, goes a bit more aggro towards con, towards middle. Let's see if they can poke at the bear, see how Sinners react, if they can pressure them into engagements they don't want to take, perhaps. And we can see mid control immediately contested by NPL. There's a reason why he's always playing there. He's really damn good with it. But the problem for Bait, you've already mentioned it, we've seen it before for the last few rounds. They expand their utility very quickly. Their smokes, their mollies, they go in first at the start of the round, and then they kind of lack it when they need it most. And we see here again, there's only 2 mollies left. There's only 3 smokes left. Or now make it 2. So it's going to limit the actual response later down the line towards Sinners' execution. But we see a default here. Sinners are just looking for mistakes right now. They're not even hoping to aggro for entries.
And I think as well, I don't really know why we're seeing that smoke being thrown towards B main. I think realistically, just get head trick posted up, maybe have a double MP9 setup in connector, and I think it can work really well. But by dropping those smokes, they deny Sinners from having a look, from having a slight glance into a bomb site. And obviously, if you've got the AWP posted up, you're expecting that kill to go your way. But it's going to be a late take in middle. Obviously, Essential has rotated in time, so I think for this A split, it's going to be a strong bomb site, but the problem is, it's that utility. There's no util here to defend towards A. Caught off guard is Alex. Beastic and Essential trading out. Essential, the fact he's been able to find 2 here is so valuable. Shock will take him down eventually. We've got a fast flank from Ken Seesaw, but a great shot from Head Trick. Peepo trying to get aggressive, but that's the bomb drop now, and it's all on Shock, awaiting a rotation from Heaven. But in all this time, Ken Cecil's allowed to creep even closer. His kill's got to be found. White swing coming through. The MP9 shows his hand. There was a chance for Shock there, but Bait, it does work out well for them, but it's all because Essential gets a double there. I think without that, we're looking at a very different outcome.
Oh, absolutely. Essential had to go big or go home kind of thing, play, and delivers at least. We see at the end Hetrick hitting his shots, not letting Peppo take the best out of him again. It's been like 2 or 3 duels that they've already taken, and Peppo's been winning most of them. But Sinners, it's 5-2. They've still got a comfy chair they're sitting on, and let's see how they play this one out. There's going to be no AWP for Peppo, so perhaps they could speed up the attack this time. They've played relatively calmly and slowly, and it feels like they're about to step up a notch and try and see if the aggression can't be ramped up for success. We see Essential, Hetrick on B. It's pretty standard setup right now they're running. NPL still on middle. And they're trusting... yeah.
My biggest problem is Hetrick. He's been able to save the AWP quite a lot. Obviously, he's had an AWP in hand nearly every full buy. Yet before this round, it's great openers, it's great entries, and Bait surely just gonna have to save. But you look at the rounds. We're in round number 8. Before this round, obviously 7 rounds of play. Hedrick's got 2 kills. He's got 3 deaths. He's not been in the game. He really hasn't. And I feel like as an AWPer, you need to be trying to play on the front foot, especially on a map like Anubis. You go for a quick peek in con, catch someone out. You look for a double setup in main, and you find a pick there. Especially with Sinners looking to try and take control towards A main. I think that would be a real good outlet to find opening kills. But it seems like Hedrick is playing a little bit too timid here, and that's why he's not really been in the action. And I feel like when you have an AWPer who is, you know, such an incredible talent, we've seen so much from Hedrick over the years, and I think right now this is a game where he's not really involved. And I think once Hedrick can be involved in not only the fragging, but also just in the team performance, I think we'll also see a rise in rounds for Bait. But I think right now he's had a very, very quiet game, and I think there's got to be a change.
I feel like, you know, it's the one thing we can say. It's really they need to change something. And again, if we go by just what they can immediately do is take another pause. I think that's a good call always. You know, take a moment, take a breather, drink some water, just relax for a second, you know, breathe, that's it. But Bait, as they are wound up right now. They want rounds, and Hedrick wants kills. Unfortunately, Peppo, we've talked about this duel, we've mentioned it, now it keeps on happening, and Peppo keeps on winning still. There's 3 on B. You can see Bait is kind of ready for a potential B split. Oh, B stick, that is insane intuition, or at least precognition to pre-fire, to have that good of a corner, that good of a lineup.
Yeah, excellent there.
Yeah.
Look, it's unfortunate Hedrick goes for the peek in con. Look, I've said he needs to be more involved. He needs to be kind of more in the action, and he's gone for a peek. At least he's gone for something. But Peepo's clearly just on better form. Look, 9-3, he's playing really well. Alex aggressing out of A main here. He will just back away. I actually think Alex's best chance is to push on through, because Sinners are now just going to isolate Zed go through the smoke.
Oh, come on.
It's unfair. Senthiel and MPL both just get taken down while they're just shifting around. And Alex surely going to fall here now. Resco in a very good position. He's got an HE grenade as well if he chooses to send it.
Morisco also has a Molotov, but he's going to keep on pushing. They go A. This might not be the worst idea, actually. They get rid of Alex. There's the counter molly in the back. It's going to be the bomb planted safely as Kensizor has to wait 7 seconds. The realization sets in. I mean, it's a 1v2. I'm going here if I'm Kensizor. I'm definitely going for the retake, right? It's a 1v2. You have to try. You have the kit. You have a nade. You have to try to do something, but instead retrieves the AWP, gets a smoke, and pulls out. That's 7-2, and that is Sinners pulling out of Anubis first half, basically victorious already.
Yeah, look, you're dead on the money. I think, you know, maybe 3-4 rounds ago, you understand the idea for the save, but the bomb's only just gone down. You've got that full, full 40 seconds. I think, okay, fine. You know, it's not a favored clutch, but very few of them are. You've got to give it a go.
Well, sorry to interject, but by statistic, no clutch is favored usually.
Yeah, exactly. But I think realistically, is the value of saving the AWP in this one really worth losing a round? I'd say no. It's going to be a bit of a difficult buy for Bait anyway. You're going to have players on maybe some MP9s, maybe some FAMASs. Senthiel could opt for a rifle over utility, but I just think right now for Bait, it can't be a question of, oh, let's save, let's get these guns in the next, because, what? You're not going to do anything with them anyway. You know, Sinners are overrunning you. You've got yourself in a 1 versus 2. At least give yourself a chance at the round, because we're looking at a 7-2 scoreline right now. Oh. And, well, Hedrick's gone for the A main peak. At least he's giving it a go. Wherever Hedrick is, Peepo's ready for it. I feel bad for Hedrick, to be honest.
I honestly don't. I honestly
maybe just look to play more passive. Go back to what was not getting you killed, I guess.
I mean, technically, we can... I want to discuss a bit of mind, let's say, how do you call it? Mind game? Like just a... like mind palace kind of thing. If Hedrick is having trouble with the AWP, obviously you don't give him the AWP.
Oh my...
Right?
Yeah.
You avoid trying to set him up for these duels that he's clearly currently losing. Unfortunately, he's losing. You gotta change it up. And MPL might have had enough. Maybe, wait, let's focus on this first. Maybe MPL has said, you know what, Kensizor, we brought you in to be the star. You're not really going for the clutches. Let me show you how it's done. It's a 1v2. He's got no kit. Bomb is planted B. Now he knows. He has to drop down here, surely. He can't go all the way around. Or does he? Because that would be a
smoke.
crazy shout.
The kits are in main. I think that's the only way he can do it. But it's the fact he's not been met within resistance. It's going to be save again.
Yeah.
But look, the thing is, you said, okay, head trick, we don't need to be setting him up. I feel like he's not hitting shots. I feel like once you say that to your AWPer, I think there's the confidence is broken for the rest of the series.
No, see, that's the thing. That's what you have to accept. We talked about his, let's say, his issue as a stable factor and a player that has great form a lot of the time, but then you have a form that is not really what you want to see. And that's just instability in the character himself. He's not able to consistently play at his highest level. And that's something that you have to break up sometimes. But look, you're not hitting with the op. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Take the Mac-10, take the AK, take the Scout. Do whatever you want. Just get out of that slump. You know, get out of that mental image that you are creating for yourself, that feeling that you're creating for yourself, because at the end of the day, it's only that feeling. If you're losing duels, change it up. Don't give him the duel. Try to be a little bit more cautious, or rather be a bit more foolish. Go fast. Try to surprise him. You know, you gotta change it up. And Bait, right now, they're doing the same thing, losing the same thing consistently. Kensizor, alone into canals. Where's the push from Con? Where's the push from A main? This is not the Bait we know, and they're starting to fall apart.
Yeah, it's not been the best of performances here for Bait. I guess the only silver lining is we've seen Sinner's CT side here on Anubis in the past, and it's looked very poor as well. So I feel like Bait, there's still chances here. I think they've got to find these final 2 rounds. I think that's a safe statement to make. But look, I think it's always a difficult one regarding kind of weaponry for an AWPer. I think I understand your justified viewpoint of, you know, maybe putting him on a rifle, but to me personally, I think once you've kind of said to your AWPer, okay, you're not hitting, put on a rifle, I think to me it's a lack of trust. It's a lack of kind of you know, you brought this player in to be your star AWPer. Look, it's a bad game, but you can't say to him, look, put on a rifle. I think once that happens, all trust is gone. I think you've got to. For me, I'd rather drop my star AWPer, who's 2 and 10, a big green, than drop him a rifle, because you know what he can provide when his moment's there. So hopefully for Headtrick this will be his moment, but with his teammate Evicenthiel falling, a lot of work to do now for Headtrick. Molotov landing in connector. B-Stick, he's taking this control. Pixel angle, it's this plant towards CT again. And this is excellent here from Sinners. They've identified the Bait, have taken this control in Con. They've looked to wrap through mid. Surely not a save again.
Yep.
Bait, you can't just be giving up 9 rounds to Sinners.
I wanna, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, I see where you're coming from with the mention of, you know, you don't want to make him feel even worse. But we gotta be real, man. He's been given the op almost every round they can afford to give him. They save because of the op. And he's still not putting up the numbers. The pressure on him is mounting on him so much right now that I think it's important to make him feel like, dude, it's fine. Don't care about the op. Do whatever you need to do. If you want the op, okay, sure, have it. But we don't change the game plan because of the op, I think. That's the reason. You have to be ready to accept, okay, it seems like the op's not working out. You know, you can have it or not, but let's focus on doing something perhaps not as big on your entry, right?
Yeah, and I think setting up MPL's actually, I think he's got to be a bit more selfish in this game. I feel like MPL's the only one who's kind of consistently fragging. He's putting up numbers in middle, and I think he's got to be looking to get a bit more aggressive. Obviously, as we saw in the last round, we saw the aggression into canals through window. Yeah, where were the supportive flashes? Where was the peak? Obviously, if we had Headtrick peeking towards connector there with the AWP, I think we see a very different outcome. But it seems like the synergy here for Bait is non-existent, and the aggression from MPL. I said, look, maybe be a bit more selfish. Maybe set yourself up. Where's the utility? Where's the HE grenade, the flashbang, the smoke?
Where's the support? Where's another player? Like, what?
Yeah, to me, it genuinely looks as though microphones have been turned off and they're playing this as a pug. The synergy's non-existent here for Bait. And for a site that we've seen so much success in the past, this is the reason that both me and Ova are quite quite heavily, you know, discrediting and kind of insulting Bait, because we know the heights of them. We know how well and kind of tactically synergized this side can be. But today, it's night and day. It's looked completely different to what we expected out of Bait. You know, we were talking kind of before the pre-show in the green room, you could say, and we were thinking, okay, well, Bait probably 2-0, right? They probably get the 2-0. This is not Bait looking like a 2-0.
I said Sinners 2-0, baby. I didn't know what I felt, but before the game started, I was feeling Sinners 2-0, and I don't know if I confirmed it. Freddie, you gotta confirm it for me if I said it or not. I guess you're our transcriber.
Oh, it's fine. We'll just pretend you're lying.
But but no, honestly, Sinners, like, I really see them currently on this rising star. They are doing so well, and I feel like they feel finally complete and whole, because the practices must be a bit nicer, a bit better as well. With Oscar, I know the practices weren't always 100% and not always there with him. So, or maybe I can't go as far, but at least perhaps the commitment from one of the players, if it's not at 100 compared to the others, it's going to make some differences, and there's going to be a difference of opinion within the team creating chaos. And I think right now with Zetko and now Beppo as the new protege of B-Stick, I am really liking what they're building. 10-2 T-side Anubis speaks to their quality as a team. Sinners, I think they've maybe cracked the code. We'll see. Bait is yet to be beaten. They are not out of this map yet, but we are not far. And as much as we poured on Bait, as much as oil as we poured on Bait here, it's of their own doing. We kind of explained that to what we see as options. Now, what they see as options maybe is not gonna work out, but they have to use the timeouts. They have to have a moment here to talk. As we go to the pistol, second half, second start here of a second chance for Bait,
Yeah,
right?
I think Bait have just got to play it like a completely different map. They've just got to forget about the last 12 rounds because it's not been successful. Nice find from Zedko though. MPL will tape down people on the back of the bomb site, and aware of Zedko's position, just pre-firing in the corner, will find, and obviously now we can see, well, I was gonna say a 4 versus 3, but with the kills coming through and the missed shots from MPL, oh, Sinners, they looking to continue here. It's all on Alex. It's a 1 versus 3. He needs to find these kills quickly because the CTs are going to swarm. He's struggling to isolate, and Beastick can find him. So Sinners taking that pistol. Bait are just going to have to force. But look, I want to talk a little bit more about this Sinners roster. Obviously, we know that Shock and Beastick have got such synergy. We know Morisco as well. He's been on this roster for a fair few months. But I think realistically, with Oscar's molded these players like Shock, like Beastick into players that now have got that experience and now kind of have the tutelage under Oscar, and obviously they're wanting to push for more. I think realistically, we stay around this kind of top 50, top 40 mark. I think they're looking for more. They can taste victory, and I think with the change here, look what Peepo's providing. He's 12 and 6. He's had a really good game here on Anubis. I don't think he's done anything too flashy. It's just been simple kills, and I think right now the promise for this Sinner side is looking really good. I'm excited to see the heights that this roster can get to, but the fact that we could see a 13-2 scoreline on their opponent's map pick is a ridiculous statement, and Beastick just gets a double so easily, so effective. No real trade potential. He had a teammate in Zedko by his side, but it wasn't even needed. And already, look, we're 20, 30 seconds into a round, and Sinners are in a 5 versus 3 with only 3 pieces of utility to face them. I don't really know what Bait are going to do here.
I am not sure myself, but I think the reality is about to set in for them. They're about to be down 10 maps on their own map pick, a map that we talked about earlier against G2. They held on their own like no other, right? I mean, hell, they didn't play against G2, actually. No, it wasn't
No, not
G2,
on a
right?
But they played well against G2.
Against Spirit Academy, sorry. I had Spirit Academy in my mind. But against Fnatic, they lost Anubis, I believe.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter. It's
very dominant.
It doesn't matter what they lost. It doesn't matter how poorly it went. What matters right now is the fact that they are losing, and there's not much they can do about it. So, unless we see some absolute brilliance from Head Trick Alex and preventing number 12 on the board, this is going to end up going to a first map to Sinners in a fashion that I don't think any of us would have dared predicted. At least
certainly not.
This one-sided.
Head Trick dodging the HE grenade there. Ollie here towards Pillar. Hedrick's in a good position. He's kind of got to find Morisco, but he's dealt with Alex now in another 1 versus 3. Same as what we saw in the pistol. Zedko's playing so disciplined here. I love this. He's just waiting. And I think as time ticks, he's going to be an unexpected player. Zedko's got this round. Yeah, he will take him down. Sinner's fine 12. I think the only benefit is Bait do get the bomb plant again, but 12-2 for Sinners. This is Bait's map pick. We move to Inferno after obviously a map that we've seen plenty, obviously from Sinners, and it's a map they feel very comfortable on. I think right now I don't actually know what Bait are going to be able to do to get themselves out of this rut, because no one's really performing well enough, especially in comparison to Sinners.
Welcome to the new age of
Yeah.
Czech CS. Of course, Beppo being Slovak, but I believe he's Slovak, right? Beppo is Slovak?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I want to say
Or is it, wait, I'm always
Slovakia,
mixing
Slovakia.
it up.
Oh, yeah,
Slovakian,
Slovakia, Slovenia.
yeah.
I think
No,
they've
no.
done that on purpose.
No. Bro. I am Slovenian, he is Slovak, aka Slovakian. All is good, all is well. What I'm saying is Sinners.
I'm allowed to get them flags
You're
mixed
allowed,
up.
you're allowed to mix it
not.
up. It's fine. I didn't mix it up. It's more the fact that Sinners, well, they're always used to having a Slovakian player, is what I'm saying, and it works out beautifully here in Zetko. There it is, MPL falls. I mean, we're getting to the end of map 1. Sinners are about to get 13-2. I said that Inferno I see as a Sinners map. That at least I can attest to. I think those the records will show, Your Honor, that Sinners and Inferno go hand in hand, and with the performance here of Anubis, I feel like they're, how to call this, pedal is to the metal, and they're about to go a 2-0 against Bait if we don't see a recovery within the 15 minutes of the break we'll have.
Yeah, I think the only positive that Bait are going to have on their side is it is Inferno, it is Mirage. These are maps that they are going to, they are well versed on. It's not as though it's an unknown like Train or maybe a map like Nuke where kind of a tactical advantage will really help a team. But yeah, I think right now Sinners have looked excellent. I think they very, very, very rarely put a foot wrong here. And
Big ups.
there we have. Oh, Morisco finds 3. It's just the jiggle from Broken there from Shock that sells all of it. But Sinners, well done, 13-2.
I mean,
remember, this is a quarter-final, just to remind everyone. It
I
didn't feel like
also-
one, though, did it?
No, it didn't. Also, I want to say, Beastic, 15 kills. He stopped fragging for the team. That is a rare occasion that we get to see and enjoy. And not that he doesn't perform well, usually, at least, on the 1 KD level, but the thing is, usually it's Zetko, usually it's somebody else. It was Beastic here, and everybody played super well. Big ups to Sinners, 1-0 against Bait. Honestly, there's not going to be much to analyze here, Freddy. Zola and I think we've said it all. Bait are kind of falling off here. This is not a great start, and like we said, it's going to take time, won't it?
Boom, I'm here. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should speak or not there, but it's the same thing as in I didn't know if Bait had started playing the game or not yet. That was a pretty awful game of Counter-Strike. Not from Sinners, that was perfect from Sinners. From Bait, however, it's just what even happened? I think we lost like every single opening kill for starters. I was just watching every round, and it's like, I think you guys were hitting the nail on the head, being like, nothing special's happening. Like, this isn't Sinners putting on a masterclass Counter-Strike performance. A lot of it felt very simple, very methodical, and they were getting a lot of good early space, and then from then, they were able to control and bully other parts of the map. It always felt like maybe Peppo was gonna go and get an opening kill somewhere, and then from that they just kind of froze with the map control they had, and then when they had that map control they worked from that advanced position, and it always worked. We had very ineffective sight holds. I actually could not remember. I think actually the only round really came from one sight hold from a Senthiel. He got a double spray down or like a triple spray down with an MP9. Apart from that, there was just no multi-frags whatsoever for the sight players. Sinners, they were just capitalizing on every advantage they were given. And this is ultimately a really disappointing performance for Bait. You guys were kind of talking about Kenzie Saw a little bit, and okay, we should probably clear some of the air, because I think there was some words thrown around like star player. Dude is a small site anchor, so you know, just it's like his stats, sure, they are actually fantastic for the positions that he plays, but let's not go around saying that he's a star player now. Like, you know, he's not been brought in. He's been brought into this team to also replace Captain Kirker's roles. You can see that there's a direct comparison there, and he's playing the same roles that I think he played on Kono as well. He's not come in to win them games by himself, but he is definitely should be having a more consistent average than Captain Kirker. That's for certain. He showed that he can do it on Kono. And I don't think he was the issue in this game, realistically. I think the B-bomb site, for sure, was a big issue on the CT side. But, you know, you're definitely more looking at the likes of Head Trick. I know you guys were harping on about that, so I won't touch any further on that. But ultimately, it is just the Peppo much better than Head Trick. I think Head Trick got like 1 AWP kill, maybe. But not gonna lie, there's not much more to talk about that game. That game was it ended within 5 rounds. Like that was the complete Sinners show. And you are sitting back and being like, why are Bait just they're really persisting on this Anubis pick? Because yeah, I think you guys brought it up of they also picked it against Fnatic the other day and also got 4 rounds. So Anubis ain't looking too hot for them, you know. Maybe they're figuring that one out as well. And that, yeah, don't know why they're picking this map. They must have some like crazy scrim results and are like, oh, don't worry, the official is not a true depiction of what we're truly like. But no, this is a pretty rough start for Bait, because as mentioned, I think people forget how actually good and really successful Bait were at the end of last year. Like, RMR in isolation is fantastic, and they qualified for that similarly to Sinners. But what Bait had that I guess Sinners didn't have was the LAN, more consistent showings on LAN that weren't just regional. So you had Bait making deep runs in close qualifiers. You had them winning these online tournaments and subsequently putting them into ESL Challenger Katowice, Elisa Master Espu. Like, and they also did very well at those events. They have set themselves up going into this year to contend for Tier 1. If they play like they have today, they are not contending for Tier 1, and instead it's Sinners rebuild that looks way better. And yeah, I was talking about opening kills of Sinners, just feeling like every single round was played on repeat, that Sinners got an opening kill, took that space, and then just kind of waited and chilled, and they did it every round without fail. It felt like it was the same pace every single round, and it worked perfectly. Yeah, they got 14 out of 15 opening kills, so yeah, they just got the opening kill, took that early space, and just played with that without rushing anything. They were able to play the game at their own pace, and Bait just walked straight into it. But yeah, you've got Bait. Look, they're contending for Tier 1. They almost beat G2 at the first game of this year, and now they're getting their ass handed to them by Sinners. It's exactly what happened yesterday against Fnatic. They were able to bounce back against Fnatic. However, Sinners, I'm not gonna lie, I think this is a fan club of Sinners, this broadcast. So we're going to be going on to Sinners map pick. We're going to be going to Inferno, and let's see if they can make it into our second semi-final. The first team to do so will be coming back live with you very soon. Caster roulette continues. We've said goodbye to Zola and we've brought in Nexus. How you doing, sir? You've joined us after a very disappointing map 1.
You know what? I hear I didn't really miss much, so
No.
I'm all good, I think. Right? Grandma needed some help. Of course, I'm gonna go help her. There's no, there's no life and death, but I'll still help her out. And apparently, missed pretty much nothing, so I'm all good here.
No, you
Well,
did-
I'm ready for the real action.
I
Now that I
mean-
can start again.
map 1 was pretty much just... it's like literally
It
there is
happened.
nothing. It happened. That's as much as we can say about it, I think, right? It's there's not much else to really talk between that for map 1. Simply nothing.
Well, if you're a Sinners fan, you definitely were happy to watch that. But if you're a Bait fan or a Bait supporter, you didn't miss much. You're swiping that under the rug. And for Sinners, ultimately, the kind of crux of the whole situation is that was very simple. It didn't take a good comparison to Spirit Academy. When you watch Spirit Academy do really well, it's really obvious. Like it's very clear. You're watching Kaisuke run up and get 3 kills. That's not how Sinners kind of approach a game and a win like that. It was very simple, just utilizing the opening frags and playing off that, and Bait never really contesting. So now we go on to Inferno. It's the map pick of Sinners, and Over, you said you'd bet your left nut that Sinners are going to win this.
Yeah, I'd be pretty pretty confident keeping that one. I mean, map 1 went pretty well, and map 2 I think goes to Sinners for sure. I'm that confident in it. In Sinners, genuinely. Even though I'm a big fan of Bait, don't get me wrong. Me and Nexus, we glazed Bait the hell out of the last 10 tournaments they played with us here at the CCT, and we love Bait. We love watching them. We love what they're doing. I think it's a great storyline they're building for themselves for the future. We explained how their future is bright. It's going to take time to really adjust all the players to the new level that you're at, but I think within a few... I don't want to say months, because that means like it could mean half a year, but I'm saying like within a month, 2, maybe 3 max, we're going to have a really solid Bait that is going to be scary to play against. But today, Sinners proved that Bait still have a few things they have to fix.
I'll say it's nice picking up some of these things you've mentioned I begin to hear about. Apparently, Tails' family jewels are on the line here for Sinners.
Yeah, those are
This
pretty
is
valuable.
crazy. I
I'd
missed
say.
some crazy lore, apparently. It wasn't much action on map 1, but something crazy nonetheless, it seems.
Well, let's just hope for a little bit more competition. Inferno's going live. Will Bait be able to bring us to a mirage, or do Sinners surge to the semi-finals without breaking a sweat?
That's the
Yes,
question.
it's that time. Yeah.
And it is a very good setup for Bait, and an unfortunate approach for Sinners at the moment. Unlikely as all hell you would stack 4 toward the B side, but honestly, I respect the choice here. Pistol round, honestly, it's 50-50 enough anyway, so why not gamble at stack those odds one way a bit more. See if the Manpower can help you out of this one, because Sinners, they start to approach. They've got their Glocks ready. First one found, second as well. They know where they are. But here's the trap sprung on that T side. It's down to Alex now to trade things out. He's got 2 of his own, but the teammates have fallen. 4-man stack, not much it seems with Sinners. They still get the bomb down at 2-on-2 to play this post find off of. With 14 HP on Alex, it looks very deadly against him.
And a great setup for Sinners.
Yes, it is. Both ready
Tucked into the
for
corner.
action, both ready to assist each other. It's just his first contact. If Peppo takes an L here, which he does, now it puts the pressure on the B-Stick. Has to play this one a bit sneaky-beaky. CT or Ruins? That's the question. Tap on the bomb and now off of it as well. Alex down immediately and down to NPL. Without a kit, there's a smoke, but he's not going to try to stick that 10 seconds. Not time. No chance this time. Clutching up for Beastic instead, a solid 1 versus 2.
Well played, well done. Sinners win the pistol. Even with a stack on B, it still wasn't enough. And at the end of the day, Bait... Well, that's gonna sting a little bit, right? Alex having such a high performance, such a high impact, only to still lose the round afterwards, immediately into a force buy. I understand the frustration, and we talk a lot about force buys on the CT side. Inferno is one of the maps where I could see be subscribed to it consistently. Now with the FAMAS becoming more affordable, more effective with the burst, actually accurate with the burst, I kind of like this, and maybe Bait can cook something up. But it's gonna be Sinners that expect something in return, some retaliation at the very least. Oh well. It begins. Head trick on sight. Good pop flash for Essential. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Head trick and Essential. They now know where the man himself is. The usual suspect that is the most dangerous on this team. But Alex alone saved the FAMAS, and voila. 2-2-0.
Yeah, force by fairly easily dealt with. Leading Sinners, and, well, your bet currently to go in the right direction. Now, here's my question. Here's my question to you.
Okay.
Why makes you so confident that this second map goes Sinners?
It's Inferno. It's the hometown of Zetko. It's the hometown of Beastic. It's like, this is where they go to vacation in real life. You know, this is their jam. Inferno is our map.
Carpool ride over here.
It's a Slavic map vacation. You know, that's what it is. So there's
Speaking
nothing
from experience, I take it.
Speaking from experience, I've been in many of these locations. I've been to Inferno in real life. Maybe it wasn't exactly like this, but it might as well be. Lovely city, might as well be downtown Florence, well, rather middle, old city Florence. But in any case, Sinners, I feel like they're just a better team. I'm not gonna lie. I do think they have the stability, the capability, and with Beppo firing on all cylinders, it could be the honeymoon period we talk about a lot. And I have to agree with Freddy when he said that Kensizor has not been brought in as the actual star, and I agree he's not. He is the Captain Kurtka of the team in terms of the anchorage and in terms of the stability. But let's not forget, Captain Kurtka, when it counted most, he was the man that they counted on. Like, he's the man that performed so many clutches, he pulled so many rounds back to back for them, that I feel like that those are some big shoes for Kensizor to fill. So it almost feels like they're setting him up to be the new star in a way, even though he's not. But again, I'm going off the board here. It's going to be a B take, and the execution is on point. It's going to be a 3-0. There's not much that can be done though. Sentinel, damn, he is crispy with the shots, but not enough.
A bit of an AD jiggle ain't that difficult, but makes it look nice.
No Kevlar, man. Still hitting shots. That's pretty impressive.
Sure. I mean, if you have those issues, I mean, I think that's a skill issue in that case, but...
Okay.
It is what it is. This is a third round for Sinners.
Says the CZ75 enjoyer.
Exactly. I enjoy the CZ75 and I top frag. What's the problem? I'm a pistol headshot menace. What do? You do nothing. You scare and you cower against me in a corner. That's
no,
what you
I
do.
bring the Nova into the round, and I don't want to say it, but yes.
Ooh.
Good exits. Good
Very
damage.
exits here.
Yeah, AK Galil added on top of the tally. Not bad. All 5 dead. I mean, it's perfect for Bait, at least in terms of, you know, saving and getting the damage done. But alas, we forget. Now, I'd love to get the number on that, but I'm fairly certain we saw at the very least, I believe, 5 to maybe even 6 rounds saved by Bait on the CT of Anubis. So, you know, that could be another number we need to take a look at the end of the series and see where Bait were at with just by saving how many rounds they lost.
See, and now it comes all full circle. Remember last year we had this conversation, can we get a saving counter, a timer, on the HUD, please, on maps like Delph 2 and Inferno?
Production, if you hear us, please make a
Anyone?
counter where every time we have a save, it automatically ticks up, and we see how many saves we have statistically in the game on certain maps from map-to-map differences. Beautiful shutdown in mid, by the way. Whilst we're talking about saving, well, Bait is saving the round. Well done. Good hold. A triple for MPL. I guess he's going to have to do it himself. Yeah, like it really would be nice to have a counter for that. Like,
Yeah,
somewhere.
you talk about Kansas or a potential star for this team. I mean, this is still a team that
not
NPL
potential.
is
No,
holding and starring
don't-
as in the
don't-
head role himself.
Yeah, and I'm not saying potential. I'm not saying he is the star. I'm
Yeah,
saying that perhaps.
I am aware.
Yeah, but no, the people might misunderstand. I don't want it to be misunderstood here. It's more like he's being set up almost as a star, though he is anything but, right? He's not a star in this sense. He is the man that's going to fill big shoes, or needs filling big shoes, and it's a tough job. A lot is expected out of him, is what I'm saying.
Valid, true, and right. But for this round, Sinners, not everything is all right. It's just one round where their economy gets wiped out when they go down bananas to pistols and they saved weapons that wait for them there.
Yeah,
That is
that
one win
tends
for
to
Bait,
happen.
and now its economy broke.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you lose all 5, right?
Yeah.
On a round you win.
Especially
but-
early on in the game as well. The economical damage
Oh, yeah.
will pile up.
Yeah, and this is excellent for Bait. They could make a bit of a recovery now early on the CT side, something they never got a chance to do on Anubis, let's be fair. I mean, it was... I don't even know how many rounds it was before Bait actually got their first on Anubis. I have to double-check real fast. I think it was at least 4 or 5. It was like 5-1 or something, maybe 4-1, I'm remembering. Regardless, though, of whatever it was. Yeah, it was 4-1 at one point, then 5-1, then 5-2, and then it was 10-2. But jokes on the side of what was Anubis, it's time to joke no more. Bait, you got to step it up. And happily, we're seeing everybody kind of giving their numbers, their input. Even Hetrick, who's had a very slow first map. I mean, what, he ended up on 4 kills in total of 15 rounds, which is not even close enough. So, yeah, Sinners full buy as well as Bait with no op.
Yeah, I mean, there was this small conversation, or at least thing last year where Hetrick, I think, there was a time, a very good amount of into the year, I think it was like at least 6 months into the year or something, maybe even longer than that, where he had barely dropped, I think, a handful, less than about 5 negative ratings during all that time on his time at Bait for the start of last year, I think. There was that sort of duration where he was absolutely consistent as all hell. So, you know, it's definitely out of the ordinary for him to be, you know, not performing. Has proven his quality over time. Double smokes down banana for the CT side. That's both smokes gone. That's one player down.
Dude, we've seen this on Anubis as well. The timings for Sinners shooting through the smokes are insane. Like, they really have great intuition, or somebody's just calling so well that, you know, might be Bistic, oh, shoot through the smoke 2 seconds later, yeah, that kind of thing. But point is, the intuition is insane, and Sinners, they're getting entries because of that. Ooh. Leaving Shock alone towards top mid. Not going to work out. Back towards B we go. It's a 4v4, and it begins.
On to Alex. Up top, quickly taken down, and there's no issues with this. No one else on the B side, they hadn't rotated even. And that's
that's a
kind of
save.
like Inferno, right? You kind of gamble on that fact that maybe they don't go B after you gate that
Yeah.
first, and they just double back to A.
Oh, they're not going to save. Okay, I respect
Not
that.
immediately.
Finally, no
They're going to try this
saves.
because NPL has a flashbang.
They have
throw
money.
over pool, so there's a chance for the
Yeah.
opening. If it doesn't go their way, I do suspect it still turns to be a quick save, but fairly far committed into this. Zedico takes the first, and that should be the signal to get the hell out of there. And if not, maybe at least deal some more damage. Again, try to keep that economy low and brittle for Sinners. But Hetrick out of options, and no way to escape at the moment either. Zedko's waiting for him. There's that round. No more than 2 casualties either. Zedko cleans up with a nice 3k. And that is Sinners to maintain their lead.
Yes, it will be. Sinners 4-2. Very good call at the end there from Beastick, realizing once Shock dies on top mid that they have no business going into the meat grinder again. Quick rotation, quick execution, and a quick ending. Alex blinded, couldn't really react. Then a little bit of damage through the smoke back to back, but it was already too late to begin with. The retake stood very little chance from the get-go. And we see a buy coming in for Bait, and a very good one, in fact. There's the op on head trick. Finally, he's got the big one. Maybe it's going to suffice. Let's see if he can get a kill or two. MPL expecting Shock and Apps again. As they're focusing towards B once more. Nexus, it seems like Sinners are committed to taking Banana as well as forcing Bait into perhaps unusual rotations. And I guess that's their MO, which makes sense. You want to throw your opponent off before you actually commit to the site. Shock is that element of chaos, as more are joining him. Morisco now going to check. Back towards A. Interesting choice. Sinners have completely fallen off of B. Never mind any sort of fake further. And the question is, does head trick rotate B? Is the call going to be made here to go B? Nope. He's going to stay A. Fair. There's the smoke into balcony. Watching long. And I think they're ready for this. Sinners, they're walking into a death trap.
I mean, so far NPL has been good when it comes to show control as well. Able to find 1 or 2. Or 3 previously. So again, there's going to be a couple of eyes on him alongside Kenzie Zol from Pit. A very deadly setup to try to get past, but there's that Molotov, and immediately with that Molotov flank, they don't give him time to throw util, because Smethbo takes all 3! What on earth are we just watching? What is this? He just walks out and takes 3 with... I don't even know how.
Welcome.
Like, we see it all happen, but I'm still struggling to understand how Bait don't have that locked down.
I mean, I guess that lethargy, that feeling of dread is what transferred from map 1 to map 2 as well. Their individual duels completely oblivious and non-existent. I mean, MPL the only one with damage, 66 in total. Decent outings here. Essential is able to basically make Sinners pay the highest possible price almost for winning the round. But at the end of the day, at this point, if I'm Sinners, I don't give a single damn. Like, I don't care if I'm losing economy. Fine, I'll make up for it. I'm winning rounds, and that's what matters. Zola said it before as well. On Anubis, we saw Bait saved so many times. It's like Sinners don't care. You keep your money, you keep your weapons. Yeah, you can even take some of our own. We are winning, and that's what matters. And right now, they're focusing on that goal. Meanwhile, Bait, well, they're more worried about if they can get that AWP out and if they can, you know, maybe get a few exits. In any case, tactical pause. Finally, we see it. It's a good call as well for the timing of it.
And back to where we go. Sinners looking for the 6th one, and I do agree with what you said. I don't see, or did not see map 1, but I know exactly what you're talking about as well in that sense. That you can lose weapons, it's fine, whatever, they're just gonna keep winning. It's just that sort of confidence, and currently that is being exuded from Sinners, and I think is well earned for what we're seeing at the moment as well. Alex drops the util. Headtrick is going to have support from Essential as well, but that doesn't matter if you're dead. No one can revive you in this game. Response from Bait, push into the apartments, see what second mid holds, what secrets it has. And Jok, they will disengage after the first one. NPL does not want to push this too far. But back to A. And it's Alex who has to wait for them in mid. Still NPL dueling, and Shock walks into it, finally taken down. But NPL in a race against Sinners. And this is one that he will be losing. Side control taken over by Sinners, and suddenly it is looking like an impossible round here. We saw one retake from Bait, and I think that's all the action we're going to see in situations like this. One retake from Inferno, that's good enough.
I'm genuinely not even surprised this is happening right now. It seems like the words are still ringing in my ears that we heard earlier, that Bait are in desync. They are just not working well together as a unit at this moment right now. They're having trouble working around corners. They're having trouble helping each other. We see a lot of solo engagements. They're dying alone across the map a little bit too much, and there's not much they can do about it as well, seemingly. I don't know. Maybe another timeout. Maybe that's gonna help. Maybe more of a free kind of round. Like, just tell the players, you know what? I won't. MPL might give them free reins. Like, do whatever you want. Buy double up, sure, go for it. You want to nade banana, take control, go for it. Do whatever the hell you need in order to get us in control. Something has to change, because Sinners are winning the second map here. Their own pick now. T-side. 6-2 first half. And if this round goes down poorly for Bait, this is potentially not the only result they'll be facing off tonight. As banana control contested, but the aggression is relentless. Sinners continue pushing. They're on the edge of the wall. They've got 2 players ready. Oh boy, things are about to get very heated, aren't they? Counter utility thrown. 3 players now defending B.
It is keeping players here for the moment as well. Until they're given a different idea, a different reason as to why they shouldn't be on B anymore. All players to be kept here. Some utility goes out for the T side as well, and at this point I would suggest Sinner start venturing elsewhere around the map as well, even if it is just to throw the basic nades towards A, perhaps. A smoke along, a flashbang in, that does a lot in rounds like this as well, where you have this control.
But look at the Sinners' choice here. They're running back towards A and
They're fully
fast.
going
Here's
for it,
the
yeah.
smokes. They're full recommitting, but they stopped. They stopped top mid. What is happening? Why are they stopping top mid? I know not. Hetrick could be in trouble. Pop flash does not miss. Hetrick still does not allow that to be his end. 40 seconds, and Sinners, they perhaps caught themselves in a bit of a loop. B-stick, a lot rides on him to enter A. Where's the rotate? Wait, where's the rotate from B? Why is Hetrick the only one close by? What is happening? MPL is about to be isolated. He
Yeah.
dies on balcony. Spot is on. What is happening? Why is there no rotations? Bait! Where's that 4th player from B? Oh, boy. Another save.
They felt something different deep within their bones, saying it was going to be a B play. Was not. Here's the result. Here's Sinners. Quite literally running circles around Sinners at the moment. And I am wondering, at this point as well, what is there for Bait? Because it is starting to look a little bit hopeless now. It's different with the Peppo's 3K walking or running out of balcony. That's different from a round like this completely. Because those are 2 different qualities for a team as well. So here, able to show you can slow things down, you can look for that map control, play off those defaults almost. And still commit together, everything looks good, and Bait, they're just out of position and not ready for it, is that big issue that it then highlights Sinner's ability to make that round look so clean. Not great for the CT side here, and Bait absolutely not looking good.
No, they aren't. It's getting a little bit out of control. Sinners, they have it all in their hands. They have the world at a touch of a finger. Or how do you call it, right? At the touch of their palm. Or at the tips of their palms. Or tips of their fingers. Whatever the hell. They got it all here. They're looking like they're going to go into the semifinals pretty damn victorious against Bait. I don't know, man. This is...
They got it in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, they got it in the palm of their hands, at the tips of their fingers, whatever the hell it might be. It is looking really solid.
All right,
Bait.
before we continue off that, do you have any intriguing saying from Slovenia that you could translate that would get the message across here?
Huh.
Is there one?
Yeah, there is one, but I won't say it right now. But there is one specific that you could use
okay,
here.
I'm not going to ask any more questions then. I'm just going to move past that, because I expect the worst already.
In any case.
Yeah, that part of the world's kind of crazy.
It always
But-
has been.
I mean, hey,
As,
Sinner's currently also kind of crazy.
Kind of cooking. Like, they're putting Bait on a skewer and kind of having some fun here. Alex and Essential, the last two on B. I mean, not the last two, the first two, and maybe the last two on B. We'll see if this fake out works. They're trying to sell this idea of an A split. Shock, that is fantastic. Almost goes for doubles as MPL takes the charge and takes the fight. Counter molly thrown though. Bait recognized this could be a B split. As Sinners... Wait, was the molly extinguished? The molly extinguished in the smoke. Oh no. Oh god. Or did I missee it? I don't know, but in any case... Oh, Zetko!
Oh my god!
He's gonna check dark. He's got to check dark, surely. They expect dark here, right? Beastic doesn't even die firsthand. Alex now plays his hand in too much as Zetko's chasing, and he's gonna find it. 2 versus 2. Pepper with the op, lined for the shot. And it's gonna be MPL to get right on that trigger. As Kensizor, one-man army, he's gonna have to try this retake. He's saved in a 1v2 and a 1v3 on Anubis. He cannot save here. He must try.
Yeah, map 1 is how things go if you don't try, and here you have to. This is one of the more doable rounds that he's had, that they will have, but Peppo takes it away from him. And that is yet another one. A T side of this strong for Sinners, and it is really proven to be their home ground, right? Historically, this is one thing we've been saying whenever we've seen Sinners now in this recent time, these last couple of months, or last month or so. They've gone back to Inferno as one of their perma-picks. And it is working out beautifully yet again. Historically, a great map during one of their better runs as an organization, as teams. Sinners, this was their map they played. I think like 80-ish% win rate, if not even more, with like 20, 30 maps played. It's insane. You know, it was something of that range. And right now, they're trying to make a resurgence out of that sort of form. Back to Counter-Strike 2 as well. All you have to do was change player or two, and it is looking dominant. But Headtrick here to say no thank you. We would
Good
like
start.
a couple of rounds.
Essential gonna hold banana. Beautiful
Wonderfully
double.
done. MP9, that's where you don't test it.
Nope, you don't want to play close range against it. That's for sure.
Good entry for Shock at least. But it's not looking good here. HE, he'll catch that. And he would have caught another one as well, apparently, so not a lot of hope for Shock, but it seems like we might have something for Bait here. Is it enough? I still don't know, but maybe hope. Something to believe in. Essential collects the 3k for the round here in Bait. A third as well being put up. One more, right? You talk about these sort of situations in games. You can get 4-8 here, win the pistol, you're back in the game, but it's game on, pretty much. But Sinners currently are showing a much more consistent side just on this map alone. And being wide awake. Zedko, his entries towards beat-out previous round as well were insane.
I love it. I love what I'm seeing. Zetko feels at home. I've been saying this since I've seen him last, well, at the start of last week, I guess, at the beginning of the Swiss stage. He really has been popping off. Peppo's seemingly bringing up the numbers likewise, and Beastic will burn at the end there. It happens. The Agile sometimes has to take the, bite the bullet in a way, but Sinners, I mean, they really have been popping off. My God, Zetko, this is like the third, fourth time we'd see him spray a man through a smoke, almost killing Alex here. Close call. No kill. Oh! I spot another. This is insane. And
They just keep testing them.
yeah, they do. And, I mean, even if this goes 4-8, it's such a one-sided landslide performance currently that Bait are seemingly out of their depth, even though they shouldn't be.
Yeah, absolutely. On paper, this should be an insanely close matchup, if not even favoring Bait. But currently, not everything is clicking. To which I'll get onto that in a minute, but for now, we'll see what Sinners have toward the B site. Rotation called. They are going to have NPL join them on the site. Alex, Essential, NPL, a 3-man waiting party here, but one already dealt with. A quick trade. Good flashbangs as well. You're still going to get rid of the last two, and they are making it very difficult to do so with just baiting and switching. And one last man remains, Zedko. We just talked about him and his entries towards B. How about now, with 10 seconds left on the clock, there's not a lot of time. No way to really cook this one. Instead, it gets burned, turns to ash, and that is Bait. A fourth round at the end of the half here.
Yeah, 4th round, 4-8 halftime. I mean, it's something. It's something that you can hang on to. It's a bit of an element of, you know, on the trek upwards where you can maybe rest for a second because of it. But that 1 second is that pistol that's coming up. That's the pistol that gives you that rest. If you fail to win the pistol, we'll see most likely the same kind of result we've had on Anubis, and let's see how it actually goes. It's all down to this one. Bait. They could still win the gun round even if they lose the pistol. Yes, that's definitely an argument that can be made, but do we trust them to be able to pull it out afterwards is the question. In any case, it's going to be round 13. It's a full B rush. How does it go? We're about to find out.
See, here's the thing. I don't trust him against Zedko. He's been a little bit too sharp almost.
He has. The
But,
bait and switch
you know,
set.
switching sides, you don't always keep that momentum, but maybe he does. Because that's 1 from him and a shock. That's 3 4 from Peppo. And that is 9 for Sinners coming out. Seppo, another 3k for him as well. And Sinners, they are not entertaining this idea, it seems.
Well. Sure. Okay. Look. I'll give the people that are, you know, that want to see Bait win, that are big fans of Bait and just want to see Bait and not Sinners win. I'll tell you this much.
right now.
Talking to you, not me. Talking to you.
All right, you know, we're talking to both of us here. We expected to see more from Bait, just to put it out there.
We expected to see more from Bait, but I knew Sinners will win. Or would win, sorry. Because, simply put, I trusted in their skill that we've seen throughout the last 2 weeks. I really do. I really feel like they figured it out much. You know, they went for the deep end when Oscar went out, and they somehow found the perfect replacement. And now it just sticks together beautifully. I don't know how else to say it. It's like Legos. They go together. You kind of mismatch it at the start. You get some Duplo in there. You get some fake Legos, and then bam, okay, we got it. Figure it out. We got a castle, boys. And that's what Sinners have. I don't know. It's weird, but it's great. I love it. I've gone on a bit of a tangent here. It's an eco. It doesn't matter. It's going to be 10, or it should be at least. I mean, Peppo might be low, but look at Peppo. My man is chilling with his hand under his chin, so not holding his keyboard, just his mouse. So he's like, you know what? I'll just stick to this place, brother. It's easy. Man, I'm excited when Sinners win. What can I tell you? I like this.
I mean, it's a great resurgence to form.
Yeah.
Right, we've had over the last few years, we've had teams alongside Sinners making these big, massive runs to, like, bigger events and in these up in the rankings as well. Right, Endpoint was one, Sinners is absolutely one. Then we've had a couple more that I wish I really could say, like Entropic 21, Stockholm as well. That was a big part of for them as well, right? In these last few years now, oh my god, 4 or 5 years, holy, time has flown. But Sinners, they're trying to come back to that sort of form, and it's been a long time coming. It's good to see, right? With us comparing them to the past version of themselves, it feels nice to finally see that kind of trend work almost.
Yeah, it's nice. They look. The thing is, I think people tend to forget Sinners have been around for such a long time now that they really are the staple of tier 2, borderline almost tier 1 CS. Borderline.
At times, yeah. Oh
At
my
times.
god. NPL,
Not that they
hello.
are, but yeah, beautiful. Finally, some
You
love.
said they could win out this gun around here, and NPL wants to do so.
They do. They do seem to want to. Zetko 1v2. This is going to be a tough one with an MP9. I'm having a hard time to believing he's going to win that duel, but even misses the smoke. Yeah, he realizes now he's cooked. He is the cooked one now. But as I was saying, Sinners, like the length, the amount of time they've been around the block. You know, they've been here with Shock in the team for 5 years, with Beastic I think 5 years when they originally built
they
this
had
roster.
Yeah, slight stint away, but
Yeah, but
Still, yeah.
generally speaking, let's say Zetko leaving at the end of 2023 was a bit of a bitter aftertaste, right? There was need for change. Somebody had to, something had to change. They tried with Ait, they tried with Mikey. They brought in Morisco at the end, finding, I think, quite a stable element in him. But in general, I feel like this is finally that iteration of Sinners that we could see make a QBF pull, right? QBF onto the major kind of thing pull, if you know what I mean.
Was that 2017? That was Ely, right? Boston?
Yeah. No, Boston was
Oh.
won by Skadoodle and crew at the time.
Yeah, no, they didn't. We it in win that, but they still made it. I remember Vince
did-
had to eat a
did they
boot, so I think that was 2017 or 20. No, was it 20?
It might have been. It might have been. Quantum Bellator Fire. I don't recall exactly which year.
2018,
2017, 2018. Boston. Yeah.
Yeah, Freddie told us exactly, but I can't remember if it was 2017 or 18 still. I'm trying
I
to
think it's 18. 18.
18,
Yeah.
yeah. 7 years.
7 years since then. And what I'm trying to say is, it's been such a long time, and I think Sinners, they're on the verge of finally, doing one of those, pulling one of those things off their own variety as well. I mean, I really like what they do. The structure of CS they have. There might be basic elements to it. I think Freddie also pointed it out in the previous analysis. We don't see special things out of Sinners. We don't see crazy amount of fakes and then some massive
Oh my
pulls.
God.
Beppo, you sick man! You absolute madman! What in the actual hell has just happened? The fact that he finds 3 like that.
Oh,
And in the
wow,
end,
it's
whew.
nearly.
Yeah,
Oh
close
my
call.
God, that is insanity from Beppo.
But as I was saying, it
Yeah, let's go past that. Why not? My
Yeah.
God. We just need to get it out of our system. Let's watch it again. Also, this was insane for Alex. I must have seen
Yeah.
the gun barrel. But here, Peppo just swinging it back for it, and
knife in hand on head trick, by the way, I believe, for a
Yeah.
second there.
tried to
But
chase
as I
him,
was
didn't realize he was going to swing back into it.
Yeah, but as I was saying, right, as Freddie already pointed out, this is not a complex strategy they're employing. They're basically applying the principal rules of CS and playing it so well at the baseline of it that the bait are just not keeping up with it. As you can see, Sinners are not making crazy pulls through smoke. They do get kills, sure, but they're not rushing through the smokes. They're not rushing into certain death. They're playing smart. Beastic is calling so well if he is making all the mid-round calls at this moment, which I think he is, because he likes to micromanage things at times. And it's all just working out splendidly. Yes. Oh boy, Beppo. And Beppo.
He can't keep getting away with it!
Bruh, he's still holding short. He doesn't even care. There's nobody watching apps, which is a problem, and Morisco does get tagged, but Alex is about to be bagged up. Or is he? 2
Not
versus
yet.
4.
Creating room for Essential to work as well, but he's been shot down by 3 CTs waiting for him on long. And there goes one more as well. That is Sinners
So,
about to send bait home.
lads, my question is, if I bet my left nut, what do I get in return if I win?
Someone else's left nut, I would presume, but that would depend on the
Yeah.
who's taking these odds
Yeah.
here, because I don't think that's
Maybe it's
you know,
not mine to
real
give away. I
currency.
gotta ask my girl if that's okay first. In any case, it's round 18, 12-5, and bait, well, now they've got it. Right now, they find themselves in a bit of an awkward position.
goddamn.
Yeah. I mean, there's literally not much more that can be said besides this is Sinners all the way. Beppo, 16 kills, by the way. Shock, 14. Morisco's having a bit of a tough time if we're mentioning it, but trying to keep up best he can. Beastic is on 11. Good counter utility. Beastic holds. The mollies, the nades, they're all near perfectly timed as Beastic finds 2, pulls out the USB, goes for a hat trick, and goes for the actual ace to secure the series for Sinners, eliminating bait in the round, or in the quarterfinals, excuse me, as they are the third semifinalist. There we go. To now await
Get your numbers right.
the final
It's
best of 3 to be
confusing.
resolved. Holy hell, an ace from Beastic. Now, who would have thought that that would be the note we end on?
Not me, but he fragged very damn well throughout this series. Anubis, you said top fragging? Yeah, easy. Here as well, that ace, I think, puts him up to top frag yet again. And you mentioned as well how good he was calling throughout this series. God damn, that is an insane show for Sinners. And still waiting for bait, honestly, to click as a team. Because you look at it on paper, let's actually bring Freddy in here as well so I can discuss this a bit with him as well. But you bring in Kenzie Sor for Captain Kirk. The roles don't change too much, do they? So what is the actual current issue that from this game strikes out to you?
To be honest, it's pretty hard to put one issue exactly. Like, and I don't think there's anything necessarily. The issue I don't think lies with Kenzisor. There's always a conversation, and it's something that I was having with Metasport yesterday of newer team just kind of dusting the rust off potentially. Just not having your day, and also this not being a ranked tournament, and at the crux of it, they just might not care. So that's also one part of it. But Kenzisor does come in with a little less experience than Captain Kirka, a little bit more firepower, so you're utilizing him a little bit differently. Small site anchor, but kind of like a star small site anchor. And Headtrick, you know, played with inconsistency today. We were talking about Peppo. We saw those like last few rounds from him. Not gonna lie, it felt like individually, bar for bar, Sinners were just on fire.
Now, here's one more thing from Bay that I like to kind of highlight. I didn't really get into. Alex, right? Last year, pretty much throughout the entirety, he was like the unsung hero for that team. Always consistent, always delivering and putting up some good numbers. Not exactly star rifler levels of numbers, but still very good and consistent throughout the year. And he's kind of seemed to lost that edge a little bit.
I mean, maybe he was in such an entanglement with Captain Kurtka in terms of playstyle, right? That they really worked well off of one another, and now without having that same presence with him, perhaps that changes it up a little bit, at least, I would imagine. Though, yeah, at the end of the day, Bait just don't have what it takes. They might have defeated Fnatic. I did say Fnatic were looking very weak in that series. But against Sinners, it's another 0-2, as Sinners are the third semifinalists, my dudes.
Yeah, and that was an extraordinarily quick game. I did not expect it to be that simple for Sinners, but we're gonna have a very tough opponent. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday, but before we get there, we're going to have to first take a look at Paravision versus Spirit Academy. That is our next and final quarterfinals of the day. That's going to be a really exciting game. It's the old versus the new in the CIS region. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be getting into that just yet. So, I'm going to ask if everyone sits very patiently. We're going to be back in about an hour and 20 minutes, give or take. And when we are back, we will have that final best of 3 for you of the day and of the quarterfinals. It's going to be an exhilarating game. You do not want to miss it. So set an alarm on your clock, and we'll be back very soon. Thank you very much for waiting for us, guys, and welcome back to CCT Series 16, and welcome back to our final game in the quarterfinals. It's Paravision versus Spirit Academy, and how I've dubbed it, the big boys against the youngsters. That's kind of how I'm phrasing this game. How are you doing today, guys? How was the break, Nexus?
Pretty good, pretty good. I enjoyed a hefty meal during this time and enjoyed some GeoGuessr losing and winning and making some interesting games. Yeah, it was fairly well spent break.
How about you, Over? You enjoy GeoGuessr?
Yeah, I love GeoGuessr. Kind of getting the brain working, wake up those neurons, get yourself situated, kind of get them to know the world and get to know the teams as well that we are going to be watching, right? I mean, we're going to have the last match of the playoffs quarterfinals here. It is going to be an important one. Winner goes up against Sinners, who so far have seemed immaculate.
Before we get into Counter-Strike, who's the best at GeoGuessr?
Oh, better than between me and Nexus?
Between you two. Who's the best between you two? I see you guys playing it a lot.
It's a tough one.
I
don't
would
want to
say myself to a degree, but there's this one part of the world where people speak Russian and Theo can read that, and I will not be able to read that. But I still know the meta. I know the things. I know what to look for.
I'll say this. I think you're much more learned than me. I think you do have the metas down far more than I do, and you probably will always have, because I just don't care enough to learn the meta, to be fair. But I think intuition-based, sometimes I hit like pot of gold, and sometimes I'm, just getting the, how do you call it, the monster in the chest, the mimic. So yeah. Let's put it like
very fun sayings translated from Slovenian, I'm sure.
Yeah, one of the ones that doesn't read translate over, but in Slovenian it probably makes perfect sense. Yeah, in Slovenian it's probably like, all our Slovenian viewers, they're like, oh yeah, of course. Sadly, you've kind of missed the game though for that. I feel like Sinners would be the game that you should throw some of those like more Slovenian type sayings.
Oh, wow.
I know it's not exactly Slovenia.
I feel like I almost tried that and I already regret asking, because I know some of those sayings and they're not nice.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the only, I don't know about you guys, when I learn a language, I learn the naughty words first, but...
Yeah.
Speaking of naughty teams, Paravision versus Spirit Academy, this is a dangerous matchup. This is, to me, it's going to be a very explosive game, and we've got, first up, Paravision. Tell me about Paravision, guys. Nexus, this team, it seemed like you've got two-time major winners. You've got two major winners on this roster.
You do. Then you've got the young guns as well around him, and you've got Travis, who's been around for a long time, but not a major winner still, but a pretty damn good one as well. But you've got the interesting dynamic on this team where James says, bros, I'm not going to IGL kicker, you can stay with that. He's just
That's the weirdest thing. I just don't, I don't like that so much. Like, I'm just not a fan.
Honest, I kind of rate it in the sense that he can just reset himself mentally, and if he feels like at some point he'll pick up the IGLing again, he'll, have some new ideas, be a bit more fresh maybe. A mental reset, only having to focus on just the fragging, perhaps, will do him well. And it's not like it's a brand new thing for him and the kicker to be the IGL and then swapping it together back and forth kind of thing. That was, at a time, a thing in VP as well. I remember that being a thing and of contention, that sometimes it was kicker calling for a tournament or two and such. So, I think it's fairly easy to adapt to as well here for Jame.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm not a fan of AWP IGLs. I've never really been a fan of it. I like everyone I've spoken to who is an AWP IGL or has played in teams of AWP IGL, it always feels like when they stop, they're like, actually, yeah, I kind of prefer just having the ability to focus on just actually AWPing. And I would definitely assume Jame is still a very vocal player in this team and is a big piece of the puzzle. For me, Kikut's yet to prove himself as an IGL. He's actually had a lot more failed projects than successful projects as an in-game leader. So definitely for me, with this Paravision roster, it has to have success. And it starts with making deep runs in CCTs. And, well, surrounded by them, as you mentioned, the younger pieces. Nota, for instance, he's this fragging superstar. Rush B to Amcal to now Paravision. He's been given consistent opportunities. And to be fair, he's done good work with those opportunities. Big piece of the puzzle, though, is Travis. He's the anchor of the team. And even though his stats might not emulate Grace greatness, I think definitely keep an eye on him, especially when we get him, with just the impact he has in some of his positional roles. But let's go take a look at the opposition. It's the Young Guns. It's Spirit Academy. This Academy project has delivered so many great names, and again, this team is just on an upward trajectory.
Yes, they are. They are. The Kyosuke, he's the star currently, the shining star, let's say, the beacon for the whole CIS region to showcase that young guns are being born here, and they are doing everything they can to keep them going in the right direction. And, I mean, you got Mokujin Alcaren. We have talked a lot about Alcaren in the past, in the last few days as well, you and I think. Freddy, we've had a discussion how, as an AWPer, he's had his... or we all had actually discussions since we saw them, but what I'm saying is he had his hit and miss chances again. It seems very close to that hat trick kind of situation where hot and cold, never really there all the time, and the consistency a problem. But to make up for it, luckily he's got Sypho, he's got Mokujin and Robo, and they work well as a team. They seem to have built up at least the firepower. Now, when it comes to structure and actually playing together without having to lose that first century without a refrag, you know, making classic mistakes, that's another discussion altogether. I think Spirit have a lot to make up on that department.
Anything to add on to that?
Not really. I feel like you kind of as well yesterday when we had the game with Spirit Academy mentioned some of the things that you're not really a fan of the system, and I get that, and I'm kind of on board as well. But still, I think it's, to a degree, working very well, right? Back-to-back CCT winners coming back for a third as well here for this year. I still think it's working, but it's not going to work against every team, and you are going to have weakness against teams that maybe are a bit more disciplined. And I think maybe I could see that sort of vision for Paravision.
Yeah. I would say Paravision might still fall here, but I think Sinners are going to be the team that you might actually make the case for here. I think Sinners are going to be the hard stop for the chaos and the playstyle of Spirit Academy.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday against Metasport, they kind of dumped them. And Alan B to the Twitter, and he said, we played very stiff, just kind of need more reps and officials, and I think that definitely showed. Paravision, the luxury they've had is reps and officials alongside ESL Challenger, and having to go from 0-2 to playoffs. They've actually got a lot of reps under their belt. And especially for a team like this right now, in an unranked event, getting a lot of these reps is honestly very important. And I think don't sleep on the fact that even though Paravision might not be all green and all success, just the fact that they're actually getting like official games in, when it comes to the, like, let's say the next CCT, when it's a ranked tournament, I think they're actually going to end up being a lot better than the others because they've just got a few more reps in, for instance. But we're going into the veto right now, and this is a very similar veto, to be honest, with these teams. I feel like there's no, I don't know, there doesn't seem many massive surprises for Team Spirit especially. No. Like, I guess maybe not picking Mirage is the maybe surprise here.
I'd say I would prefer Mirage over Anubis, perhaps, but maybe they figure something out. You know, Paravision, also the fact that they picked Dust 2 feels like a very in-your-face move, hoping to catch Spirit on the duels or something. I mean, do you really want to put Spirit on Dust, even if perhaps their track record might not have been the cleanest?
I mean, fairly clean, but nonetheless. I still think this is an intriguing matchup because I've yet to see this Paravision lineup. I haven't really tuned in. It's not been one that's excited me to any real degrees. But I kind of still want to see the vision for this team and what the identity looks like now that you bring in a very different AWPer from Art Frost than you bring in Jame. And then the dynamic as well, how that's going to change around the team and how they currently want to play. And what does Jame really look like when he's focusing on just the fragging department of the game? Right? Is he
I will say Jame looks really
Is he
good
still the classical Jame?
He's getting a lot more aggressive. I will say with Jame, he's looking a lot better individually as an AWPer. The one thing with Paravision is interesting is that I think we're yet to really figure out their pick, because they've picked into Dust 2, they've picked into Anubis, they've picked into Mirage, like it feels like it honestly feels like these 3 maps for both of these teams are looking like they're going to be the staple, especially for Paravision. Dust 2 looks really good for them. I've caught them once on Mirage against Sinners, and they actually had this really good early lead and ended up throwing it away in overtime. So for me, I've got a lot of question marks over Paravision when it comes to Mirage, but to be honest, I think their Dust 2 looks really solid. And Anubis, they've kind of had, I don't know, it just hasn't looked good for them. I saw them as well against Sinners. Same thing, they had a good early lead and then threw it all away. To me, Paravision do not look like they're completely there yet, and I think Spirit Academy are going to take advantage of that and just kind of run through them with their pure firepower more than anything. That's how I kind of speculate this game going.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting the same way. It's the principal fact that you're playing 3 maps that are fairly decent for Puggy style gameplay, where we set the chaos and the heads-on kind of display of power from Team Spirit is logical. They're young, they're hungry for kills, for frags, for proving themselves, and all 5 can do unimaginable things perhaps at times. And Paravision, they went into the deep end. I love the fact that they give themselves this challenge to prove to the young guns, you know, this is not going to be easy. We're, after all, major champions in here, man. We're the experienced ones. We're the ones that have been doing this for as long as you guys been pretty much, well, longer than you've been playing CS, really. And yeah, it feels like Paravision want to showcase what it means to be considered one of the top dogs, or at least trying to be there, whilst Spirit Academy, obviously, I mean, again, they're doing everything right. Sotfik is doing something right with the crew. I like what's happening, and I hope that they keep on developing the talent.
I think we've pretty much showcased all of it. So, as we're going into this series, the final quarterfinals of the day, who are we going? Who are we picking? Let's get predictions. Let's get some 2-0s, 2-1s. Where are we going, boys?
Whew. I'm going 2-1 for Spirit Academy.
Ooh, okay. Favoring the underdogs. What about you, Nexus?
See, yesterday worked out pretty well for me. I said it was going to be an easy 2-0. I think I'm going to back it up today again with the same 2-0 here for Spirit Academy, but not as easy as yesterday against Meta Spots.
Okay, I'm actually going to agree with that. I'm saying it's going to be a 2-0, but I think we're going to have a lot more competition. I do not think Team Spirit are going to be able to just run through Paravision like they did against Metasport. But I feel like this whole veto really favors Spirit Academy. And it's like, you look at Dust 2, and it's like, okay, Paravision, they're good on Dust 2. Spirit Academy are also extraordinarily capable on this. And they've just got the better form. Like, their last kind of 6 months of being an upward trajectory, accentuated by the fact they went zip 3-0 in this main Swiss. But with that, boys, we're going live with our final quarterfinal. Spirit Academy versus Paravision. It's map 1, Paravision's map pick. Have at it.
Thank you very much for that, Freddy. The pistol is live. Nexus, are you ready? It's Dust 2. It's one of the worst maps, perhaps, to CCS on, but it's still a map. It's still something we have to enjoy, and Nota's going to go out middle. Finding Kioska early. Spirit Academy split for the defense. Things are not looking as good as they might have at the very beginning. Goodbye, Sypho, as Travis walks the smoke. And B-side walks the plank. Paravision have the pistol.
Yeah, you don't gotta be so caught. It is the worst map to watch Counter-Strike on.
I just wanna be for a difference on your side, Nexus, because I know Freddy's gonna be on the other one, you know. So it's like I wanna showcase that I'll support the agenda against Dust to be removed, or for it to be removed. Oh.
The Dust 2,
Well.
it's boring, but I think this is going to be really funny when you finally get to see James saving on Dust 2, because that's... You're gonna see that happen, no matter what.
Hey, we talked about the save counter, right? We gotta save. Production, I know you hear us, everybody else.
Please,
we
I'm
need to
begging
get
you, I'll do it myself. I'll learn.
in-game
I'll do
counter
it myself,
or
please.
HUD counter where we can count the amount of saves we will have in any given map, or that we had. That would be sick. That would be very sick. Thank you for that. That would be amazing if we could get that going. But beyond our regular yapping, let's get back to reality. It's going to be an eco. Pistol is gone. Paravision do take it. And Spirit Academy, well, full eco. I like that. They're respecting the rules of the kind of engagement here.
intriguing little stack in mid. Waiting for the smoke, then they disperse, make that cross afterward. And it's a good way as well to limit that information for Power Vision. You know, or if you do have a smoke headed to the mid doors, you're going to make that cross safely without anyone actually knowing about it. And in a round like this, where there's quite literally nothing to lose and everything to gain, you're going to be a little crazy. But here's one thing I kind of said as well. Spirit Academy, the one kind of thing I see stopping them from being able to plus W mouse 1U is a team that has a bit more discipline. And that kind of, you know, translates to a slower playstyle as well, which, you know, historically James has kind of had around him. But he's not the caller anymore, right? Like Freddy said, he's become a bit more aggressive as well. So I'm kind of trying to figure out the structure and playstyle with Power Vision as we go through this. But I'm hopeful to maybe see a good counter to that Spirit Academy, to finally have a good way to stop them. Because that'll highlight some of the issues, and that will force them to adapt on the fly, if that is the case indeed.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see, right? Division, so far, no losses. Exiting through long, as they even get pretty much the whole team of Spirit there. Through short, they tried to get a few pop shots, but no real connection, no kills. Round 3 begins. We go on to the first actual... Nope. It's a half buy. Well, this is new. Okay, everybody, let's take a look at Spirit Academy and their decision how to play the economy here. Now, this is something you don't get to see very often, but it is so rare these days that perhaps it's worth investing into a Furia buy. Thank you for that one, Freddy. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I can kind of be a fan of it, but can I really? Given the fact that at this point you're sacrificing a lot, and Cypher, well, he's gonna take that chance. Good start. Belchanuk brings it back. Robo still close by with the Deagle. Oof, Belchanuk not to be toyed with, though. The AK-2 accurate, and with that, unfortunately, the attempt here from Spirit Academy falls through. But yeah, it's, as we were saying, the school of thought here is instead of buying into your M4s, into a full reinvestment, you go for the MP9s for a few Kevlar's nades. You try to be cheeky, maybe you get lucky, you win the round, you suddenly make yourself 10 times better than you were before. And also it still guarantees you a very good buy, and in fact quite a solid one with the AWP included on round 4. But again, you do risk a round for it, and with that, Perivision find themselves 3 ahead. Alcaren, now is the time to shine. That mid duel against Jane, it's going to be all important.
And winning it.
Yeah.
Easy, I guess. Easy enough of a start.
We
for
don't get
Spirit
to see
Academy.
it, unfortunately, yeah, but Jane will be caught. Good stuff. Good start.
Slow to continue off the back of this, and that's exactly what my sort of expectation is on that Perivision. And this is turning out to be one of the 4 things you can do on this map. Short play, long lurk. Easy enough, nothing crazy. It really depends on Belchanuk and his timing when he wants to swing. Does he let his teammates get contact? Does he want to be the first instead? Hope to get this opening. Draw the attention and draw the eyes towards him. But most likely, he'll let his teammates go out first. That'll take Alcaren off the angle. He'll have a 1 versus 1. But time is ticking. You gotta make that play on the site eventually, and Robo, he will wait for it. Flashbang wears off. He has the chance for the first, and Belchanuk has taken down Mokujin right as Alcaren turned around.
And look
So
at
suddenly
Belchanuk going
Perivision,
back
they've
top
been
mid.
given free access toward the site.
And that's an insane rotation from Belchanuk, by the way. He immediately moves back towards top middle. Now he has to make his way towards short or go back in the flanks of the CTs, because otherwise he's going to miss the action. Alcaren and Sypho, they're already here. The hits are here as, with that, the deaths of the T side are coming through. Belchanok, it might have seemed like a smart rotation at the time if he had been catching the rotates, but instead, he's lost in CT. That's round. Bit of a mistake. I thought he would push forward, but no. He is dead like the rest of them. Okay, first round to Spirit Academy. It looks weak when it starts, though good recovery, good retake. And again, Belchanok, not sure what exactly he thought was going to happen.
I mean, all I'm going to say, it looked good for that 1 to 5 seconds when they get that double entry and the bomb down. But immediately afterward, they lose control. So, you have the idea. Belchanok's play is not bad, but it does depend on his teammates to actually survive.
Yeah, but also he needs to speed it up. He knows that the teammates are in trouble, right? It's also his duty.
Yeah, that too. So it's an outcome-oriented play almost, and when you don't succeed, it looks dumb. It looks foolish. But that's just one of the things in Counter-Strike. Not everything's always going to be perfect. He has that round instead. If they survive for 5 seconds longer, he gets a backstab. We say,
that's
beautifully
fair.
done. So it's one of these things again. It's so many things in Counter-Strike that look like this.
The thing is, we gotta point it out when it doesn't go right as well.
Way, but here you can. Mokujin, he judges Belchanok and Travis unworthy of long control.
Yeah, that's a bit of a telltale sign what we're about to see here. Spirit Academy, is this round 2 already confirmed? We're waiting for that first contact. Beautiful flash, Kiekert with the call out. Kioska getting caught right behind double doors on middle, and another spelt on short. Robo peeking out his head a bit too much. Eager to take some information, perhaps a free kill. Behind the wall, Sypho. Is he? Yeah, he's gonna check him. Sypho, though, the reply is on point, and he's expecting more. He's standing in upper. He's not gonna allow that position to fall. This James has retrieved short control, but alas,
You know what time it is?
It's James time, baby.
Game time, baby! Everybody knows we have production chiming in as well. But he's actually... This is a change up.
What?
A Jane time where he's trying to at least get one on his way out. Only to find nothing. A new side to Jame time. Hello.
No Jame time? So, no time? What? That's... Well, I guess I get it. He peeked. He wanted to get the kill, maybe, and maybe get the bomb down. It's all... I don't know.
No, bomb there is crazy. I had like 12 seconds left.
Now I feel bad. I feel bad because I feel like maybe, you know, he was peer pressured into stop saving, you know, because of the fans, like just mocking him for timing, which is completely valid, by the way.
For years to keep on saving. I don't think
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But hopefully he hadn't broken. Yeah, we continue here. We're going back into action. It's going to be a pretty bad buy, if a buy at all, for Paravision. I mean, there is an AK on Nota, I guess. Hero buy. Get a Galil out there.
So, second on the board. We move on.
Shall
Not a lot on the Paravision side, but I'd say on a map like Dust, you can get away with this and still win a round. But not when you have this. 1 and 2 openings for Kiosker. We said yesterday as well, his playstyle is he gets 1, he gets 2, he's not satisfied, he wants 3 and more, only to fall. He keeps on pushing these boundaries, almost to win these aim duels and win these fights. It's what makes him very effective.
Yeah.
Almost predictable in a way to play against, but he still wins those duels.
I mean,
so
we
it's
said
not
it
really
ourselves.
reliable if you have just a 1 ounce of real brain on you to know that he's gonna peak again. So just have a flashbang or something. Just counter it in one way or another.
I mean, we said it already yesterday, and we said it again today. It is Spirit Academy's way to play, chaotically and in your face, trying for those entries, trying for those peaks, and Kioski excels as that. And in this stage, I think Paravision should expect it every single round, every single wear. As we see, they're ready for it, but unfortunately under-equipped to handle it. As the counter push comes through, it's the CTs to defend, and with that... we have a third round for Spirit Academy. And Spirit Academy, I mean, CT side does too. If you play aggro enough, you can force your opponents to stay out of mid for at least the early start of the round. All of a sudden you establish lower control, you can hassle them in upper halls, all of a sudden you got map control. And that could give you a decent enough of a chunk of the first half.
Yeah, the problem with that is how much you actually spend, or how many resources you allocate to getting mid-control on titles at that point. When long suddenly becomes open, you only have one person there. So it's the trade-off in map control that both teams need to recognize. And more specifically, T-side need to recognize they'll have that available at some point. And this is all still theoretical. We're talking about if we even get that. Last round, maybe a prelude, maybe not. Maybe that's the only time we're going to see that sort of aggression. Although I doubt it. But we'll see what things will continue to look like as we continue to go. Well, now, Paravision, yet again, a slow start to this. They've got map control towards doors. But they have Alcaran to contest it as well from the Spirit Academy. And him to go down. This time, an L against Jame. Also, a very cheeky jump spot for Robbo. I like that.
Finding out new things about Dusty, eh? Mokujin, what is that angle? Crouched. It's Belchanok
He's
doesn't
clearing
even
out the
know.
bonus, but he has the shadow advantage, so Belchanok's dead.
Yeah. Belchanok cannot even react, as we do see potential B-split, though, I think. They've got embedded Travis in top halls, upper B, and I think they're about to walk out double doors exactly. Here we go. There is a single smoke on Kicker. So he has to deploy that into CT, and a single defender on B, Sifo. Usually a pretty decent anchor. This time cannot hold his own. Just get through the smoke actually finds Nota, yes. But it's a 3v3 retake on B. How many times do we see it succeed? The answer is rarely, if ever. And I think they're not going to work against the statistics this time around. Jame pretty much makes that certain.
Yeah, Neil even lines them up. That would have been certain doom, but even so, that's one. That's enough. Man down, adjust to retakes, and you have to worry about your own economy up first as well, so... Yeah! Paravision, they are going to take the lead here.
They do.
And I also like that we're seeing very early on these Jame and Alcaran duels when it comes to mid. Because sometimes we tease them, we want to set them up, and we rarely get to see any of them. These are all for head-to-heads, but this time we do, from the very get-go. Nice change-up, almost.
Let's see what exactly Spirit Academy bring up, though. Perhaps the pedal off the metal a little bit, you know, step off the gas for a second. You don't need to break it, but taking a step back, cooling down the aggression for a moment, seeing where Paravision's at, what's their baseline, how do they want to play this, and then react perhaps to it rather than be proactive, but let's see. Short peek, Alcaran realizes he's in danger, pulls back, plays it smart. We do see Spirit Academy still looking, not necessarily for free entries, but at least looking if they can fight for those classic corners a little bit. AK, we see a few players pushing. Oh, what? Hold up, pushing out of tunnels B. Noda just goes out, goes for Yosuke, finds the second at Sifo. Things are falling apart fast. Spirit Academy, the reaction, not there at all. And Paravision have B side.
There is no reaction to that makes it viable suddenly. You take down Kyosuke and immediately there's the follow-up Molotov backside as well for Sifo. And Nota holding that W button. Finding the B side, vacating by himself. Sure, he'll get traded, but that's the man advantage and the bomb side all to Paravision. So you say round done. Cheeky. And the Spirit Academy, here's one of the troubles on Dust 2. You have to worry about that economy. If you lose these players and lose these weapons, they're gonna have to keep saving almost every round if things look this bad. And already as well, right? They have to save, because there's no way you're going for that. fight or live to fight another day. Well, Paravision, they're just completing the basic training on Dust 2. Take the bomb site and just wait for the next 40 seconds.
Here we go. Tactical pause now from Spirit, excuse me, as things are slowly shaping
I do
up.
actually wonder how mad am I making Freddy, perhaps by trashing Dust 2 this much,
I don't know.
oversimplifying everything here.
Oh, those are some nice words you want to see usually, or hear usually. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to be mad. He's probably going to be disappointed, rather. You know, thinking you might have been a Dust 2 enjoyer instead of a hater, but... Imagine how mad he will be when he finds out you really don't like the FAMAS. Or maybe you can make that like a common thing. I don't know.
One day I'll convert everyone to FAMAS haters, but Big
I don't
Valve
think
is
so.
out to get me.
I think you're in the minority here, buddy. But it is going to be a minority amount of rounds for Spirit, though. Currently 2 behind, and could be another soon enough, and 2 more afterwards if they fail. Oh,
Ruffle for Scytho, almost getting caught as soon as he swaps to the ult.
Scytho. I hope you counted your lucky stars. That was a close call. He had like 17 HP, I think, something like that, right? Maybe 20.
Here we go. Taking control of fighting forward at least. James with a second HE. That is finally Scytho down. Even if it is a bit short, we'll deal with him. And that's the entry signal for Paravision running through the util is Travis.
What?
Doesn't
Wait.
care.
Why is
He
Alcaran
wasn't going
pulling
to be
out his
fighting
name?
for that immediately. It was Scytho who was the one man at the hold for the tunnels push. He knows that Scytho's going to be out of position, or Alcaran's going to be out of position. And again, just run through that util. Takes an aim duel, easy enough.
Yeah, because my man has a smoke in his hands. That is not the right call there, unfortunately. Alcaran
too.
didn't even clear it. That's a big oopsie right there. Tactical 1 even. And
How
that
many saves in a row? Is it 3 or 4?
Ah, God, I don't know.
At least 3, I know that much, but it 4 is not much. Oh.
It's enough already. I mean, they're not even going to allow them to save.
Okujin.
Oh,
Things are getting heated. That's
hello.
one.
I
Two
like
more.
that. Counter.
Oh no, he's gone.
Yeah.
They don't let him live, man.
No.
Just let
no,
a
they
man
don't.
live his life. Damn, Molotovs to spam 3 players to go at him. God damn. They want to get rid of those weapons, and I don't blame him at all for 1 second. CT shot economy on this map, man, it ain't good. You lose control of that until they say, well, no, I was going to say 10-3-half, but that's not possible. 9-3-half here. That's what they're setting up currently on Paravision's side.
They're going to get it.
Individuals really need to bail Spirit Academy out, and that's what we said they do best, but what can also be their current downfall with Paravision maybe playing a bit slower, being ready for some of these aggressive plays. Or, in our case, Paravision making those aggressive plays 2 or 3 times out of the B tunnels, every single time successful so far.
It's also fair to say, I think, the fact that, you know, maybe finally Patavision figured out as well, okay, Spirit are playing super aggro, we gotta adjust, we gotta play a little bit differently, you know, change up our approach, make sure we're gonna play it smart, not on the same level. And right here, we are gonna be seeing a very simple solution. A push towards short that might work for Paravision, but a lot depends on this first contact, especially with the way that it's been set up. Oh boy. Robo.
Have we seen too many of these short challenges?
I
for
think
Spirit
so.
Academy? 'Cause
Robo. Yeah,
I
see.
don't think so.
No, I think so. If you want to challenge short, you need more than one player there. That's a fact. You're basically putting yourself at a disadvantage if you don't have a secondary player with you. So I feel like that's just a
at least.
bold
You
mistake.
can make that. You can have the idea. I'm gonna push short, but you're gonna need backup, especially when you
Yeah.
venture to the unknown there. Because James just had an easy shot, scoped in already, and the round gets decided just by that alone. Especially in a round like this, right? You look at what Spirit Academy have. It ain't much, man. You gotta make something out of those. You gotta build the best chance you have to steal the round away. Instead, you give it up. It's 7-3. It's 2 AKs to be saved, and yet again, Paravision very happy with the results here. Playing a pretty clean game.
Yep. Pretty decent, pretty clean, pretty good. On point, everything kind of
pretty.
going the right way.
So, remember this old saying that I have on this map? The only good Dust 2 is
Is
one
a
that's
bad
never played,
Dust
but the
2?
second best one is the one that's quick.
Yeah.
Currently, we're
remember.
headed toward that exact saying. It's looking to be a quick one at the moment, and it can only be confirmed by this round if Paravision were to take it.
Well, not necessarily. We'll see what T-side Spirit Academy bring up, but James has decided to make it as quick as possible, at least. It's round 11. The half is about to come to an end with the next one, and with losing the entry, Kioske especially being their ace in the hole in a way, it's going to hurt a little bit at least.
Currently nothing.
Yeah, currently not a lot. Kind of empty. And
You
maybe
had
that's
the early game where Spirit Academy got their guns out. Al-Karen challenged James in the mid once or twice. It looked decent. But now it's no longer looking like it. Because it was 3-3, right? It was 3-0, 3-3, and now it's
Yes, sir.
4 in a row, maybe 5. Because Nota, he wants to challenge even further, apparently.
I respect
Wants
that.
to force the Spirit Academy into these reactions that they might capitalize off of.
And remember what I
Spirit Academy.
said.
Back in a half.
The- Yeah, Perivision, they might want to showcase to Spirit Academy players, you know, this is how it's done. And this is what you go up against when you go up against the best. And Perivision so far are proving that true.
Yeah,
and I'm
again, to
sure
me, though,
that...
this has been the issue for Spirit Academy. They can't hold the B site.
No, it's been a weakness. And again, it's going to be a weakness. It's solo
Oh.
Scythe. They abuse that time and time again. Perivision about to get it done.
Why does he go swinging into that one? This is not it, man. You have no support available, nothing of the sort, and you're going Hail Mary, I'm gonna peek window and just dive the orb. That you should know probably is there. With all the information Paravision were given this round, Spirit Academy, they just given up way too much here, and it is absolutely just one-sided. And I don't think this is in mind what Freddy and I had, or had our expectation of what I said. We were expecting a 2-0 for Spirit Academy, just a bit more of a fight than yesterday.
Yeah.
Because now it requires one hell of a fight from Spirit Academy.
Oh yeah, it demands quite a comeback, and perhaps we might not actually see it delivered. This is a very one-sided affair. And Paravision, I mean, they chose right. They chose right.
Oh yeah, remember as well, we didn't really get to even say it, or completely slipped my mind as well, but guess who else is on this Paravision roster that's won a major? Dastan.
Dastan, oh yeah!
Yeah,
oh.
the reuniting
They
with James
reunite with
and
James,
Kicker
yeah.
now. Yeah, they had their whole,
Kiekert, yeah,
Yeah,
Kiekert
Kiekert,
and James
of
have
course,
both won one, but Dastan also got it. Yeah,
that was
that's
the one
fair, actually.
I forgot about.
Dastan, yeah.
Yeah,
The
there
good
was the
old
whole
Dastan.
VP debacle and
We
clown
used
show.
to, well, let's leave
With
it.
a lot of people going in and out and figuring things
Yeah,
out.
let's leave the shuffle of their previous roster to others as rather, I would say, he likes to sit down. Daston always sat whenever we watched him in EPL games and everywhere. Remember that. He was always very calm and collected, and he is indeed, again, going to be that for his squad today. As we see Saifo, Kiosk, and Mokujin left, things are progressing in the right, I would say, in the right way.
Now, yeah, this is unfortunately a horror show for map 1/1 for Spirit Academy, and I kind of just want to know how much or how many duels did James have against Kioske? Because it feels like he never got started, never even made an impact in the game. At least twice, 3 times probably he got caught in those doors. Not allowed to play a single round, and always just looks out of his element for this one. Ghost 2, Paravision, they picked it for a reason, and currently they're showing that as well. Despite the decent results for Spirit Academy, this is a Herculean task they have ahead of them.
It kind of is, yeah. It kind of is.
Or a Sisyphean, maybe.
It's. I think
no matter how much you
Sisyphean
go-
is impossible. Herculean is still at least possible, right?
Yeah, it depends how you
Herculean.
want to look at it,
Yeah.
currently. Roll the boulder
Hercules,
uphill,
love
and
'em.
it'll never end.
Yeah. There's a game, by the way, that is called The Rock or
Yeah.
something.
Oh!
Oh, holy shit! What, James? What
Fair
was
play.
that? What was that second shot? Can we roll back the time and see that in slow motion? That was sick. Wow. Okay.
You know, Jesus split the bread for everyone. James just split the bullet for 2.
Yeah, or split that man's head. But regardless, he's done the right things here, as Paravision is 3 kills away from securing the pistol, securing double digits, and pretty much securing this first map already. Wow.
Yep, so, I think we agree. Handshakes all around Sisyphean task here.
Yeah, I think at this point we might as well say it's the task of Sisyphus, for sure.
You roll the boulder uphill, suddenly you turn around and the boulder has a USB and his name is James.
There's a picture of James on the boulder, just rolling at you.
I mean, why not at this point? Again, Spirit Academy, they're trying to make
it's-
this one doable.
It's a
And
giant
it's
blow-up doll of James in a boulder style made, you know, and rolling against you. Maybe that would be it, but...
I don't want to think
Regardless.
about that, but here you get to see the USB shots again. One
God,
and
that sec- that
barely
is-
even saw him for the
Dude.
jump.
That second is so sick.
That is 10-3. No
Yeah.
bomb plant.
No hope.
Hope looking very lost at the moment, but I want to say confidence rounds at least bring Spirit Academy back into the series for Anubis. At least helps their task if they pick up a couple more here before this map is over. And if it somehow turns to a comeback, yada yada yada, all the better for them. I feel like we just keep saying that a lot, so, you know, yada 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 and all that. But confidence rounds for now is the play.
It's about to get serious. I mean, Spirit Academy, they either start winning pronto, I mean, this round excluded, let's say, and that's about it. There's no in-between. There's nothing that has given us a reason to believe in them. There's nobody that's stepped up, nobody that's above the 10-kill line. They can't even scratch number 7, so there's no reason to think that right now there's any sort of chance that Spirit Academy even have. And once we see the guns out, I hope the plan changes. I hope they have a better idea of how they'll approach this. But right now, right this very second, we are looking at Anubis with a map under the belt of Paravision. And likely a very quick execution on that as well, if we continue down the same road that we've started just now. Here we go. Paravision. Will they make this an easy W?
Couldn't think of a good punt for Paravision to win.
Nope. They're just...
Yeah, I tried to think of one myself, but it's not there.
There's not there. Yeah.
That's the next task. But for now, Spirit Academy, their task is win any rounds here.
Oh, what?
What, Kicker, you good?
Kicker, what was that
You look
mouse?
surprised.
Yeah, like what happened to the mouse? By the way, that happens to me, or used to happen to me as well with an old mouse.
I remember you complaining about that sometimes when we were playing.
Yeah, when you were like sometimes it just spins into the wrong direction. Now there's two solutions to that. Either your mouse laser is dirty and there's something in there in the mouse laser capacitor, like hole,
Sensor,
whatever
yeah.
sensor, yeah. Or your mouse pad is gone. Like you need to change your mouse pad. One or the other. And perhaps it's time to change that mouse pad, Kikert, but he's still going to be able to hit this first shot on Alcaren.
See, we got a volley as well.
As,
There's no bomb plan happening here with Spirit Academy, is there?
No, I don't
Got the push
believe
from
so.
Malone coming through as well. Just holding W. 3, 2, 1.
Big
Mokujin
plan.
is dead. No, it's not.
Yeah.
He lies. I
Oh.
lied.
Well,
Second man. There you go,
Doesn't
Jame.
matter.
And the bomb plan all on this one man is Robbo, who drops down to CT,
Ooh,
tries to
broke
bait
his
Jame
knees.
into this. And being spotted now as well. Jame knows. Well, that's suddenly not going to be a B play anymore, but taking the challenge, Robbo
Jame is dead.
ahead. Keeps spotting the
Oh!
shoulder, but it's not good enough.
no way. No way. Jane pulls out the dualies. I thought he had at most a USP, but no, the dualies, and he wins the duel somehow. And it's the extra damage from the fall here for the final player, Mokujin. It's what kind of... Oh, excuse me, not Mokujin, but Robo kind of brings him down. Right here, he took like, I think 10 to 11 damage, and it seems to have been just enough. Oh, man. 12-3, Spirit Academy. They lose the first. It's Alcaren.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. And James not even falling to the bait. Knowing there's only one way out, this is looking very difficult, to say the least. He could as well. Same jump spot as Robo. Intriguing. I've not seen that jump spot before. I don't
I've
think.
seen it
At least if
before,
I have,
it's-
it's not stuck in my mind.
The thing is, it works well against pop flashes, so it's kind of perfect to use as well.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can quickly
absolutely.
drop down.
If you don't want to commit to it and have a player
Yeah.
being able to fall back,
Oh, well, that's
you
not
assist
good.
long in case
Oh,
that's
boy.
But here you've got some struggles
What?
for
Oh.
Jame and Kicker both. Neither able to find the shots near. This just allows Spirit Academy to walk toward the B side.
what?
Their backs out the
Hold
third.
up.
It's Belgian and Jame. Shuts down the mid play. And now a 2-on-4. Nota still on site. Waiting. That's 1. That's 2. That's game. 13-3.
What was that round? Spirit Academy, how did you just kind of drop the ball on that one there? Big time. I mean, you knew they were both in CT. You didn't even take to fight them. You just kind of pushed back with your backs turned. Okay, Spirit Academy, that's map. That's Dust 2 gone. And it's a pretty easy cleanup for, of course, none other
Yeah,
than
very solid.
Vision.
Yeah, very
well,
solid one-sided 13-3. So,
Yeah.
with that, we gotta leave this Dust 2 behind, and thank God we do. My hatred will know no bounds, but we're gonna at least get to hear from a Dust 2 defender, an enjoyer. He says he calls himself of Dust 2. I don't know how anyone of the same amount could ever do that, but Freddy, I want to hear, why is Dust 2 a decent map? Why do you like it? Why do you think it's ever should be in the pool? And also what happened here with the Spirit Academy, I guess that too, but take it away.
Like, today, my job is definitely being tested. You can say on one side it's been a really easy day for me because we've just had absolute, like, domination in everything we've seen. But it's like, how am I supposed to... Like, this is so difficult for me. Like, how am I supposed to do anything when it's just 13-2? We've had 2 13-2s today. Like, what am I supposed to talk about? Be like, oh yeah, this team's just crap. And that's basically it. But you know what? Because the game wasn't very interesting, why don't we go down some Dust 2 propaganda? So, as we've been hearing, I'm quite a big fan of Dust 2, and the other talent on this broadcast are avid haters of Dust 2. I understand. I think adding Dust 2 to the map pool was potentially an I actually saw when Dust 2 was added, it was a kind of like a low blow to the map creators, because there's a very avid map creation community and you've got like the map core, and you know, instead of testing a new map or kind of feeding into this community, we just picked up Dust 2. I feel like that was a bit of a cop-out, but I will say, with Dust 2, on CSGO and compared to CS2, it's very, very different. And the two main reasons are the nades being able to break the smokes, and I guess the three actually. Nades being able to break the smokes being able to fill up like the you know, what's it called when the smokes like fill up everything, when they kind of fill the gaps, right? You see it mostly towards cross on A, you see it in CT when for T side, and you also see it in mid doors where you have a lot more. The smokes are actually a lot more useful in filling up those gaps. For CT, if you throw it correctly, it can cover the top, and it can actually get you up middle, where previously there'd always be a gap on the top. So if you throw it wrong, they'll leave a gap on the top. If not, you get a lot more access. And also, no skybox, which means you can throw smokes from everywhere. I think people may have seen the twist smoke from T-spawn. You throw it to, it's like a progression smoke out on B, and you can throw all these different pieces of utility that's a lot more interesting, and I think it's opened up Dust 2 a lot. The nade breakage favors more so the CT side, but also adds a lot more layers to the gameplay. And I do agree the T side can be a little bit stagnant at times, where it's kind of just the same thing, and some of the setups, especially for T side and CT side, they're like, you know, they're on wall paintings and cave paintings, like they're as old as time, and it can get quite boring. But I find it a very explosive map and a very interesting map, and I think it always feels quite a lot of fun. I have very bad memories because we trolled Dust 2 in the UKIC finals against Verdant, but that's a story for another time. But I like Dust 2. I think it's very exciting. I think it's very brawly, and I think CS2 has developed Dust 2 a lot more than it was previously in Go. I think that's always a good thing. Development in the game, always exciting. But let's talk about this game. Okay, Paravision 1, conversation over. No, in the end, 13, was it 13-2, 13-3? Like, 13-3. And those 3 rounds, the only real interesting point to talk about Spirit Academy CT side was the Fura purchase. I think it kind of caught it. It was a weird purchase. So let me break down to you, what do I mean by a Fura purchase? So the reason why it's called Fury is because this was coined by, guess who? Furia. And the whole point is that you lose pistol round on the CT side, you eco second round, and then for your third round, which would normally be the gun round, instead of purchasing M4 and a smoke and a flash, which is kind of what economy allows you to do so, you buy MP9 and Kevlar, and that means you have around 2k to 2.5k left over. And especially on a map like Dust 2, this can be a really useful purchase. And the plan that Spirit Academy did was actually very sound. They pushed tunnels, they took all of that space, and the whole point is that you catch players off guard, and then you're able to pivot correctly off that. Unfortunately, it actually didn't work out for them. They lost the round. Paravision just completely gave up tunnels, but that play is really sound, and I think it's actually something that, you know, 5 stacks in Face It, you can really get away with that. Ancient, you just push an elbow and A main. Mirage, you're just running up middle. Nuke, you do a lobby crunch. Like, it's actually something that, you know, for you guys back home on Face It, it's something that you could probably utilize. And the reason why it's so good is because the MP9s are just broken. They're overpowered. And if you win it, you're rolling in the cash. You get $600 per kill with the MP9. You already had 2k in the back pocket, so you get your cheeky win bonus, and you're sitting on around 6 to 7k. If you lose it, you're still in the same position. You get 2.9k loss bonus on top of the 2k you have. So you're in a good position to actually purchase. Your AWPer maybe just buys a Deagle and Kevlar, so we can actually get an AWP for the first gun round. And we saw for Spirit Academy, that served its purpose. That actually works. They went into their first gun round with a good buy, and they were able to then string 3 rounds in a row. From that point onwards, though, it went completely downhill. And this goes into what I've been saying continuously about Spirit Academy, is the lack of system, the reliance on individuals. And when Kaisuke's got 4 kills at the half, I think Mokujin had like 6 maybe. Go figure. Alcaran AWPing CT side is a masterclass. You're painting a Picasso. He had like 2-3 AWP kills at best. Jame was out AWPing him on the T side of Dust 2. not a good thing to be happening. And for Paravision, the system was better. All the individuals stepped up. Because it's one thing I was looking at. I was like, okay, Belchnok had a round where he got an ace. Sure, whatever. Aside from that, it was a very even spread of just good consistency from everyone on Paravision. I think that's definitely something that I do see when I look at this team of James Firepower's upgraded, Nota's a beast while also having really good utility usage. I don't know if you guys noticed. And then Travis, who is very consistent. Belchnok, who is just like he's like a hound. You let him off the leash and he just goes for you. Yeah, you just let him loose. And then you kind of combine that with like Nota. And I think those two work really well in a system together. And Belchnok's someone who I think gets very underrated because he's never been in one of the best CIS teams, but he's always been in that periphery of like the tier 1.5 CIS teams. And I think finally he's going to start getting some of the recognition that he deserves. I would say alongside Travis. I think, you know, even though Travis has made a major with Amcal previously, I think those two have always been on the periphery of the CIS scene. So now they're actually, and that's why I like Paravision. You've got the periphery players who deserve the love, who should have earned the love already, and then you've got Nota, this superstar youngster who, you know, touted to be the next Donk potentially, and then you've got the major winner and brains of Kika and Jame, and I think it just really showed. Dust 2 was a whitewash. Like it's one of those things where I don't even know what to say. The final gun round where on the T side, Spirit Academy, it was 11-3 T side. They had a gun round. Opening kill. I think Travis actually just pushed B tunnels or whatever, like into T spawn. You know, Paravision were playing for fun. Spirit Academy lost the round. You had a man advantage in a gun round. You're losing the round. That is just the perfect way to depict the whole game for Spirit Academy. Man advantage, unable to convert. Anyone getting their multi-frags that they are known for, never happened without even the slightest. You get 3 rounds at start, that is it. And sure, this is your opponent's map pick, but it's a very good map for you. This is a very good map for Spirit Academy. And when we were looking at the veto, the reason why we said 2-0, me and Nexus, was like, look, Paravision, it's kind of their go-to map, but Spirit Academy is still very good on it. And I think for Paravision, what I'm also really impressed with is they are not the same team that I watched them when they played Monty and Sinners. They were 0-2 in this main Swiss. And I remember being like, it's crazy that Jame is 0-2 in a CCT main Swiss. Paravision looked like a much different team. I also caught them against Sinners in ESL Challenger. Crap. They were not the same team that they are now. And I think that's very exciting for Paravision. We expect these guys to be tier 1. You know, Jay and Kika are not going to settle for CCT merchants. They want to be playing at Katowice. They're not there right now, but they're going to be grinding towards, I guess the goal would be making the major. And even though this is an unranked tournament, look, they're kind of dominating some of the CCT classics, and they haven't allowed Kaisuke to even get into the game. So when we go on to Anubis, which is the second map in this series, what are we looking at Spirit Academy? As simple as it sounds, just someone needs to step up. Like, when we watched them against Medisport yesterday, the one thing that I was constantly praising on their CT side was that Medisport, it never felt like they could even get on a bomb site without someone getting a multi-frag. That was because of their individualism, while also because, especially on B, they were able to select fights very effectively. They were blocking off B main or connector, and then everyone would focus on one area that wasn't blocked off, and kind of the T side would funnel into the meat grinder. So for me, Spirit Academy, it's just as simple as you need to step up. Like, there's no other way around this. No one had double digits, I think, at the end. I don't even know what the end was, but it was, yeah, okay, no one had double digits. The highest kills was 8. In itself, that just says the whole picture. Jame had 2.04 rating on HLTV. And for Paravision, I think Over was kind of saying already, this might be the foreshadowing for Anubis. I've got a feeling that's where it's going to go, unless we can see a resurgence from Spirit Academy, which could be very difficult considering these are young players who are very new in their career, playing against who you could consider their idols. Look, like, they are playing the names in the CIS, like the guys in the CIS region. There's always that to keep into consideration. And for Paravision, I feel like we're going to be seeing them go semi-finals. Question is, only time will tell. I can't answer any of the questions just yet, but Dust 2, I feel like it's foreshadowing the future a little bit. That was a pretty easy map of Counter-Strike. We've had some very clean maps today so far. No real competition for Sinners. So far, no competition for Paravision. Let's just hope for a good game of Counter-Strike. I just want more than 3 rounds. I want someone to get over double digits. That's all I'm asking for. Have we got the comeback, or are we just going to go for a 2-0 for Paravision? Find out after this break.
Please wait.
Oh.
Oh my.
Where
Mr.
is he
OBS,
gone?
how you doing?
Actually,
Yeah.
let's keep it
Sorry
like that.
about
I
that,
prefer.
lads.
Oh, we have to see your face now. Oh
You know,
no.
can you go back just for a
Not
minute?
like
I
this.
want to talk to Freddy here because you're not here.
Yeah, over. Just like skedaddle away for a second. Go play some GeoGuessr. Okay, that was been a pretty bad day of Counter-Strike, hasn't it? I think let's not beat around the bush. It's like it depends how you look at it. Like we've obviously had some one-sided games, so from one perspective it's like, whoa, we've had some great Counter-Strike because they've portrayed amazing individualists and all that jazz. On the other hand, it's just been a really mundane day of CS of just like, oh, this team got 13-3'd. To be honest, I was something I guess I didn't say in the break. I'm disappointed. I thought this was going to be a really cool game of CS. It's been anything but it.
I think we all were. I think you speak for all of us and even our viewers that are, you know, probably far more excited about Bait. What am I talking about? Spirit Academy than
They've been
we
eliminated.
thought. Yeah, Bait have been eliminated, by the way, so do not get confused. But what I'm saying is, you speak probably for everybody that had watched the previous and now this series. It's just not delivering on the level that we'd expect. It's the quarterfinals. It's the level that is almost the highest at the level we are. And unfortunately for Spirit Academy, they're coming up empty, like choking even a little bit, I would dare say. Hopefully, Map 2 goes better, but who am I to say?
Are you
You're
a
just a crazy
believer,
person.
Nexus? Do you think it'll be better?
I mean, it has to be. Whenever I have a game like this, I always say, surely cannot go wrong. Just for the 1 in a million chance, or 1 in 100, it actually goes more wrong and I can just laugh about it. But surely it can't go any worse for Spirit Academy here.
Something we haven't touched upon quite yet is that Paravision start on the T side of Anubis, because it's Spirit Academy's map pick, right? We saw a good CT side from Spirit Academy yesterday on Anubis, but there's a real chance Paravision, with just the momentum, just steamroll this T side, and then that's it. That's the game over after one half.
Yeah, that's the reality. That's the reality that we'll have to accept as well. Unfortunately, I think it's something that it's possibly inevitable likewise. Paravision just seemed like they're on a far better journey today than, unfortunately, Spirit Academy ever seemed to be.
Wow, this is all very doom and gloom for Spirit Academy. Do we have... what are the win potentials?
Fair. But it's fair.
What are the win conditions? It's very fair, but do we have any win conditions?
Robo and
Kioske,
Kioske
30
win a
frag.
duel against Jame, please. Because
30
neither
bomb
one of them.
Kioske,
I
that's what I'm
made this
saying.
point during the game. I wanted to see what their duels looked like, and neither one won a duel against James. They went 0-5 and 0-6.
Okay, that's pretty rough. Well, he is our future GOAT. Will he show it on the server right now? For everyone's sake, let's pray for a good game. Enjoy, boys.
Thank you very much for
That
that, Freddy.
will depend entirely on Team Spirit Academy right now, I think. Are we gonna enjoy this or not?
I guess we'll find out. It's hard to say.
Good answer.
I mean, we'd hope to enjoy it. We hope to enjoy it. Paravision might make it a little bit faster than we thought initially, though. So we begin with the pistol, and Spirit Academy CT side very much stacked towards that B position. Meanwhile, Paravision completely unchecked and, well, unbeknownst to Spirit, going A site. Or towards the A site, excuse me. Here we go. Full execution, nobody to stop them. Kioske shouldn't even try.
Ooh, I'm getting flashbacks already.
With good reason, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we had a very, very poor game from... It was Bay here, right? Where they didn't take
Yes.
that control on a post plant at all. But, Paravision, let's see what they have in mind instead, because they have to fight their way out of this. Once CTs do start to flood in, but Belcher knocked two in now. He's got one man to support him to take away just that extra pressure, but 4 just good enough for him. Damn, what a setup!
Easy.
I mean,
Very
yeah,
easy.
literally free.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, that's... I don't like that already. From the get-go, I don't like what's happened. I don't know what the hell Spirit is going to be
bad
doing
juju.
to make this better, but bad juju immediately. Yeah, the vibe check for Sinners was great. The vibe check for Paravision even better, perhaps, although maybe not as solid.
How about Spirit Academy?
As no, there's no vibe at all. It's like no check, no vibe, no nothing. It's an empty hull, a vessel, a husk of its former self currently. And I'm obviously just having a little bit of fun, and so we all are. But Spirit Academy do have to step up once we get those guns out. And
Yeah.
well, hello, good eco, decent damage, maybe another. No more kills.
For a second.
Just one.
For a second, it looked really good.
Yeah, it did.
Jane was turned away, I'm assuming to check tunnels, or just, no, just dodged away from flashbang, I think? I don't know. But still turned around, found one, and the round, it's about done. Last one spotted in mid, and Jane doesn't have to go swinging for this. He can wait for his teammate to peek together. And a round or 2 in the bag, Paravision, only 1 casualty. And a note, by the way, how many rifles they have at this round?
Good question.
They just went full out.
They just went full out, yeah.
Third round bye this time for Spirit Academy.
What now?
And that is the question.
We
Here,
have a
apparently
FAMAS
they don't want to go
Mokujin.
with that same sort of situation or same idea they had on Dust 2. They are going to buy from the very get-go.
Yeah.
Maximize their chances over these rounds, because this is still a decent enough of a buy. Obviously, you're missing the basic util you would always miss on a round like this. But it is what it is. That's what they've...
They avoid
themselves
the
in
Furia
situation
buy,
here.
I guess we can say, but perhaps, you know, that was the reason why we've seen such a weak first half on the side of Dust 2. But regardless,
I don't know how I feel about this round. They have 3B for the, foreseeable early 30 seconds. And again, going back for it, I want to see some aggression out of this. I want to see them make an information play with
they need
plenty
information.
of utility
Yeah.
given on A. This should turn out to be some sort of play here. If you're making this much noise on A, on that T side of Spirit Academy, they have to make a response here, and thankfully they are. Into main, they're going to spot very quickly. There's nothing here. It's not a round where they are going to be bamboozled on A. Instead, they can now slow down the power vision, as they've yet to really take full control towards A. Not even attempted it, just the utility alone. But with 40 seconds left...
This is a
The side-
full-on exec that's going to break
Yep.
up perhaps the defense, though Mokujin with a double is great. Travis has returned the fire, though is it enough? Well, we're about to find out. Here come two more acquaintances of Mokujin, as Kyosuke and Alcaren each find one of their own, and that will be enough. Spirit Academy, the defense on point. It's not going to fall apart, not that quickly at least.
Not yet. I mean, hey, first round of the board, I like that reaction for Spirit Academy, and I gotta say, I don't like the reaction for Power Vision. They throw all that utility with no information about B main to see if Spirit Academy are making a push for information. So they didn't really know they had to speed things up, but they were lingering for a long time, like 20, 30 seconds outside of main, just waiting and throwing util in. That was a bit of a sloppy round, I'll say, I think, at least.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was.
Because just one man in B main would have told him, okay, boys, we might have to divert something here. Because they were going to be ready for it, and they were, just by the fact that they didn't fully commit to it immediately. Timeouts, talk things through. Get ready for round number 4. Here comes a Hero AK or 2. Alongside a couple of pistols. And Kicker. Okay. I for a second thought he was going to play the Eco. The Sanji for Jame.
No, I don't think he's going to go that far.
Yeah. Oh, I imagine you already saw, but Sanji's making a comeback.
I did see that, yeah. I haven't read much beyond that, but I've seen he's back, at
Yeah,
least.
I think coach for 1 win?
I legitimately cannot
Yes,
recall
correct.
right now,
Okay.
I'll
Yeah,
admit.
1 win's new coach. Neat little comeback. Hope that goes well.
Not bad.
Really a meta-defining player. He created his own meta with Jame.
I
Cultural
mean, he was
impact.
definitely one of the reasons why they were so successful back in the good old days of CIS.
I mean, farming Mac 10s just to
CS.
buy an AWP for Jame. Shout out. Here, B defense needs to stand, and the utility is down, so is Kioske. First one to go down and try to find the follow-ups as well. There's Travis striking second. And trying to take away Cypher from the side. They will do so. They will secure this round. That's it. Clean for Paravision.
Concise, clean, and straight in your face here. No joke. No messing about. As Mokujin and Robo are looking to save and hope to survive for as long as it takes, but as we've seen already, things have taken a turn for the worst. Robo will try to secure the weapons. Mokujin as well, each to their own, doing very decent damage. I mean, even getting the kills, in fact, perfect, but it still does not change the outcome of the round. The round is yet still lost, and Paravision looking as successful as ever. all in all, it seems like we've once again seen the activation here of Paravision's proper players. I mean, even if they lose all at the end there, the damage is enough. We see money is gone for Spirit Academy. The 2 players that saved, maybe they can make a difference, maybe. Regardless, it hasn't stopped Paravision, even if they've lost much of their economy. Mac 10 on Kickard again. Still on 0 kills, which is a bit concerning, mayhaps, but if the rest can carry, well, that's fine by me, and I think fine by him, probably. And I love the fact that Freddy did mention Belchanok, right? He's been quite the staple for that Tier 2, borderline 1 representation and consistent in that department. Finally seeing him out on the light, or in the light, is a refresher.
So, a slower round. And, you know, I feel like this is already fitting. We saw a couple of these sorts of slower-ish rounds in Dust from Paravision. Worked out pretty damn well. But they're not going to wait out the entire clock. Just onto A they go, and here it should be fairly easy. A spray, not connecting to Belchanok, but doesn't matter. You've got more players to trade it out, and 2 are the casualty numbers at the end of it. Decent enough of round. Moving on. The interesting part of the game, Spirit Academy. Gotta fight back now.
See, the thing is, we say interesting part of the game, but then again, it comes down to the fact that it's not so much interesting, but rather dull, as Spirit Academy tend to have lost a lot of the rounds on Inferno where it came to gun rounds. So hopefully this is not maybe the prerogative, on Dust. Why do I have Inferno in my mind?
Because I don't know. We're living rent-free in your
head,
meant Dust, apparently.
Yes, I meant Dust, but
we're thinking about your vacations again.
What I'm saying is, Spirit Academy, they have to do something here, and big time. Alcaren, that's a start. That's what you love to see to begin with, at least. Paravision looking to... Well, not really sure if they really want to split A here and kind of fake out that B play, but something has to be done here. Gonna go towards A, faking B. Fair. Not sure I'm a full fan, mayhaps, but...
I mean, it is just Alcaran here for the moment. Now, I will say, yesterday's game, it was pretty much only Heaven he was playing whenever he was towards A. Same with Logicin. Whenever they were playing solo, it was pretty much only Heaven. So if Paravision have done their due diligence, I would imagine they've got these ideas already down, and yeah, that seems to have been the right idea. Alcaran down, doesn't even see anyone. Well, I say he doesn't see anyone, he's taking 2, but doesn't see the HEs coming. And a bomb to be planted, 20 seconds left. It can be tried here, but the problem is Jane can only rely on Nota to cover one side at the same time. And now there's not enough time. Duel's taken, round taken, Spirit Academy. From the back of Robo's 3K, they'll find themselves a ray of hope. A ray of light.
Well, we're about to find out if that ray of light hits anything or not. As obviously Spirit Academy, the right idea, but let's see if they hit the rhythm. We do have the op on Alcaran, so far not giving too much to be said about yet, but very aggressive. Love the peek into canals. Supporting him here is Robo, and they're going to take that fight on mid through the smoke. Least of the problems for Kicker is the op. It's in fact Robo. Beautiful shutdown. You can see that the economy is a bit of a tough one here for Paravision as well, with A pistol on Belchanok.
Somewhat of a fake toward the A side. That's just the utility to go in from Belchanok. Rest focused on mid. Still deciding which way to take this. But to open it up, they gotta search for the entry onto B through Temple. Robo is found. Only a second AK they can get if they want to. While in A main, Alcaret is making the right play for information. Will be paid for as well. Belchanok is down, and now Smokes as well to block him. Away from the site for the moment, and lets Travis play this aggressively if he so chooses to. But look at the retake for Team Spirit. Everyone from main. One Smoke's gonna block them. Have to respect that. They're not gonna run through with the advantage they currently have. Instead, blow it up. They can't run through it. But that's the first one already being found. A trade from Nota suddenly left alone with James down. They know where he's at, and the round does get completed by Spirit Academy. A quick sequence of kills coming through, and working pretty damn well. Because I was not expecting them to get suddenly just burst through that smoke, and apparently neither were Spirit or Powder Vision either.
Seems like they really were not, were they? Yeah, that's going to be all there is to it, and well played. Well done. Spirit Academy, 3-4, break Powder Vision, force them onto a full eco, make them realize it's not going to be perhaps as easy as they thought from the get-go, but there's still a lot of legwork to be done. The CT side, if you can find 5-6, you're kind of good. Oh, Josuke doesn't stand a chance. No way you're re-challenging that. What in the good world? Oh my, Belchanok! That is absolutely criminal. Somebody take this man to what? Oh no, not like this, Spirit Academy. Not like this.
And
And
so
they're bound to lose more. They're about to
Yeah,
lose
this
A.
is-
They're about to lose the round. What in the actual?
not currently setting up all too well for Spirit Academy, just by Belchanok. He is the one who knocks. And currently the one who burns. Well, it's given a 1 kill back. That's also information. Suddenly it was 2 players towards the canals. And that lets Powder Vision already set up for a post plant. Potentially ready for water and main flank. But it's coming all 3 through camera, through connector, and in they go with a single flash. And a couple more apparently behind him as well. They look for the openings. There's 1, 2, 3 in the quick junction. And I don't know how, but Mokujin just slices and dices him up, and he's even gonna dance to the bomb on their graves. Paravision, they don't take this one. Spirit Academy, they fight back, man.
It's a close call, but it should have not ever come this close in the first place. It's a full eco. It's only Deagles and what, PT-50s and Glocks. The fact that you lose 2, that you drop the ball on the bomb plant, it kind of showcases that Paravision can still dictate the terms of this engagement almost in a way. And 4-4 tied up. I would say for Spirit, it at least showcases they are not going to be that easily finished and taken care of in the playoffs. It's a good sign. Hopefully they can keep it up.
I mean, if Belchanok is that dangerous last round, now with an AK, imagine the damage.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine what he can do. But I don't think we'll have to imagine, because we'll get to see it, potentially. Split to B, you've got 3 players on Spirit Academy. A fair few times you're going to see Kyosuke baiting for his teammate here towards the plateau, or side, depending on how things do look. But for now, it's Alcaret on side, Kyosuke at the plateau.
Oh.
How do they both fall? Entries looking beautiful for Paravision.
Okay.
That is yet another one for the team side, and it's looking I mean, it looks really damn good here. But let's not shy away and say this game is by anywhere done or is being one-sided at the moment. Because the T side, Spirit Academy, they've already got 4 on their CT as well. They're still setting up for a close half, but it does seem like Paravision have a very good read on the game. And the Spirit Academy as a whole as well at the moment, I think.
No, that is a fair way to put it. It's just scary to see such an easy way for Paravision to get control of the round. It's, I guess, the one thing that really takes me by surprise is how difficult of a hold, in fact, it is for Spirit. Even when you think they've got all the aces in the sleeve, right? And, yeah, it's impressive. Not gonna lie, it's very impressive.
You know what this is making me think of? Or think about?
Yeah.
The pre-game before map number 1, I say Spirit Academy 2-0, while at the same time I'm setting up Paravision to be that sort of polar opposite to that playstyle potentially. And it's been exactly that. They haven't let Kioske play, they haven't let him have any impact in the game so far. And pretty much the same for almost every single other player. Robo right now is one of the only reasons they even have these 4 rounds. So is Mokujin. Yeah. But it's still Paravision who have the playstyle to counter Spirit Academy, which was the thing I was kind of almost suspecting more like it, just by the player names alone. And, you know, the past of Jame, Kicker, and the Dash side of the playstyles, they've, you know, been slow and such, you know, kind of know in history. They have this sort of perfect playstyle to counter the individual playstyle of Spirit Academy. So I'm just surprised I even ever said Spirit Academy 2-0.
Well, I said 2-1 for Spirit Academy, and
yeah.
I never thought that they are capable of winning them 2-0. I really didn't, but I could see potential for it there. Though perhaps
map 1
not
was
with...
already kind of that prelude and that almost confirming the idea that I had in mind.
Yeah, but point in hand is Paravision right now. I mean, if they're able to steal away this first half, make it 8 somehow, maybe 7, I'd say they still consider that a massive W regardless of all, and they just go into that second half that much more confident. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. 60 seconds is going to be a B take. No, I'm lying. It's going to be an A take, obviously. I mean, that's kind of self-evident, isn't it? Kickert, he's going to sacrifice himself to make it seem like a B take. His first kill in the game. Let's go, Kickert. The IGL.
10 rounds and it's an impact frag.
Yeah, it is.
Although maybe
it doesn't
not,
draw them. Wait,
still...
they pushed all the way from B main, so they know this is not B. I don't know why they're still waiting this long, but Jame gets caught in the back. That's the C4. Massive mistake. Paravision have been caught in their own loop, and I think perhaps Spirit Academy found a way in.
Oh,
holy shit! No, they didn't. Never mind.
This is Nota's round. Mentioned him
That's
as well.
Kind of sick, by the way.
Frag machine. He's gonna miss the timing on Robo for now. Instead, they've opted to try to take down Sypho. Instead, it's straight a small gap in the back line. But the trade is out still. Nota will find it, and 1 more to go, and it's suddenly expected to come from main. Nota first shot is a miss, but the second, how about this one? Ready.
What is Nota made of, man? What is he made of? What material is this? Titanium, unobtainium, adamantium? I don't know, but dude is indestructible. Just walks out A main, finds 2, secures the entry, secures the site, and secures the afterplant. Absolute Chad.
See, I think that Nota might be short for Nota Your Game. You know, it's this element. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Just had Freddy in my ear saying that was awful. Wow. I thought that was great. Bad jokes are my forte, and I love them.
It seems like, yeah, that's
one
what
day
we need to get
people
used
will
to,
appreciate my terrible jokes. But
Jame doesn't.
Jame
Jame doesn't care. Holy Jame with a Glock.
Jame hates everybody.
There's
they
a joke.
Jesus, they hated me. They hate Jame. But he hates them back equally with the AWP and the Glock.
Where did you get Jesus in all this? Oh. Oh. Well, Mokujin and Robo.
Damn! You really hate Robo.
So good.
Barely even a chance, man. Let him live. Let him have a time. James, you want this ace, do you? USB, he'll search for it in main. Spots no one here, and he's about to start thinking about what if he's in temple. That's being held by Kicker. No ace should be coming for James here, but my god, this is his round.
Oh, I love it.
Not the usual James save, but this is James saving the round immediately. Either that or his savings have paid off, his investments born fruition, and here is his reward. Taking 4 in this one. Charlie's taking the last out of Parry Vision. Taking this first half by storm.
I said that we could see an 8-4 half. I worry for it, and there's a reason for it. Parry Vision. Even 7-5, I think they'll be absolutely content with. And for Spirit Academy, this is a bit of a disaster and a big one. Timeout to talk this one through. We see the big dogs kind of making their impact known, showcasing the young bloods. How it's done. This is
sure,
pretty much all there is to it.
Over at Aurora, but close enough.
Yeah.
Same region.
Yeah. Same region. Same ideology, I guess. Same idea for it, but...
So, now you say you are worried for that 8-4. Now, to at least give hope to Spirit Academy, and those wanting them to win, it's not a terrible... that's doable still. On the T-sided map like Anubis, you've seen plenty. We've seen in past as well, I think 11-1 was the worst one, or 12, or 10-2, I can't remember either one. Z10, Koi, that was that one game we had.
I wonder what
2-10
Freddy
down,
has to say
or
on that.
11-1, I can't remember, but nonetheless, we've seen comebacks crazier than this. And Spirit Academy is
Yeah.
their map pick, go on the T-side.
There's this argument, though, that Aurora don't have their star player performing. What? Spirit Academy? Holy
on.
I was... Why did I say Aurora? I don't know. That's on me. My
Youngbloods,
bad.
man, they got in your mind.
I meant Spirit Academy, aka I was talking about Kyosuke and Alcaren. They're not giving the impact they need to do or need to input. They're not performing in the way you'd expect them to. And yeah, their vibes are a little bit off, seemingly, as we do go to a new round, new hope. Last chance for this first half, 5-7. At least you make it somewhat close. Though, will you?
Knock, knock. You're supposed to say who's there, but the answer's
It's
Belchinok.
Belchinok. Yeah. Don't even need to ask
Oh,
who's there,
that's-
because I already know.
that is so
Belchinok
nicely
doesn't
done.
knock. He just
There's the
breaks
door.
down the doors, tells you he's arriving at your house. Holy.
Okay,
Yeah.
8-4. That's a statement
works.
for the last round here, it seems. Unless you've got Sypho to activate for a big round and Kyosuke as well, but 13 HP is not filling me with confidence. And now stuck between 3, no way out except to die. And that is an 8-4 halftime. Belchinok and
Yes, it
Jane have
is.
a hell of a day, and so does Nota. A field day, some might say. As this one,
Fantastic show of
It's-
force.
way too easy for Power Vision. Individually, there's a step above Spirit Academy.
Yeah. Fantastic show of force, like I said, and it's a near unavoidable death that we see here for Spirit Academy if we continue in the manner that we've started so far. Second half, ladies and gents, it's all there is to it. Either Spirit Academy start winning soon and immediately, or we're going to be stopping this best of 3 pretty soon with a W for Division. Simple as that.
On the side as well, it's 1 and 2. It's an entry denied, and it's, I think, a round denied. And Power Vision They say no thank you to your A take. They want to close things out, the same as last map. Easy. And I just want to correct myself. It's not just individually that PowerVision are better at the moment. It's also tactically. And that's also a thing we sometimes mention. Not every team's playstyle works against another. That's why you sometimes see very different results from what you imagine.
Yeah.
And the way Spirit Academy is set up, like we keep saying, for these individuals, for Kioske, for, well, Mokujin every now and then as well, it's currently being countered by PowerVision, and it's making
it's been countered by the fact that
better.
Belchanok has 16 kills, my dude.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that too, sure. But it's
Jame
also
and
the way
Noda
they've set him
13,
up
right?
for these rounds, and they have a very good
Yeah.
read on the situation. And to this as well, I have one more thing. Apparently, you know, Jame has his YouTube channel, right? Apparently he's done a couple of videos on Kioske and studying him. So, you know, you've got something like that, and it currently seems very targeted.
Okay,
Match
that
1
makes
and here as well,
sense.
he's not been allowed to play. So, hey,
mean-
he's done his homework. Even if he may
always
not
a
be
good
the
thing to
core
hear.
in this team, we said, probably still very vocal about the game, and no matter what the reason currently is, they've got their number, and they've got this game in the palm of their hand.
Pretty much secured, we could say.
But we have seen crazier things. Next round is obviously the gun round. Same situation as Dust 2, exactly. 10-4 is gonna be the game. Well, I say exactly the same. Not really. That was 9-3 and 10-3, but still. Game. Oh, not yet decided. However, here this round seems to be. The bomb goes down, but Sypho's got nowhere to go and an MP9 to hunt him. Never escaping that one. And there you go.
I think it's a pretty clear-cut difference right now of just that mentality. You know, the mode you operate at. Clearly, Spirit Academy are faltering a little bit. They're feeling intimidated, even perhaps by the fact that they're having this little impact, this little effect on Paravision. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing sometimes to get hit by a dose of reality. You know, this is what you face in your future. This is the base level competition that you will face at the very least. So you need to be ready for this, and I think there's a lot to take out of it for them.
Absolutely.
As for Paravision, I mean, as you said yourself, Jame, especially if he's gone into a deep dive of Kioske's game style, you know, then you know he's going to take a look at the whole team, really make it a bit more in depth, and they play exactly against it. As we said, they have the play style, they have the team play and the experience, and they just work against this ludicrous, chaotic, in-your-face CS. This is it, Spirit Academy. It's all or nothing. You've bought what you can, you have what you bought, and let's see what you make of it. A B split? Sure.
This is it. It's getting close to do or die. The earlier to get these rounds, the better. It's not enough. You've got 3 players on the B side. Ready for Paravision. Wanted to be taken down already. Kioske, let's let him play this time, but apparently no. They still refuse to let him. But it's his teammates, Moxon and Cypher, who've cleaned up the site, and now you're looking at a retake instead for Paravision. Close with that do or die, Spirit Academy. You can't afford to lose this one. Jame from the flank has been removed, and suddenly it's looking like a 5th one. But a Belchanok. Oh! Give it a chance to live. A missed off shot, but does back away. He's not going to start challenging. He's been hurt as well, walking back. We'll take down Sypho, but the round still is going to be done at 10-5. Spirit Academy, in the round where it looks like do or die, they will show up.
Good. Good. That's exactly what you need right now. Just a good old few rounds in a row where you kind of establish that little bit of presence yourself and are able to perhaps take a breather. They're not out of the thick of it just yet. Still 5 in a row required, perhaps, to really stabilize. This should be an easier one. An eco, effectively, for Paravision. Maybe a few pistols short, but at most an eco. I mean, honestly, we'd expect more, as I said, out of the individuals, and this is just either the fact that it's a unranked event, that's one fact that perhaps could play into the difference of the teams not putting all of themselves out there. That's, I think, definitely a valid thing to put out for people to understand.
Yeah, by the way, for that play Belchnock makes, look at him on B. He's alone. There was no flash, nothing. He just goes out, finds the first one, and now calls for James to rotate as well, and he's got this entire area on lockdown at Spirit Academy. None the wiser, he was alone the entire time. Now make the execution. The Sypho will start it off. There's one head to roll. The next one needed is James, and he will at least lose his life, not his head. Of that T side, looking to secure that 6 and make a statement here to at least get us talking about a comeback now. Because this is the bare minimum to start it off here.
It is. It really is the bare minimum. And hopefully they're going to reach it to begin. Oh, exit frags are still going to succeed, huh? Travis able to catch one. Oh, that's a pretty clean kill.
Apparently exit frags won't work.
Terrorists win.
Just 1 and 2. Second one as well. You know, it won't do all that much, considering the state of the game. You're gonna have pretty much... You're gonna need to have a very clean game from Spirit Academy here. The least they can now do from moving forward is to have a rainy day fund for when things do get a little bit turbulent. Then Paravision decided to start shaking the things up again, and it could be here. But there's a lot they have to get past. And currently leading the charge at 18 kills is Belchnock. He's continued throughout the entire game.
He's certainly doing something right. I'll say that much, right? I mean, he's playing his cards by heart, you know, doing all the right, making all the right calls. There's Paravision, ready to accept a bit of a B execution here.
Kicker apparently bullying Travis for his smoke.
Yeah.
And now the defender the side. Are they gonna abandon this? Yeah, they're playing full retake here, it seems. Travis walked off at a inopportune time. They have to play this from a 5 versus 5. 4!
Oh, no way.
The moment only. They've lost Robo, found it into connector, or temple. And now the advantage is there for Paravision. Again, every round, pretty much a do or die here for Spirit Academy, at least getting close to it. The clock is ticking, the window is closing for them to make this. And now, for this retake, running in from CT, this is a basic setup for Spirit Academy, but an effective one. However, not when the Sypho goes out alone. Kioski will trade. A second comes out of it as well, but James might have got her way back in again. But there's not enough to go off of.
Yeah, losing the flank was pretty much the final straw there to break the camel's back. The retake fails. It's 7-10, and Spirit Academy, they might have just woken up. They might have just been hit by a large bell, and finally we see them come alive here on the second map of the quarterfinals, of the last quarterfinals here at the CCT Series 16. A lot rides on this. Spirit Academy certainly wanting to achieve those heights once more and not be left in the dust by the big bad. As full eco with only James on the op and a FAMAS saved by Belchnock. Could be once again effective though.
Is Dante going through this? No. I was looking if Travis had a flashbang, but no there. not going to make it. Instead of 10-7, and yet again a chance for Spirit Academy to clean up their game a little bit. We spoke about it, mentioned that a rainy day fund. This is the chance to do that. But there's still that FAMAS and an AWP on Parry Vision, so damage expected. Early as well, James was boosted, but now they call it off as that smoke starts to fade. They're not going to spot them. No easy kill, no opening frag. But into main, flashbang not affecting anyone, but it may not matter, because they walk into James and Belchenok all the same. Oh, that is not it for Spirit Academy.
No, it's not. The problem is there's going to be Nota now taking up an AK into his hands. Travis is close by to at least have that rotation on mid on lockdown. And they're going to walk B, which is, you know, a fair choice. James already repositioning, and look at Mr. Noda. He's taking charge. He's taking space. He's about to see them in con, and it's about to be a bloodbath now with the notice. James ready with the op in temple. Takes the first shot, will not miss. And it's down to the man himself. It's down to Robo. He needs to be Mr. Terminator. He needs to be the T-1000 here. Absolutely indestructible and undefeatable as Travis plays the long con. I love this from Travis. It's so smart. And he will not make the mistake of missing in the back.
Yeah, not able to save John Connor. Not able to save Team Spirit Academy in this round. And that is 11 picked up for Parry Vision. And now the signal is started to ring. It's beginning to be very dangerous. It really is coming to the point of no return. You can't make mistakes, and even this round as well. Now, here's the thing. You don't need a flashbang to actually work, because all you need is that confidence that they're looking away. You're gonna have some sort of chance at least, and that's the best way to show that as well. You have the flashbang, effective or not, it doesn't matter. Your players swing off of that, everyone goes together, and suddenly it's a very quick round that Paravision take control of. And it's something that we don't really get to see that often, but now that I do kind of see it as well, it's nice to highlight. Because you don't need everything to be perfect. You just have to have confidence. That's an incredibly important thing in Counter-Strike. James, that's not confidence inspiring, I'm sorry to say. Miss shot into a bad position, and now suddenly Spirit Academy make it to this round. One where they take control instead.
It depends on the man in the smoke, Belchenok. If he stays alive, if he finds a multi-frag, that'd be absolutely freaking fantastic, but he can't deliver. And it's going to be back to a 3 versus 4 with the wide swing from Alcaren. He is enough, and that is going to be enough to bring up 8 for Spirit Academy. We're not done yet. 11-8 confirmed. I mean, Kickert, he's got no business lingering around. And I think they're out of money as well, right? Or at least should be pretty close to some sort of a half-buy again. Yeah, although, well, with Belchenok and Kickert both in about 2k, I think you want to have some sort of a half-buy here. Like, drop an M4.
If I'm Paravision, I'm saying we buy. And James already dropped weapons over.
Yeah, okay.
They're going for him, man. They don't want Spirit Academy to get that momentum in the game. They don't want to let them feel confident. And so far, I think every situation that Paravision has actually been ready for, I'll say, they've been very good on. The one that kind of sticks out is that 1B play where I think it was it Travis rotating away? And Kicker had to play from a retake, 2-3 rounds ago. I think that's like the only one where it feels like they've been outplayed at the moment.
Yeah.
Last round, Jay missed his shot and got stuck, and then they just collapsed onto A. Alcaren hits a couple of nice entries. So they're definitely picking up pace, but I still feel Paravision in control.
Absolutely.
So it's a worthwhile investment to me, and it's a very good one at that. All they're missing is a couple of flashbangs and balls pretty much.
Let's find out how it works out, though. Paravision. CT sided, ready to defend, ready to hold on to their positions. It's going to be a B take. Oh no, beautiful pop flashbangs.
Oh no!
No, not like this, Mokujin, but luckily Kyosuke delivers. It's Jane to reply, though, and we ain't done yet. Sypho, back to a 3 versus 2, low HP on Kyosuke and Sypho. A lot of damage on these two.
It is recovered after a near disaster there, but A good flashbang, absolutely. Didn't allow the CT side to, well, have anything on the side ready. And despite Mokujin missing, you do have Kioske slowly warming up the game. Shutting down the Power Vision on the side. So here we go. We've got a game in our hands. Officially so. We're now seeing Spirit Academy crumbling here.
No,
We
we're
might have
not,
lost a round or
thankfully.
so here when making this comeback and let Patavision get to 11. But all that does is put the pressure on them, backs against the wall. No more mistakes got to be made. And power up the buff of the pressure. Seems to be working fairly well for them now. Alongside the momentum of this map. And now you see, okay, that force buy, like we say, or full buy, whatever that was. It's still good for Patavision, but now the rewards is here. Or consequences in this case. They have to decide how they want to play this. And saving around to the orb, MP9 is there as well, a couple of pistols only. This should be 10.
It should be 10, that's what we are thinking, but can we really guarantee it, though?
Nope.
That's the problem. That is certainly an issue that also Spirit Academy have to deal with. As we go into round 21, this is going to be a bit of a tough one. And a very, very difficult one, in fact.
Oh, the boost is cheeky.
It
Is Jim gonna go all the way? I think we might see something on the kill feed soon. Or maybe not. There we go. Nose up, decided to go a bit more aggressive, and Mogajin waited for it.
Finally checked.
One apiece down and 4 more to go. You still have the orb to get rid of, and James wants to be an integral part of this for his team. Smoke deployed, that at least slows down Spirit Academy from Canals, just for a second or two apparently, but now to come for the round itself and kick it for the heads. That's one down, a
Beautiful
Cypher
catch.
God, and there's still at least managed to get onto the side, and now James removed as well. Creates a whole other issue. They've heard Belchnok burning into flames, they know he's there, but they haven't found him, meaning this round
have
can
to
still be
escape with the op.
salvaged, or to put it into better terms, saved by Power Vision.
Yeah, save that up, and that's exactly what we see here. Keep that weapon in the hands of Paravision, and all of a sudden you got yourself a pretty decent chance in the next one as well. It's going to be a buy after all. You don't have to double tap the economy and having no utility on the upper. And everybody's going to be well enough equipped to try and challenge this. But Spirit Academy, the 10 is confirmed. 1 away from tying it up, and of course 3 away from winning this second map, pushing us onto the final 1. Let's find out if they can.
Let's get it. Let's get a 3-map game on our hands, because, like Freddy said during the break,
He just wants to see
or
a good
after,
game of CS.
today's been kind of bad, man. It's just been a smash and a smash.
Yeah, it's been more of a smash with a smash, yeah, and more of a pass as well. But Mirage is 3rd and final if it gets to it. Let's see if Spirit Academy have what it takes. Paravision on the edge of their seats, as we are, hoping to secure this in 2. Meanwhile, Spirit Academy looking to make it 2 of their own. All in all, it begins back towards B, I guess. It's a fake A, surely.
Let's see, what do we get here instead now with again, a team that's picked up pace. T-side, this is what we talked about. The momentum is dangerous. And yet again, they've at least got control, right? We saw earlier James was fighting for this, but he's decided to give it up. Spirit Academy, they set themselves up in these positions to get the map control, but how do they continue off this? With no fights given early or easily at the moment. They know they have to be very cautious with this approach, and James so far very quick on the trigger. Belchnok waiting at the fading smoke, not the first time, and today he's expected. Play to be made. Watch for connector, watch for main. The split is apparent, they know what's coming here. the first one at the traded out. It's 2 more for Nota. And Naughty is the M4 for him. Drops the bomb, drops the round, and Spirit Academy, they will have it to forfeit 12 here.
Yes, they will. Kioske, too low HP. Make a difference, perhaps. 9, and it will be 1 bullet from Noda that brings him down.
And now it truly is
12
no mistakes.
on the board. So close. So close, truly.
It is a very good setup, I'll say, for Paravision. They have 3 on A, even after Belchnook is gone. They make very good use of it.
Yeah.
It's that bait and switch here for Nota at Kickert. That works wonderfully, because then they start looking elsewhere for Heaven, and Alcarin is not even ready for that. A sneaky setup, a good bait and switch, and that's how you do a round. That's how you get 12 on the board.
That's how you get series point. And this is potentially the last round we're going to be seeing from the quarterfinals. Ladies and gents, this is CCT Europe 16. We're in the quarters. Tomorrow are the semifinals, and Travis, he's going to open it up. Alcarin finds Note out there chasing Travis, but what is Mokujin doing? Goes out wide. Travis still alive. He's still looking for more. He's going to escape detention, or at least certain death.
Yeah, this ain't looking all that pretty, but they have got decided just by brute forcing it. Kickert as well in good position, because he's now got Belchnook to take the attention away. And now they're going to be ready for this. Sypho's down. And to make this retake with an man advantage, it should not be that difficult, but we'll see what Spirit Academy set up on the site. As Paravision, they're going to take their time. Through T-spawn, through mid, they decided to go too far behind, and Alcarin has to nail his shots when it comes to it. Swing from both sides is the idea. The orb to be caught potentially. There's the first one already. Missed his shot. And Robo 103. What do you got here?
The man himself, Robo. This is it. It's all or nothing. Love the view angle of his camera. Unfortunately, it's not going to help him in the view angle of his death. Let's see. Robo.
Oh, no fighting
He
it.
does not know the defuse. He does not know where the diffuser is. And unfortunately, he will not be able to get it to stop it. 13 on the board. Paravision on the retake succeed and defuse the bomb in the smoke itself. With that, securing the series and eliminating Spirit Academy.
That's how it's done. We all predicted Spirit Academy to be the winning side in this series. But has it worked out? No. Paravision,
not even
they
close.
show a very good side, and one that, as you kind of said, it's a learning experience at the moment for Spirit Academy, because that playstyle of set up your star player only takes you so far. Today they were completely countered. Not a chance.
Yes, they were. Yes, they
yeah,
were.
Freddy, let's bring you in here. What do you got here? Because at least, we gotta hear more from this map than we did from map 1, right? You got something here today. It's not just Paravision win, is it?
I mean, like, yeah, it was it was a lot more competitive. I don't know about you guys though, and you might have a different opinion to me, but when I was watching that, it just always though felt like Paravision were gonna win that. I never saw, because like I think the big thing is, if someone like Mokujin was on 30 kills, I'd be like, oh, okay, you know, they're going to carry themselves to victory, whatever. But there was never a point for me where I was sitting there going, oh, this comeback's happening. Even though it got between, I think, 2 rounds at one stage, I was always sitting there being like, Paravision have this. I really, truly believe. Yeah, and it's just like at the end, it felt Paravision were comfortable moving around the map. They were playing a lot better in their setups. After they struggled mid to A's to defend that, they just put everyone there and go, you know what? I have enough players here. It will work eventually. And look, when James just goes nuclear on both maps, there's 110 ADR across both those games. What really can you do, to be honest?
Nothing.
You can't give him a passing grade.
You need Alcarin and you need Kioske to pull up the same numbers. That's the only way we see a map 3 and a potential really close map 3. Otherwise, it's done already.
You also had Nota. I think you guys were commenting on his T side. It's just like he's robotic. He was just running in and exploding people. Like they couldn't do anything about it. But I think that was a very good Anubis. I'm a lot more happy to see Spirit Academy pick themselves up a lot more on the T side. Like, you know, they were 10-4 down. It looked kind of down and out, but they make it significantly more competitive. But regardless of all of that, we have 4 2-0s in our quarterfinals to make up our semi-finals tomorrow. Paravision versus Sinners, and then Ents versus Monty. This is a really exciting inaugural CCT in 2025, and I think this just foreshadows all of the other series we're going to have, because the quality is just going to be going up and up and up.
Oh yeah, we are just raising the bar here, and I think we are now properly solidified as the stepping stone to the top. It's a fact. Like I think within the last it's been 4 years since we started with properly
August 2022.
2022 when we started with properly CCT, and back then it was still a little bit teetering on the edge. We had many other things happening, right? But now I think CCT is established as the way to get into tier 1, because otherwise you either get lucky by getting onto a major through open qualifiers, which we know is not going to be happening anymore.
There are none anymore. Yeah.
That's exactly, which is freaking stupid, but okay, let's leave that at that. And second, it's the only way you really can get the feel what it means to play against the best.
Yeah, this is a tangent that I could go on for a long time. So I'm actually
Same.
working on a piece right now called "It's Never Been Harder Getting Out of UKCS," and the more I think about it, the more I think it actually applies to everyone. It's never been harder to get out of anywhere.
I'll say this. I've had my pleasure. I've had the pleasure and the honor to play, I think, in the prime time of Tier 2, Tier 3 CS. You know, Juan Flatro era, Seneri era. I played with those guys consistently. All those FPLC qualifiers, everything that we've done through.
3 decades ago.
Back then. Yeah, that was years ago now. This has been years now. It's been a while. Keep that in mind. But what I'm trying to say, I remember specifically back then, it was much easier to get somewhere, to be seen, to go onto tournaments, to get invited to things, you know, to go even for an FPLC qualification. It was much easier than it is today, because just the amount of players and the quality of the players has stepped up so much that the ceiling is insanely, and the bar is insanely high.
And I know teams are less willing to take risks because especially, so let's say you're like a play-in low main Swiss team right now in CCT, taking risks and picking up players can be really detrimental, because kind of all it takes is like 2 bad CCTs in a row, and what do? You're gone. So I know teams are a lot more cautious in picking up players, for instance, like changing roster in that way, and it's causing some really weird power shifts and dynamics. But I will say what this VRS does do is that if you're in the CCT circuit, if you're in the main Swiss, and if you are good enough, boom, you're segued into greatness. It's just sometimes quite hard to get there, but yeah, there's a big importance on doing well in CCTs right now, and that's why we're just seeing a higher caliber of players and teams competing.
Guys,
it's really exciting.
Heroic is playing the playoffs, and I know to many people it might not seem.
Next one.
Yeah, Heroic has been invited to Series 17 playoffs.
Because Series 18 just dropped, and OG are in the play-ins.
Yes, and Ents as well. Like, I'm telling you, this is now serious stuff. Like, this is no longer just playing about, you know, pretend. This is for real. And the competition, but the thing is, we talked about teams like Sinners, like Bait, like Passion, like Spirit Academy. We've talked so much about the players, the teams that have been built up for the last 2 years, or the last season 2 at least. You know, how much we've seen. And this is their chance to prove to everybody, we can take on the best. Like, we can take on the ones that were once on the top and potentially still are.
Yeah, and even in NA, like, you know, maybe people won't recognize the names as much, but NRG, Party Astronauts, Nouns, Boss, like, you've literally kind of got the best teams competing in CCT across all the different regions. Red Canids were playing in South America, if I'm not mistaken. Like Fluxo, those kind of, like, it is literally Imperial are playing, Odic, like, it literally is the best teams in every region are playing. I saw M80 are also playing in Series 18 playoffs. Like, you literally have the best players and the best teams playing. So CCT is very exciting. But guys, it's been a very quick day for us. It's been a very easy day for us on top of that. And for now, we're going to be saying, we're going to bid adieu, and tomorrow we have the semi-finals starting off at midday CET. I don't know which order they're going to be in, of which semi-final. It hasn't been listed yet, but Paravision Sinners, Ents Monty, whoever wins those games will face off in the finals for a luxurious 22,000 grand prize. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss it. It's going to be extraordinarily exciting. So with that in mind, I'm going to say goodnight. I've had the pleasure of being accompanied by you two beautiful men these last 2 days, and I'm looking forward to our future endeavors together. But with that, I hope you guys have a lovely evening, the viewers, you two casters, production, and we'll see you tomorrow fresh-eyed for a new set of Counter-Strike.